Get involved at stillserving.org.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News. Hashtag NBA.
The Utah Jazz lose to the Clippers in their second Las Vegas Summer League game. They're beaten 104-82. It all got away in the third quarter, but that doesn't matter. What everyone cares about is how do the kids look? Darren Peterson, 23 points, 6 of 18 shooting. Only 2 turnovers is the positive. Another 6 of 18, the negative. One big old dunk going to the hoop that I got everybody all sorts of fired up, PK.
That's the negative?
The negative was the 6 of 18 shooting.
Nah. There are no kids. It's only kid.
Kid. Don't even care about Ace Bailey right now.
Play. He played 8 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And your guy, Cody Williams, I told you.
Not getting there. My guy?
Yeah, you were arguing that he would be in the rotation. He ain't going to be in the rotation.
Not even going to be able to make the rotation on nights when they're shorthanded. He's out of here. It's a whiff draft pick.
I'll say it again if you want me to.
You'll probably have to, but you don't have to do it right now. AJ DeBot's also a 23-point night as the Wizards down the Sacramento Kings.
And I hope I'm very much wrong on Cody.
Spurs star Victor Wembanyama, 5 years, $252 million extension. He did not take the full amount of $303 that he was eligible for. Wanted to allow more roster flexibility, so he left $51 million on the table for the Spurs to work with. That has already upset the Players Association. The second apron's got to go. It's having limiting effects nobody likes. Give them something to argue about in the next labor talks.
When's that?
I don't know.
Let me know.
I think they just wrapped one up, so I think they got a little bit now.
Okay. I think that you shouldn't be criticized for trying to win as many games as you want.
Right.
I mean, the league criticizes you for load management, and then when teams and ownership want to win as much as they want, they can't.
And there's the rub.
It don't make no sense to me. That's a contradiction.
We want you to play every game, take all the money, and win all the time. And go. Do not deviate from that plan.
Yeah. I mean, second apron. What is that? Fans don't care about that. This is an entertainment product.
Right. Fans don't care about that until the player they like or the piece of the puzzle they think their team needs goes away.
Right.
Then they care.
Right. Well, they don't care that teams get penalized. They never care.
No, they do not care.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't care about the owner spending more money. Right. Go ahead, write a bigger check.
So they never care. They never care about it. They don't care who spends what. They want their team to win. And you punish teams for trying to win? Especially if you've drafted the guy, it doesn't make any sense. And with this concocted draft going forward, we're going to continue to do it. It's outdated.
John Morant telling reporters the trade that sent him to Portland would give him a chance to start fresh and to prove that his bad guy image is a misconception. New home, new team, new organization. I get to show the fans in Portland a different job. Over the years, I've grown a lot and learned a lot. My mindset changed. I go into things differently now. I feel more mature, and I'm ready to work.
All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, man. You're saying all the right things. Now go show it.
That was exactly what I thought when I heard that quote. Saying all the right things. Now follow through with it in Portland.
Everybody deserves a chance to grow up. Hopefully his father can too.
And in Portland, they will obsess about a new arena and keeping the team. Miami Heat forward Bam Adebayo allegedly hitting former Miami teammate Tyler Hero Friday. The altercation occurred at a practice court in a Vegas hotel. According to reports, it started when Adebayo approached Hero about comments Hero made critiquing the center on social media after their 7-year run as teammates in Miami. That ended. Hero was traded to Milwaukee in the Giannis deal.
You told me he was a forward, then you just told me he was a center.
Yeah, there you go.
Which one is it?
It's a little bit of both. I think of him more as a center. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
The Seattle Seahawks have been sold for an NFL record $9.612 billion. Group led by 49ers limited partner Vinod Khosla has agreed to purchase Seattle. Khosla and his family will relinquish their ownership stake in the 49ers and become the controlling owner of the Seahawks when the deal is approved by NFL owners.
I'm not a big coleslaw guy.
Nice. I see what you did there.
Yeah, that's not my thing.
I wasn't as a kid, but as an adult, I've kind of gotten into it. I like it.
You're an adult?
Well, as close as I'm ever going to get. And they let me drive a car now. So I got that going for me. Free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs remains unsigned with about 2 weeks to go until training camp begins. He believes he's as good as anyone's secondary wideout option. My opinion, I can compete with anybody. Take those top wide receivers, your ones, right? You can't name a number 2 better than me. Well, then somebody ought to get him, unless he's, viewed as a headache or unable to stay healthy or any of those things. Or wanting too much money. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Kyle Whittingham, the longtime veteran of the Michigan Athletic Department. And there's left and right they're out of there. Basketball coach just took off. Now the University of Michigan Board of Regents will meet this week to determine the fate of embattled athletic director Ward Manuel. His status is in question as the board will discuss an investigation of the culture around the Michigan Athletic Department. It's been rocked by multiple scandals during Manuel's tenure as AD. Doesn't it feel like dead man walking, PK? There's been so much talk. They're going to make a change.
They won national titles in football and basketball. What more do you want?
And no scandals.
Can that exist?
Too much power, fame, and money. There will always be scandals. Too big an athletic department.
I mean, what?
So many people.
What level of scandal is enough?
I guess that is what the Michigan Board of Regents will decide this week.
And is that on the AD? Is Brian Santiago or Tom Homo or both responsible for what BYU's had the last 2 years?
2 scandals with football players having to go away.
So should that be something that they should be held accountable for? And maybe there's tons of other stuff that I'm unaware of. I mean, but obviously football and basketball are what rock it.
Right.
So maybe there's other stuff. I'm just asking generally. I'm not particularly.
I think the answer to your question, which is a good one, that every athletic department has to decide, probably, or every Board of Regents has to decide, probably ranges from athletic department to athletic department. The line probably moves. If we knew everything that was going on at all 300 whatever schools, we'd probably look and say, I wonder why that was okay over there, but over here someone got pushed out. I mean, people get pushed out of jobs all the time. Coaches and ADs are coming and going. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
We hit the Major League All-Star break. A couple teams that looked like they were done for have come roaring back to life. The Boston Red Sox on a great run, a 9-game win streak, 9-0 on a road trip for the first time since 1977. They're back within 2 games of 500. And in the AL, they are right in the middle of the wild card hunt now, thanks to that 9-game win streak. And before that, really 3 or 4 really good weeks.
Yeah, I think it's more the wild card thing, adding an extra wild card. That makes it predictable. I think we'll see this every year.
Basically, you have every year, it'll wiggle a little wiggle room, but basically at this point, 5 teams are in, 5 teams are out, and 20 teams are in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, you go. Well,
There's probably only 4 National League teams out.
So Detroit, which is 8 games under, is 3.5 back.
Right, so they got a chance. So this year, I would say there's 7 teams out. Athletics, Royals, and Angels in the American League. Athletics are 14 games under 500, and they're the best of those 3 teams. And then the Reds, Giants, Mets, and Rockies.
So I don't think I wouldn't count any team out until we get into July.
Because even though I want to say that about the Reds, if they have a 9-game win streak like the Red Sox just did, they'd be a game over 500, which would only put them about 3 games out.
Yeah, I think this is just the new world order.
This is the new world order for baseball. Yeah. The All-Star break is here. It's Home Run Derby tonight. All-Star game tomorrow night. Netflix has the Home Run Derby tonight.
What a joke.
Going to Netflix. They've got the cash. And baseball wants the cash. MLB Draft do anything for you? Some local guys picked. BYU pitcher Garrison Sumner in the 13th round. Crew McChesney in the 17th.
Well, the first kid taken, I think, was out of Utah Valley, and there was also a Utah Tech kid drafted, so that's kind of cool.
Petey Soto Jr. out of Utah Tech in the 18th round. Yeah. Utes had a couple guys picked, so half dozen or so college guys there.
Jake Long, he can bash. I went to a Utah baseball game this year. Check out that new stadium.
Jake Long, go deep.
It's very beautiful stadium.
Bees beat the Sacramento Rivercats 11-8 in their series finale. They get a few days off for the All-Star break as well. DJ and PK. World Cup semifinals are set. France is going to face Spain on Tuesday. England takes on Argentina on Wednesday as England and Argentina both win their quarterfinals. Saturday, Argentina benefiting as the Swiss take the red card and go down to 10 men, and they score 2 goals late in the extra 30 minutes. So they escape again. Still haven't played a team in the top 20, but, well, I guess Switzerland was the first team they played in the top 20. England will be their best test by far. And FIFA's president said they're discussing expanding the tournament to 64 teams in time for the 2030 edition of the tournament. They just went to 48 this year, but a bunch of the teams in the first time performed pretty well. More games equals more money. There you go.
Yeah, my wife, she can play on the Switzerland team.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Father's Swiss.
Father's Swiss, so
She
she's
had
eligible.
dual citizenship. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I couldn't say a word during that game the other night.
Quiet down. The Swiss are trying to figure out how to do this with 10 players.
Means everything.
DJ and PK.
#golf.
Tom Kim wins the Scottish Open by 2 strokes over Moonwoo Lee, by 4 over everybody else. 17 under. Gets his first W in a while. He was clearly thrilled with that. Rory McIlroy provides the highlight of the tournament, getting mic'd as he hits a shot way, way left. I am so bad at golf. Well, on that particular swing, maybe, sure, but went 6 under on the front side and ended up shooting a 64. Not that bad a day. Retired tennis star Marty Fish won his 3rd American Century Golf Championship. He beat former NHL player Joe Pavelski. Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry finished 3rd overall as they played at Lake Tahoe. So, plenty
beautiful,
golf.
man. I played that course years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a long time ago when I didn't have the finances that I have now. And went over there, and it was like $100, right? So I got to pay double because my wife's going to play. And I'm excited to play it. You know, I mean, it's a lot of money anytime, but it was more of a lot of money back then, if you understand what I'm saying. And so the guy says, hey, you get about a half hour. You want to hit some balls? Yeah. Okay, $10. What? I said, I'll pass. You pay that kind of dough, you're figuring the range balls are included. My gosh. But it wasn't included. So
you want to hit some range balls? Pay me more.
I know. Because that year, I think I had turned 30 and we went to Palm Springs. We were living in California. and played PGA West, and the balls were included, right?
Yeah.
I don't normally, especially back then, pay that kind of dough.
$100 not exactly your average muni, where you expect to be charged for golf balls for the range.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Which is why I always sneak a bunch of garbage balls on, and I keep a little sack in my car. Yeah, it was fun to play for sure. And then, so I try to watch that a little bit each year. And so I turned that on Saturday, watched that a little bit. You know, the aerial view of the lake, just gorgeous. Then you flip over one station, and they're playing the Scottish Open, and it's delayed because of fog. And it looks like it's 40 degrees.
When did Sherlock Holmes come walking through to solve the mystery?
Who would want to live there, man? Jeez.
Meanwhile, they put up the hoop, and all the basketball guys are going by, hitting shots, then grabbing the clubs, going back to work.
Yeah. I mean,
how many? Is it just 18 or the 36 holes there? Or is it just 18 holes? It's just 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
Unless they built a new one.
Yeah, I didn't know. I figured you'd been there, so I didn't know how big a complex it was.
I've been to Tahoe a ton of times.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, that's what's going on. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Mitch Harper back from Big 12 Media Days. BYU Insider for KSL Sports will join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk with him. Chandler Holt, Jazz Insider, is still in Las Vegas for KSL Sports. We'll talk with him coming up at 9 o'clock. And it is Open Championship week. Scottish Open in the books. Here comes the British Open. The Copper Rock Open Championship begins today. We'll be assigning golfers every hour. Be ready to dial. The winner's going to get a Copper Rock branded polo, outerwear piece, hat, and a $100 gas gift card. Brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. So plenty of gear and free gas from Copper Rock. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Nobody cares about the score. Washington did beat the Jazz 92-88. AJ DeBonsa, his first game in Summer League, had some moments. Darren Peterson still put up the points, but not quite at the level and quite the efficiency that we saw in the 2 games in Salt Lake City. So everybody out there is like, oh, AJ won that head-to-head battle.
You've got to remove loyalty, which is hard to do. And I think in this case, there's a lot of people that are torn in this valley because, one guy, AJ, played here locally, and then obviously Darren being picked. So I just actually sat back like a coach would sit back, and I watched it. And I think what AJ showed is what AJ can do. Basically, on one end, AJ was kind of being AJ, and on the other end, Washington was hell-bent on not even letting him get a catch.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Question of the morning. Caleb Wilson, the number 4 pick in the draft, scored 35 points. He made 7 3-pointers for the Bulls Summer League team in his first game in 5 months. He'd been out with a broken wrist. Is it too early? It is too early for buyer's remorse, right? It is. Tell me that is so.
Maybe not.
Randy, come on, man. After one Summer League game, he could very well end up being great, but nobody in the top 4 picks will have buyer's remorse. This was just a great draft class.
You don't know that, man. That sounds good.
It does sound good, but usually somebody in the top 4 has buyer's remorse. What are the odds all 4 guys are going to hit? Seems pretty slim. Something will go wrong for somebody. What that will be, what that'll look like, who the heck knows? Could be injuries. Could just be bad play.
This is all about three-point shooting is what we're told, man. You got to be able to hit a three-pointer. DeBonsa's 1 of 11 so far in his 2 games from 3. I think he's 12 of 22 otherwise. But 1 of 11, that ain't going to work.
That was melodic.
Well, it's the truth, man.
Bill said, I heard the criticism was he had no range. I guess that's been answered.
And he's 6'10", and obviously he didn't get an opportunity to play in the NCAA tournament and all those times when pressure really mounts. He was injured, unfortunately for him. And, would that have made a difference if he would have had a sensational tournament run? We've seen guys get drafted higher based on tournament stuff. A little dangerous to do that, to go strictly on a 2 or 3 week basis, but they get hot and all that stuff, and those things can happen. And, what do you do in those possibilities there where it's so intriguing, but yet they don't have any staying power and they wash out? Or Wilson is just, man, he was going to be great, and he's 6'10", and he can shoot like that. That's a commodity right there. There's no question that's a commodity, especially if you believe that three-point shooting is where it's at for so many of these teams and players and analytic dudes who never watch games. You don't blame me.
I read the quote. I thought of you when I saw it. Unnamed Eastern Conference scout.
Yeah.
Do they even watch the games?
Right. So he goes out there and just lights it up. And the game meant something special for him because he hadn't played in so long. None of these other guys had missed. You know, when it was their time to play, they played in the tournament. And you can say Peterson didn't play as much. We understand that. But he played some more down the stretch. And it wasn't a big-time injury where it was going to take a long time for him with those cramping situations that he had and issues. But for Wilson, obviously, man, no one's going to doubt that the kid was injured, couldn't play, blah, blah, blah. We all understand that. So you could tell he had a little more emotion going into it because it was his first time after returning from an injury. And I don't know his history. Usually when you're young, you don't have that many injuries, so maybe he hadn't had it, and it's the first time the game was taken away from him because of that. A significant one, no less. And, coach ends up getting fired over there. Could that have made a difference? Possibly. Who knows? So a lot of things were going into it there. The guy that recruited him gets canned, and they bring in little Mikey Malone, son of Brenda Malone, former NBA coach. Shocking. So he had it. Clearly that game meant something more to him.
He had a lot to prove, and he had a lot of emotion, and he had 5 months to psych himself up for it.
Yeah, and if he could shoot like that, wow. There's no way that in 3 or 4 or 5 years, whenever you want to look at the draft, everything is going to fall exactly in order.
Because that's not how the draft works. Scott says he had no assists, but it's very impressive. All 4 of the top 4 picks are rookie sensations.
Remains to be seen if they are.
And the no assists, when you're you and you're the number 4 pick in the draft and you're on a summer league team, keep shooting.
Well, assists. You're playing with guys who aren't going to be in the NBA.
Yeah. Right. So, number 1, you don't have to pass to them. And number 2, if you throw them a great pass, do they pass up the shot? Do they miss the shot?
Right.
Do they get fouled when they're taking the shot?
I know everybody loves anti-vaxxer, but assists are the most overrated stat there are.
Right next to steals. Steals 1, assist 2. Gambling and getting out of position on the steal.
I mean, to me, you're a defensive player. If you're a good defensive player, doesn't necessarily mean you gambled. Now, that's to take away nothing from Stockton because he was awesome.
Stockton would say that about steals. He did say that about steals. Got to be careful with those. Some of them are team-oriented plays, but some of them can be really selfish plays that put your team in a bad spot. Just depends. You have to analyze each one.
I would love to see Stockton play today. It'd be so fun to see him shoot 48% from 3 and score 27 points a game.
John, shoot more.
Yeah. Oh, man, when you make that kind of high percentage, which I have no doubt he would have made it, have that opportunity. He would have had fewer assists, but far more points with the 3-point shooting, and you got to take it. You just must. The game will cease to exist if you don't jack up threes.
The game will cease to exist. Basketball
As
will go
we
away,
know it.
replaced by team handball and dodgeball.
Replaced by not play your sport, man.
Soccer.
He immediately goes to that.
Brian says, what about John Tunje, whom the Jazz drafted last year and cut loose? He had 20 points, 5 boards, 2 assists, 3 steals, 5 threes on 5 of 9 shooting. Secured the win with a game-winning steal and slam dunk in OT. Maybe the Jazz should have given him a longer look.
Not 6'10".
Well, there is that. The size combined with the talent is awfully imposing.
Yeah. 6'10" guys don't normally get their shots blocked or even impeded from that distance. That's what really floats your boat there is the size.
Somebody defends you and you just shoot over them.
And if he has that shooting ability, yeah, that's what's exciting. 100% would be that great size. If you have that shooting ability with that size, wow, that's something to behold, no doubt about it.
Ryan says, I still think the Jazz got the best player in the draft, but if I were picking, I'd pick Caleb Wilson second. I think he's phenomenal. The biggest knock on him had been his shooting. Last night's performance suggests he could shoot 35% from three. If he tightens up his hand a little bit in addition to all the other things he does, he'll be an absolute monster.
Well, I don't understand that. They got the best player in the draft, but if I was drafting second, I would have taken the second best player.
No, I think he's saying that Caleb Wilson is the second best player.
Okay.
I would pick Caleb Wilson second. He says the Jazz got the best player. I think he says if he got to pick them all.
So didn't take the best player.
That's what he's saying is that to him, then he's going to have DeBonce and Boozer 3-4 in some order. That's how I took that.
Yeah. DeBonce fire away in the summer. It doesn't matter. But I'd be very judicious with him in the regular season, or most especially in the playoffs. If they'll get to the playoffs. They'll play on a playoff team at some point. If not this year, next year, whenever. Because it's not his game. But he's so awesome on the other stuff.
All these guys are getting a lot of shots now. Now, depending on your team, you got enough veterans. With the Wizards and the Jazz, you can see there's other guys on both those rosters who are going to get shots. So I don't know that we're going to see these guys launching 18 shots a game. I'd bet against it.
Why not, if they're the best player?
I don't think they're going to be the best player. I think the shots will get spread around. But in any given night, they might be the best player, and maybe they will. Maybe they'll just take off, and by midseason, they'll be flying. And they will get their 15 to 20 shots a game.
I mean, if you're worthy of taking the shots, take the shots. And, I don't care how old you are.
Mickey dismisses all of this. One game is a small sample size, and one summer league game at that. So Mickey is not hopping on the hype train.
Yeah, but I think it's more than that. How many games did he play in college? How many times did you see him on the summer circuit? It's not one game. It's just a higher profile game, but it's not one game.
They got a huge rep before they ever arrive in Vegas.
Yeah.
Bill, my prediction has been a Bulls-Jazz finals rematch in 2032. So Caleb balling out fits the timeline. Smiley face emoji. 6 years away.
6 years.
These guys are 25, and they're taking over the league. 24, yeah. I guess, in the case of Boozer.
I mean, it's impossible to figure out what the league is going to look like at that point, but those guys would be far enough. If you're in your sixth year, it really doesn't matter if you're 25, 24, 28, and you've gotten the time to develop, which we anticipate all these youngsters being able to do. You should have a good read on where they're at that point. That seems to me like that's enough time, given the fact that they have the opportunity to be prominent players. If you want to go this year, okay, because they're rookies, you got to feel it out a little bit, and you got some vets there. You'll always have vets. Every rookie who joins the league will join a team that has vets, some better than others, obviously, but that ought to flush out as you get fourth, fifth season, I would think.
Yes, I think that does
Doesn't mean you can't still be developing, but you also should mean that you've got it going on as far as who you're going to be, or you're showing significant promise and potential, and it's more than potential. It's actually there's cashing in and a realization rather than potential. You can still develop, I understand that, but I think that by the time these guys are at 25, particularly at the top of the draft, when they demand time and because of their talent, they won't be brought along slow beyond the first year, beyond the second year. So we're tripling that. We're going into the sixth year. I have no idea if the Jazz and Bulls are going to play each other in the finals, but the point is we're trying to extrapolate and see where they'll be. Wherever they'll be, there's enough time to get there at that point.
Many, many things can happen, and we'll have to see what happens to Spurs between now and then. Is Victor Wembanyama really going to dominate the league no matter what? Is he always going to be taking less money to put more players around him? And there'll be other teams that rise up. I mean, you can look at it every year and then go back and look at the standings 3 years earlier, and the teams that are on top tend to go down, and the teams that are at the bottom tend to have come up. So
he's a star. That's great, but he didn't dominate this year. So I'm not anointing him some dominator. He's not a dominator.
The dominator.
Not even. To me, it's not even close. He's got a long way to go. He's taking cheap shots. He's pouting.
He's elbowed a lot of guys in the head.
Yeah,
and
he wants to shoot
that.
20-footers, 18-footers with the literal finals game on the line.
Which every coach has to be thinking, at least he's not dunking on us.
I can get 10 guys to do that. What do you want to be? You might as well be 6'4". Your height played no advantage at that point. So I'm not sure he's capable of dominating. Maybe he will. But he didn't prove it this year, and this year is not a case-closed situation on the other hand either. He'll have plenty of time to develop himself and get better also. He's got a lot of physical advantages, and he had a nice season for sure. But in the final, against the Knicks, obviously, that doesn't have a real dominant defensive big man, he did all right. But let that team develop too. And maybe at that point in 3 to 4 years, the team is developed, and a Dylan Harper or whomever it might be with other guys. Wembanyama doesn't need to be the dominant force every single time with the game on the line in order for that team to win. Even Jordan didn't do it every single time. But you had to have 8 guys on him.
Nobody does it every single time, and you get a couple guys who are really awesome. It's a little bit like you going to the track to watch the horse race when you're in 6th grade or whatever. Somebody looks really good 2 furlongs in, but at a half mile, another horse is in the lead and looks good, and that could be the way these guys develop. Shaq and Duncan passed titles back and forth. Magic and Bird passed MVPs and titles back and forth. If you take a snapshot any one year, you think this player or that, but over the course of the career, everybody's piling up MVPs and everybody's piling up championships. And then you finally get to the end and you pick one guy or the other. But along the way, plenty of highs.
Yeah, and Big Vic may have that, but he's got a lot to prove. I'm not anointing him anything. No one has anointed anything.
You got to do it.
Simply earned. Everybody who's ever done whatever has got there through one way, work and production. It's the only way to do it. And we'll see what he can do.
There are people dismissing this whole conversation, John. WTF are you talking about? One summer league game.
Yeah, again, it's not one summer league game. It's a snapshot of the most recent game.
Trent, summer league. We're not even talking about a real game. We're talking about summer league.
We're talking about shooting.
That is what we're talking about.
And shooting and I'm told
points.
3-pointers really, really, really matter. And shooting is shooting. You can go to the park, and if you can shoot, you can shoot. And if this kid is going to shoot of this caliber, then maybe he should have gone higher. This is taking away from nobody else. I mean, no one's taking anything away from Olajuwon, but a Jordan should have gone 1.
Clearly.
Yeah, that doesn't take away from Akeem the Dream or Hakeem the Dream.
His 2 titles could have gone second, his Hall of Fame career.
You'd be ecstatic to get a player like that, but that doesn't mean he should have gone number 1.
And as you said earlier, it seems super unlikely that these 4 were taken in the correct order.
Yeah.
So who missed?
We're certainly not downgrading anyone that was taken above him, but that's the fun part of the basketball draft, you know? No one's looking at, we got to wait years in the draft, the baseball draft that was a couple of days this weekend to know, oh, this guy. And plus with baseball, too, you got the signability. They can go to college, blah, blah, blah. You know, they'll see that they're trying to maybe change that, which I'm not sure I'm going to agree with, but we'll see how that plays out, you know? And Mike Trout was drafted 28th. Because there's all, with baseball and in the NBA, it's all slotted, what you can get, basically, and it's a free-for-all in the MLB. So you got to factor that stuff in, and what do they want, what do you've got available, blah, blah, blah. But nobody really does that. In basketball, we do it all the time. It's fun. We go back, and especially now with the computer, you can just fire up your phone. Yeah, I want to see what the 2007 draft is, just to randomly pick a draft. And who made it, who didn't, who should have been drafted higher, blah, 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 blah,
and
on and on and on.
Yeah, and the top 4 aren't going to go in order.
Yeah, and it's fun to do. So all you people who are criticizing, you can just go to HE Double Toothpicks. The way I see it. There's one thing I wanted to add to this, man. Keontae George, the guy's just turning into an old man with his maturity. They did that in-game interview. He's really got it locked down. Everything he says,
saying the right things,
is so impressive.
Having the right attitude.
Yeah. And it's not about me. He's naming 5-6 guys on the team. What he's doing to improve and all that sort of stuff. And maybe that's just his natural progression as a human being and as a young man growing up and seeing the big picture. But if I'm Jazz management, and I got to say, man, if every time I listen to him do these public interviews, he just really seems like his head is on straight and he knows where it's going and what it takes to get there. And that's exciting. If I'm a fan of this team, which to an extent I am, that really excites me. Every time you hear him talk, you just think, that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, the only thing I disagree with there is natural progression. I don't think it is a natural progression, and I think that's why it's so impressive. I think that's why it's catching not just your ear, your eye and your ear, which it is, but I think it's catching other people too, because that's not always what you hear. There can be more me, and sometimes I think that's justifiable. But I think when you hear a young player, it catches your ear and eye because there have to be people to have a winning team and winning organization. There have to be leaders who have that attitude and who say those things, who observe those things and say those things and act on those things, or you don't have the complete group. Somebody has to be the grown-up in the room and observe all that. And sometimes there's got to be somebody who isn't like that, who is about me, and I'm going to go get a shot. I mean, Jordan was a weird mix of both of those things. But, when he was smacking teammates, when he was popping Steve Kerr or whoever, or not even necessarily hitting, but just intimidating his teammates, he wasn't that guy. There had to be someone in the room that had that attitude.
Yeah, but knowing what we know of Kerr, didn't he deserve to get smacked?
I think the answer to that is no, because even in Jordan's own retelling, in his own documentary, he's like, yeah, that was wrong. Give me the phone number. I got to call him.
He had it coming.
I'm hitting you in advance.
He had it coming.
I'm hitting you in advance for 2024.
And then it paid off. And he made the game-winning shot because he knew, I don't want to get punched in the face again. All right? So, I think Jordan, I think he was right.
I think it's an unusual level of maturity for somebody that age, and something that we definitely, I know I would absolutely not have bet on this, on Keontae, watching him his first 2 years in the league. And then, man, flip the switch, whole new attitude. So to me, it's not so much a natural progression. That's something specific he worked on with somebody, and the whole mental health thing. And it's not just that, though. And it's also whoever is advising him, whoever he's talking to, he's got a development coach, whatever older players he turns to. Like, he's turned to the right people, but he deserves credit for absorbing it and being able to put it back. Because sometimes people say stuff like that, and you can hear people like, well, they're trying to say the right thing, but they're kind of messing this up. Or they're trying to suck up to somebody, but it sounded genuine coming from him. And you have a finely tuned BS meter. You really do. It's one of your best qualities. So when this kind of stuff resonates with you, I really think he's really in the right groove. He's really on point. Because you would come in here otherwise and you'd be like, oh, come on, please. There was a time, it's probably when Yak was just starting, or maybe it was when Yak was still listening to high school. It was a while ago.
Born.
There were like 3 or 4 years in a row until this group of guys really gets along. You're like, what is going on in the locker room? You were selling that really hard. This group is really going to get along.
Now don't protest too much.
Yeah, you told us the last group was going to get along. I don't know when that was. It's like 2008, 10, 12, somewhere in there. I don't know. It was a long time ago. And you were. I remember hearing that and thinking, what is going on? And you literally walked in the next morning. What is going on? Why are we getting sold this again? So the fact that this is landing the way it lands with you, and it's not just you, it's landing this way with other people too. But that speaks well, and it's the kind of thing that should excite people because you need the tangible stuff. You need the 6'10" guy who can shoot it. In this case, 7 foot. With Markkanen and with Jackson. But you also need the guys who get the leadership, the guys who are going to be good role players. You need the whole thing. You can't just ride one star player to a championship.
Right.
All right, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is the week of the Open Championship. See, this is an individual sport. You can ride one player to a championship, and maybe it'll be the player we give away right now. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE will be assigned a golfer in the Open Championship. We're giving away the top 25 players, and one player gets the field on our show every hour all day long. We'll be giving away a golfer here on the station today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. The winner will win Copper Rock branded gear, polo, outerwear piece, hat, plus a $100 gift card for gas. So it's all brought to you by Copper Rock. You can't beat that. Where the pros play. Call now. 801-575-ZONE. And we will, 801-575-ZONE. And caller 12 will get hooked up and be qualified. DJ and PK. More in a moment. Mitch Harper, BYU Insider for KSL Sports at the top of the hour. Coming up next, the one thing that went wrong that we all had to endure. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Yeah, reports of a crash at 2100 South in Redwood Road involving a motorcyclist and a car. Seeing the first emergency vehicles arrive on the scene right now, but obviously keep you apprised of that throughout the morning. But avoid that area if at all possible. Attention property managers, customers judge your property in the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Visit them today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, she is Sarah Todd. I don't think Jackson Hayes is the solution. Nurk, I'm not sure if he's the solution either. What do you think the Jazz do as far as center going forward?
None of that is going to be a solution long term, right? But anybody that thinks that the Jazz going into this particular season being a legitimate title contender, that's not realistic. It doesn't have to be that the Jazz have their perfect center for the timeline for this team right now. This Jazz team needs to be able to prove as constructed that they're able to win games. The expectation is still you make the playoffs, you definitely need to be a play-in team like at worst. Yeah, down the road, the center position is going to need to be fortified a little bit, but that can happen over the next few years kind of as they ramp their way up through the Western Conference.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, Wednesday 10 to 2. They're going to be at Bar Dub Grill off exit 222 in Nephi. Question of the morning. How are you handling this record heat? 109 in Salt Lake City, the hottest day since they started keeping temperatures in 1874. Nick, got the Utah County City Baseball Tournament this week. 4 games on Monday.
That's today.
Jay, this heat's not so bad.
Today.
Yeah. Jay says the heat's not so bad. I umpired 6 men's softball games Saturday, and it was only 115 on the infield. I love the heat.
Yeah, okay, but you do not have the gear on as a softball umpire. It's a little easier there. I used to umpire baseball, youth baseball.
Big old chest protector inside your shirt?
Yeah. And it was games that start at 4 or 5 o'clock, the hottest part of the day in Arizona. That was rough.
When you get hit by the foul tip, how much do you feel it through that chest protector, having never umpired?
Well, my pectoral majors are just that, so.
You forgot about bench day here.
Yeah. So, I mean, most of the time, if I didn't even have time, I didn't wear one. But yeah, I mean, it's hot. There's no doubt about it, man. I went out. My wife's playing in a tournament coming up this week, so we want to go at a course to get she's a little more comfortable with the course.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to name it, but so they get this guy hooked up with us, he's older than I am, and the back nine, and it's warm. I mean, it's like 103, 104. I grew up playing with that.
Mm-hmm.
I can handle it. It's not ideal, but I can handle it. And the back nine, he says, excuse me, man. If you see me over here breathing hard, I had a heart ablation or something like that. Whatever.
Ooh, ablation.
I mean, you're all into the medical stuff. I knew you would know.
Yeah.
So I thought, all I got to do is come close to the word, and you'll fill it in because you worry about that stuff. And so I'm putting on a par 3, and I got about a 20-footer, and he's over there on one knee.
Oh, jeez. I can't focus on this putt if
I
you're
know.
about to keel over, dude.
I know.
It's not that important. And I really want to make the putt, but
I did. I 3-putted, yeah. And it's like, go home, man. We do not want to administer first aid here.
You're not going to get a
It's
medal.
way hot.
Yeah.
You had this surgery. Is it surgery or some type of medical procedure 3 weeks ago? And he is wheezing And it's getting progressively, just standing there, leaning over, then on one knee. What's next?
Flat on his back, not breathing, eyes rolling back into his head.
Like, big fella, go home. You're a decent player. It's been fun to play with you, but this is not what we want here. And fortunately, he did quit, but not till the 18th hole. Thinking, it's just too hot. That's okay. If it's too hot, it's too hot. I get it. A buddy and I, we went down a couple years back, and the wives came. We played Black Desert on Saturday or Friday, I forget. And it was pretty warm, so it's in July. And then we want to go to Conestoga, which is a nice course over there in Mesquite, and it 114. And they sent us out, and a guy followed us the whole time, like a marshal. And he would go back and get cold towels, come back.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we're the only ones out there. And that was a little warm.
So he's not worried about slow play because there's literally nobody behind you.
He's worried about death.
Wow.
So it was warm. And 109 for here, yeah, man.
Because some of the St. George courses in the summer, they close. It's like the opposite of the freeze thing where they don't open in the morning in some place. Well, here in Utah, northern Utah, because of the freeze and you can damage the greens and all that. So they wait till it warms up. But there's courses like, it's 2 o'clock, we're done.
Most courses don't take times after like one.
Yeah.
Or several of them don't. So, it's pointless. But, yeah, I'm used to it to a degree. And we've gone back in the summers. I criticized, we had 3 parents who passed in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why couldn't you pass in January? Make light of what do they call that, gallows humor?
Come down there for a week when it's 69 or 79 degrees instead of when it's 99 or 100.
Still, I don't live there anymore. Yeah. I've gone out. And the courses are much cheaper. Used to have a lot of baseball youth stuff that they do at the spring training sites in May and June. And it's warm. But 109, that's for up here, that's outrageous. I would imagine people, and you got to be aware of it. When I was a kid, I used to go out running at 4 o'clock just to see if I could do it. But I'm like 18 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so,
you ever just douse yourself with water before you go so you don't have to sweat and you end up getting dehydrated?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I would drink and let the water not go all the way in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Just go down the
just
front.
Bubble all over. Yeah. Either that or pour it. Dad was famous for pouring stuff down the back.
You got to do those types of things. Yeah. It's best to take it easy, especially if you got any type of condition. You shouldn't be doing anything. I mean, I wouldn't go out running now, but I would do it as a kid, just to see how bad it was. Just to see if you can do it.
David says, I died from the heat, and I'm replying to you from the other side. It is much hotter down here.
Well, that's the theory, I don't know. What do you people believe on that stuff?
Yuck.
What? You don't have faith? You don't have beliefs?
Yuck is our Sunday school teacher here.
That's
not my calling anymore.
Really? You're out? Yeah, me
you
too.
Go on Sundays.
Yeah,
I'm not singling down, narrowing down a single faith here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's literal or if it's a metaphor. I'd rather not find out.
Well, I'll let you know.
Someone else can report back to me.
Yeah, okay. I'll send up messages.
Brett says, I'm handling the heat just fine. I had an early hike. I washed the Jeep. I adjusted the sprinklers, and now I'm doom scrolling on Facebook.
Doomed?
Doom scrolling.
What does that mean?
That's how we hit this. You get on Facebook, and you endlessly just keep going from post to post to post to post, and that's how we hit our post and commented on it.
People still do that on Facebook?
Apparently.
I thought Facebook was old news there when it comes to that stuff.
The heat thing got 22 comments. Something else got 24.
Right,
Last
but you're
week,
not endlessly
100.
scrolling is what I'm saying. I realize you're posting stuff.
Do you think people go, that's interesting. I wonder if most people hit us when they're doom scrolling or if they go check specific people.
I have no clue. I don't do Facebook. I've never done Facebook.
I don't. I do Facebook specifically for work, as do you. And I assume that they're doom scrolling, but I don't know.
Is that a phrase, doom scrolling?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Ed says, I slip and slide in a Speedo.
Nice.
Put the slip and slide out in front lawn. Tell the kids, go get your own slip and slide. Turn the sprinklers on. These are my sprinklers.
Okay. I like it.
Draw a line. For you and I, it's easy, though, because we have access to the ultimate cool down, the ultimate cool zone. All we got to do is put on the long johns, heavy parkas, drive down here to the station, and sit in the studio. Cools you right down. It's perfect.
Not bad in here.
It's in the 60s here this morning. Nice. All right, DJ and PK, Mitch Harper, BYU Insider for KSL Sports, back from the Big 12 Media Days. We'll talk Cougars and Big 12 football with him next. Stay with us.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win a family 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Bryan at Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 7th. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
Hey, this is Aaron, owner of Greenify Energy Savers. Most, if not all of you, probably thought that your chance to go solar was gone, or that it just didn't feel worth it anymore because the residential solar tax credit expired in 2025. But I'm here to tell you, hope is not lost. In fact, homeowners can still receive an upfront credit equal to 25% of the cost of a qualifying solar and or battery system. How is that possible? Well, Greenify Energy Savers has partnered with a large national investment group to make it happen. While the federal tax credit expired for residentially owned systems, it did not expire for commercially owned systems. The investment group co-owns the system with you for the first 6 years, allowing them to receive the commercial tax benefits. After that, ownership automatically transfers 100% back to you. To find out how this program can work for your home, call Greenify Energy Savers at 801-948-4464 or online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Call Greenify today at 801-948-4464 and see how you can still save 25% on solar for your home.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we're joined by Mitch Harper, BYU insider for KSL Sports. Mitch, good morning. Welcome back from Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Happy to be on with you today.
Mitch, when does BYU do it? When do they just follow in Jarrah Jones' footsteps and build their own Ford Center, their own 12,000, 10,000 seat dome? All the high school games in there, Lone Peak on Thursday, Timpview on Friday, a Saturday triple header. That's the way they do it in Texas. When does it happen?
It's a great idea. BYU, that's one thing that I've been kind of surprised with BYU is that they've never had their own, football command center similar to what Utah has. They always had that student athlete building for the practice side and football ops, but they kind of need a football operations center, and having their own indoor football facility would be probably great, because then you could add revenue. But that seems like something that would probably be on the back page for BYU, especially with facilities now in college sports. It seems like it's all about just finding as much revenue to add it to the rosters.
What's the update on Parker Kingston?
Parker Kingston, no, nothing's really changed. When that case got dismissed, and now he's, a free man, innocent, reached out to BYU for a comment on that, and they had no comment at all. They didn't even decline comment. They just didn't respond. So nothing's really changed on that front, with Parker Kingston. I'd be surprised if, he was at BYU playing football, but no new information on that situation. I think what makes it challenging too is that if he was to ever be back at BYU, that case could be refiled. And I know that the state has said that it would be refiled. And I remember talking to legal analysts with KSL, Greg Scortis. They believe that it was going to be refiled quickly, and it hasn't been refiled yet. But if there was a situation where he's on the team and then it gets refiled, that would be kind of a difficult situation there for BYU. So nothing's really changed on that front. And so right now he's still, no longer part of the university, no longer a student, no longer part of the football team.
He would face honor code sanctions. There had been references to Retzlaff's situation, and we know he had a suspension and chose not to take it, and goes to Tulane and plays immediately. It seems like with the threat of possible refiling, that potentially prevents him from playing for anywhere then, right?
Yeah, it would feel like that. And also, too, the ghost transfer rules now with the NCAA that basically kind of got created after the Retzlaff situation. And look, any NCAA rule could obviously get an injunction, get thrown in court, and probably get thrown out. But if a school adds someone outside the portal window because he never entered the portal during the portal window in January, that school could face the head coach being suspended up to 6 games and get a multi-million-dollar fine from the NCAA by adding players outside of the portal window as ghost transfers. And an addition like Kingston, who really good football player last year, that would garner headlines. And then you add in the fact that what he was facing off the field as to what would cause that. I'd be pretty surprised. And again, that refiling element is tricky. And what's difficult too for him, because again, he's an innocent man here on all of this right now with it being dismissed. This is his 5th year. So the 5-5 potentially wouldn't apply to him because he already used a redshirt year in 2022. And then this would be his 5th year that would then expire his eligibility. So very, very difficult situation all around.
There's been a lot of talk about what the BYU receiver group looks like now. What does it look like to you right now?
They're going to have to rely on those freshmen to come in and perform at a high level. And, the expectation is that wide receiver 1 is going to be JoJo Phillips going in, but I think that's something that could be a moving target in the season. Someone else could emerge, and maybe it's Kyler Casper, the Oregon transfer, but the wild card in this unit is the freshman, and particularly Legend Glasgow, who will probably take on that Parker Kingston role this year. And, he emerged in spring ball as someone that was already trending towards being a starter, and it wouldn't shock me at all if he's starting this season and they expect, big things from him. Even Bear Bachmeier at Big 12 Media Day noted that Legend already knows the playbook inside and out, and that's one of the reasons he was getting a lot of first-team snaps in spring ball. So Legend Glasgow, and then, I think the one that really could be interesting is Jaron Pula, the heralded freshman from Lone Peak High School, was once a UCLA commit, then he flipped to Utah, then to BYU. Kind of a long, windy road in the recruiting trail. Those two guys in particular, I think they need them to hit instantly this year, because I think that they feel good about, JoJo Phillips and Casper, but those guys to me seem more like, at best maybe a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 right now. I mean, look, last year at this time we didn't know about Kingston being potentially a wide receiver 1 type guy, maybe a byproduct of also having Chase Roberts to get a lot of attention. But Kingston emerged and became a star, but they don't have a Roberts or a Kingston anywhere close to that in this receiver unit. And it's a big question for this team. Like the talent's intriguing, but just no one's performed consistently to make you feel confident about wide receiver 1, 2, or 3 heading into fall camp in a few weeks.
You already mentioned 2 or 3 newcomers, a couple of freshmen, and then a transfer. How about some other new faces?
I think some of the new faces on this team that are going to be interesting. Paki Finau, left tackle for BYU, and he's going to anchor that left tackle spot. And the offensive line is interesting this year because they brought in a bunch of transfers from the transfer portal, and Finau will probably be the most impactful one right away. Some of the other guys, Zach Yamauchi from Stanford, he got injured in spring ball. So he's really never taken many snaps to where you kind of have a point of reference of what he can provide on this O-line. Junior Sia from Utah State was primarily an offensive tackle with the Aggies. He's going to play right guard for BYU, but he's expected to be probably a second teamer in behind Sonny Mocassini, a returning veteran. And then, BYU's got Paki Finau, who primarily played guard at Washington. He's always been an interior offensive lineman. So he's kicking out to left tackle, and they like him there. But I think going back to the freshman piece with some of the wide receivers, there's intriguing young offensive linemen that in a perfect world would allow for BYU to kick Paki Finau in at guard and then have some of these freshmen emerge at offensive tackle, say a Bot Molitalo, who was from Lone Peak, a top 100 recruit, once committed to Oregon, or even a Siosia Latu Finau, who was, heavily recruited by Stanford and Cal, committed to BYU in the 2025 cycle. Guys like that are really talented players that they feel could be talented players potentially. Maybe they emerge as like tackles, but Bot Molitalo is one that I'll be intrigued to see how he continues to develop in fall camp. But Finau is going to be the one that's probably the most impactful newcomer, protecting that blind side for Bear Bachmeier. But again, I think as far as his best position out along that offensive line, it's a guard, because that's what he's primarily played his whole career. They like him at left tackle, but it's a new position for him. So there's not many game snaps for him at that spot. If you want to get the best 5 possible, which is something that, BYU's staff with A-Rod and TJ Woods have talked about, I think that would be, kind of intriguing to see if that could, kind of materialize where some of those young guys emerge and creates an opportunity for maybe to get that best five, to get them in their true positions along that offensive line.
All that time at the Star in Dallas, what did you learn about any of these other teams? And is there anybody else you came away really impressed with and thinking they could be good? Or did you come away thinking usual suspects, everybody knew what to think coming in, and we all think the same thing walking out?
I think a team that's going to be, really intriguing that, and maybe PK will appreciate this, but I think Arizona State, I wish there would have been a little bit more of an emphatic victory at the quarterback position with Cutter Boley in that quarterback battle. He's a transfer from Kentucky. But I just really trust Kenny Dillingham that Arizona State is becoming a consistent winner now. I think it kind of gets a little bit overlooked of, how, pretty competitive they were despite a lot of injuries, a lot of, different lineups last season. They still put together, I think it was an 8 or 9 win season on the heels of the playoffs. And look, they still underachieved compared to where people expected them. But, I remember years where, you go to the Rose Bowl with Plummer and then you dip to like 5 and 6 with, Bruce Snyder. That was always kind of like this erratic up and down type of deal with Arizona State. I feel like they're becoming steady. And I think, BYU's steady. Texas Tech's going to be steady with all their recruiting. And Utah's always going to be in the mix. And I think Utah's schedule sets up really well. So I just really like Arizona State. I love their portal class. A guy like Ashton Stamps, so there's some buzz on him, a cornerback from LSU. He's going to be really good for them. I even put him as a first-team All-Big 12 selection on my ballot. But I just like it. I like ASU. I like Dillingham. I think he's ASU's modern-day Frank Kush, and I think that he's going to be I think he's going to continue to win. I mean, he turned down Michigan. Kalani was a huge story last week with the Penn State stuff. I don't think the Dillingham thing with Michigan was as big of a conversation, but, he turned them down. He stays at ASU, and I think they're built to stay the long haul. So it wouldn't shock me if ASU was in the upper tier. I think another team that I'm kind of intrigued by is UCF. I think UCF, because in the old Pac-12, Alex Grinch was a punchline. But actually, that defense last year, when Scott Frost hired Alex Grinch, the former USC coordinator, who's now at UCF, they were actually pretty good defensively, especially in their pass defense. And I think they'll be good once again with their secondary. And now they've got a competent quarterback, the JMU transfer, Barnett, and I think they got some good running backs as well. UCF, to me, could be kind of intriguing. Maybe they get in that 7 to 8 range, which would be a huge maybe surprise, I think, compared to where people think they're probably in the bottom 4 spots in the league.
Yeah, I think that Dillingham models himself as not the modern version of Frank Kush, the modern version of Kyle Whittingham. And why I say that is because Kyle seemed to always operate best when he was underlooked or overlooked, I guess the expression would be, a little bit, maybe under-respected. And it seems to me that the Devils are kind of right there now. Phil Steele doesn't even have them in their top 45, 50, and guys that do this and really have a lot of name recognition for what their predictions are. And we'll see how it plays out. The potential is there. It could be 6 and 6, or maybe 9 and 3. We'll see somewhere in between. We'll see what happens. But I think he's kind of laying low in the weeds there, like Kyle did for so many years, and then jumps up and bites you. And I know he's talked openly about modeling his program after Kyle, so we'll see what happens. And we know for BYU, their center's Bruce Mitchell, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can he play center on the basketball team too?
Seriously, that would be a welcomed addition just to bring some resolution to this roster. But yeah, I mean, BYU, the search continues, and I kind of got the sense it was going to go this direction this late. When I talked to Kevin Young in May at the spring meetings, he basically put it out there that they will wait till the bitter end to get guys. As late as they need to go, that could stretch in October because this market with the centers, I think that they really want to have. They don't want to just throw money blindly at someone who's just a 7-footer. He's only had two points, 3 rebounds, and because that's what's happened this cycle is that there's been a lot of overpays for guys that have really no production, but they're 7 feet, and programs are overpaying because it would seem that the Final Four schools and all the top-level teams, they've got true 7-footers more than ever now. But, obviously with the center position, BYU's missed on some guys. And even Kevin Young's noted that some of the players they've been supposedly linked to, maybe not as accurate as what's been put out there. But Kevin Young, I think they will find someone. They have to. And look, I think the last bucket to turn to will be maybe potentially the players that get an injunction with the 5 and 5, because there's going to have to be some sort of option, because they just don't have the personnel enough to feel like you're going to exceed that 6 seed kind of purgatory that they're in. I mean, BYU is good enough to be a 6 seed next year with the roster they've got. And I think the Big 12 is going to be a little bit weaker next season in basketball, at least just kind of way too early forecast on it. But it still feels like if you're going to make a second weekend run, be a top 16 seed, you've got to have some bigs. And outside of Hadim Boop and Adam Stewart, the TCU walk-on transfer who's played like 4 minutes in 2 years, they don't really have it. So it's concerning. Kevin Young, I think he embraces the possibility of creating a lineup that could be, maybe be able to overcome the shortcomings on the front court right now, but they got to add some bigs. And some of these, pursuit of potential reclassified high school guys show that they know they needed at least one center, at least one. I think they probably need 2, but yeah, I just think this is going to continue to stretch on for quite some time. I mean, we might get September and October, and they're still pursuing one till the very bitter end, because that's what really Kevin Young laid out is what they plan to do. They will wait to the bitter end, because he feels like there was no rush to have this roster finalized in the summer, because they had that last year, and it kind of fell flat by having the roster all together. So he feels like no rush to get it all finalized right now.
Wait till NBA cutdown day.
That's a great point. Hey, look, watching Summer League, I'm like, maybe there's some guy out there right now that you can bring back to the college ranks. That's how crazy it is these days.
You really think they're a 6 seed without any of the bigs that we assume they're going to add, or that we think they need to add? Because that seemed
shooting will be better.
That seemed pretty high end, even allowing for the shooting to be better, as PK says. 6 seed seemed pretty high end to me. Not that I know anything any more than anybody else, so maybe I'm just too low. But you think 6?
I think they can because Rob Wright, they project him to be the best point guard in college basketball. Look, it's got to play out. But as PK said, I think the shooting will be better. I think Colin Chandler is going to be a great fit. I'm really curious to see what Jake Wallin, the Clemson transfer, formerly of Timpview High, Utah as well. He's someone that I think they're going to. He's kind of an interesting guy where the whole player development piece with Kevin Young, what he did with Richie Saunders. I don't expect Wallin to be a Richie Saunders type jump, but I think that's what gives the optimism for maybe BYU fans and this BYU team that they could be better than expected is because guys like him have been in this Kevin Young program and they have gotten better. Now, there are other examples from last year, case in point, where some of these role guys, they just didn't hit any shots, and it was a mess at season's end outside of AJ and Rob Wright. But I just think that there's going to be better chemistry with this team. And I think also, too, there's a lot of guys that they wanted to be at BYU beyond just simply, the paycheck or the spotlight of being around an AJ, being around a Rob Wright. They wanted to be at BYU. And, I think the guys that were retained, even like a Hadim Boop, who could be that starting 5 potentially if we're looking at it right now, they wanted to be at BYU. And Kevin Young really likes Hadim Boop, his aggressiveness on the glass. They even compared him to a Dennis Rodman type player, how he can just absorb rebounds. Kevin Young loves those NBA comps. But I think there's a good maybe camaraderie with this team right now, and I think that the shooting will be better. I think the style of play is going to be a lot more up and down, and that half-second decision-making that Kevin Young loves in those offenses, I think it's going to look a lot more like 2 years ago with spreading that ball around and making Rob Wright a focal point of this team, and then Colin Chandler, as KY notes, I mean, the flag bearer of the BYU program and being kind of the face of BYU and what it's all about. So I think they got a nice blend on the roster. And I think, again, having guys that again, want to be at BYU, I think that's important too, and kind of bringing that chemistry together and fast-tracking that for this team going forward in the next year. So I still think their schedule, we know with these advanced metrics sometimes that you get into the Big 12, if you win some home games, protect home court, which is always a good place for BYU, they'll probably be sitting in that top 30 range of predictive ratings, have a competitive non-conference schedule, get a few wins. They'll be right there in that 6 to 8 seed territory. But I think on the high end, they could be a 6 seed still again, because I just think that this team's going to have better offensive firepower than last season.
Mitch, we'll leave it right there for now. We appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on and talking a little football and a little BYU hoops.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
Mitch Harper, BYU insider for KSL Sports. You can find him on social media. Find him at KSLSports.com and on YouTube as well. A lot of Cougar content out of Mitch. DJ and PK coming up. Chandler Holt, Jazz insider for KSL Sports, will join us at 9 o'clock from Las Vegas. He's down there for the Summer League. And right after the break, we will get another qualifier for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. Be ready to dial after the break right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Earlier delays on I-15 are clear for the most part, aside from one section of slowing headed northbound through the 123rd South area in Draper. Also southbound as you get through North Salt Lake towards downtown, it's a little bit slow and go through that area. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for a qualifier for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. You'll be assigned a golfer in the Open Championship this week. We're giving away the top 25 players, and somebody will get the field. The winner will win a Copper Rock branded polo, outerwear piece, hat, and a $100 gas gift card. It's all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play.
Copper Rock.
Nice.
You had to co-op that branding.
Thank you, Seeger.
Copper Rock.
Jim Williams, Media DC, has a story out about the Cougars could be the Big 12's top brand soon. Put that up on Facebook, got a little bit of reaction. His basic theory, to boil it down here, he's got a story, is that BYU has had a brand name recognition for 40, 50 years. Really 40 since the
BYU posters on my walls as a kid in New Jersey.
So it's a Supreme Court deregulated football, and everybody started putting games on TV, and BYU had quarterbacks throwing the ball all over the place.
I love Virgil Carter.
That's a little before then. That's more the NCAA era. But going independent, although it was painful at the time, did put BYU in primetime national windows.
I mean, Brother Joseph was just one state over from me.
ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2.
He was.
Jersey to New York. I got it. Yeah.
It was a haul.
And then.
I've made the drive.
Stay on point.
I've made the drive.
And then conference membership. BYU gets into the Big 12. They have all this pub that most G5 teams don't have. They get into a Power 4 league. The money is increasing as they go from a partial share to a full share.
I've been to Palmyra.
And NIL turns loose some entrepreneurs. And here we go. Get ready, Cougar fans. Here's a sentence. No Big 12 school has seen a steeper 2-year rise.
These are halcyonic days.
Wow. Pretending like you didn't know what an oblation was last hour, and now he drops halcyonic. Which
were you like studying the thesaurus down there in Frisco? What were we doing?
I could not spell halcyonic.
HALCYON. I see.
Ooh, I probably would have put a bonus C in there. See? Good for you. You advanced the
A lot
lightning
of
round.
C's there.
And I'm out.
You're starting to get to my GPA.
I know. I'm out. I'm out, Jerry.
Thesaurus. I did say that to Mark Harlan.
Were you the unidentified disembodied voice that was on video but was not tagged?
Oh, like 42 times. Hello, that's me. It's old PK, the old guy in the group. I'm right there. See, that's me. Jeez.
An unidentified individual asked a couple
Scotty
of questions.
and Tim Lacombe, they got all. What about me? Man, you turn 70 and they forget you.
Number one, you didn't turn 70. Number two, they never knew you.
I didn't say. I said, when you turn 70. I'm just a little premature on the forgottenness.
Well, one day we'll graduate to the main show.
Hey, Mark had a shot. He brought up your name, too. We were talking about, I said, I was going to ask some tough questions about, I don't know, Kyle leaving, whatever. I don't even remember. I said, Mark, we've got a good relationship, and ease into it. And he said, oh, it's something like, oh yeah, okay. But I have to make sure I don't use big words because of your ASU background. And I said, yeah, well, you better get a thesaurus so you're able to use them.
Mm-hmm.
And then we laughed, and we can kid each other like that, and people think he doesn't like me, and vice versa, and it's just not true. And then he brought up, well, yeah, after I interrupted DJ, I saw him the next day, and people thought we were angry at each other, and we weren't. And I said, I know, we all get how it works here.
I told him I don't care.
Yeah,
I wanted the answer. You gave the answer. That was all I wanted. I wanted an answer.
And I think Mark, he doesn't take things personally. He understands that, and appreciate dealing with him in that regard. But as far as BYU goes, man, these are great times. And, I read that story by Jim Williams. He's an ex-TV executive, I believe. And so he has a lot of credibility in what he says. But, yeah, I mean, the Big 12, and they'll tell you this is no secret, has been the determining factor to put them in the position. And you can say, oh, the money, yeah. But I don't think it's not like these entrepreneurs got rich at the same time they went into the Big 12. It's just the Big 12 opened the platform for them wanting to give money because now you're competing at an extremely high level. And the fact is, the last few years of independence, you were just kind of wandering in the desert, not pointless, but not with a specific direction either.
Well, the playoffs are like a magnet.
Playoffs?
That's the goal. And so if you don't have a path to the playoff, and if you're not playing meaningful games in late October and November,
and they played them in December,
you're going to drop off the radar, which is what was happening at the end of independence.
Right.
As opposed to it's a magnet now, and it's even bigger because now there's 12 teams, and there is a path. And you are playing big games in October, November, and as you point out, the conference title game last year. Yeah. And the year before they tied for it, but then get in the tiebreaker. So this is that. In a weird way, even though independence felt like a step backwards or sideways, this guy, and he is a TV executive, he sees it like to be in that many homes on that platform, it gets the brand out there. It just gets your name and your logo out there over and over. And you did play some entertaining games and some big games along the way in that era. But combine that with hitting the Power Four and combine that with the enlarged playoff and NIL and the fact they've had a couple of really good teams. They haven't had 3 really good teams, maybe 2.5. They started 5-2, but it fell apart. But they've had 2 really good teams. So you add all that together and you get the trajectory. Now, it is college sports and someone can rip the chair out from underneath you, but it doesn't look like that right now.
Oh, I don't see it, man. I think I don't know that they would be interested in do that. I think they could expand the football stadium and still sell out. I think demand is extremely high for BYU tickets to go to their football. And then the gift that just keeps paying over and over again is A.J. DiBonsa. I mean, you talk about the brand.
Yep.
And
they sold out of basketball tickets faster this year than they did last year.
Right. And you go and you look at, we often hear, particularly among the minority community, they'll say, hey, there's someone who looks like me can do it. And, I took my daughter when she was younger, Utah women's volleyball. The stars were there. See, hey, these are females. They can do well. DeBonsa, besides the guaranteed name recognition of BYU, it's also, well, man, if AJ DeBonsa if he's investigating that and then ultimately does it, I should take a look at it too. And we're seeing that. So their brand, I can argue, which has been big, as you say, for a good while, has never been bigger.
Terry wants to shoot this down. BYU is far from a national power. Not even close. Few Mormons reside east of New Mexico. Well, there are definitely some facts in there, Terry. I just don't know how relevant they are.
DeBonsa resided in Massachusetts.
I know.
That's pretty east of New Mexico.
Does the brand get you? Does the right? If you're, let's just say you're east of New Mexico, okay. But are you going to stay up to watch the game? And are you a 10th grader, rising, who's thinking, hey, my team is going to play there? And I know it's a big game because BYU's been in the mix in that league 2 years in a row. Now am I more likely to stay up and watch that game or choose that game when there's multiple games on? Well, because they've got a brand, they got a little power, and this resonates as a win or lose. This resonates as a big game.
Week 2 of the college football season. I believe will be between two ranked teams. I think there's no question BYU will be ranked. I hope that Arizona's ranked.
Hope/expect?
Maybe more hope than expect.
Okay.
But they deserve it. I've got Fafita. I love the kid. I've been saying it for 2 years now. And that is a 3:30 start East Coast time. So where a large majority of television viewers, and it is a time when usually they're playing Timbuktu State, and now
they don't have mega games on the other stations.
Yeah, you got a huge conference game with a brand name quarterback and BYU, and Bachmeier's in the process of making himself a brand name quarterback for sure. So I think that's out the window.
Arizona BYU's over there on Fox.
Yeah,
and your point.
It's 1:30. I'm going to be there.
CBS is.
You should come.
Mississippi State at Minnesota. Alabama at Kentucky on ABC. Those are not mega games.
Decent, but
they're decent. Yeah. But there are times where that
BYU's right there.
There are weeks where that time slot is just loaded with awesome games, and you have a pretty good Big 12 game. But the SEC can be playing their game of the day. The Big Ten might be playing their second best game of the day.
And the Cats throw the ball around all over the place, as they should. So it's an exciting brand of football. And Fafita, he remembered every little play, talking to him last week about last year and how it was heartbreaking. And then what he says really indicative of who this kid is. Yeah, they earned it, though. And, so he's got tons of family here, Polynesian here in Utah. He spoke about that. He's been on our air twice the last 2 years of Media Day, and so he's going to be jacked up. But, yeah, I think that stuff, plus virtually every road game east of New Mexico, since that's become the
line. Yeah, right.
It's not at 8:30 Mountain Time.
Well, I think one of the other things is that when you're not in the Mountain West and the WAC, where you're playing a regional schedule, the thing about these national leagues, even though we don't like them, is it pulls in viewers from different parts of the country and extends your brand. And that does it for everybody in the league. If you're good enough for long enough, then in all parts of, you play in West Virginia, people in West Virginia know, okay, that team's at the top of the league. It goes back to what Mitch was just saying about ASU. Well, they were 7-2. They won the conference title. They were in the playoff. They were in OT with Texas. And even last year when they're down, they're 6-3. If they follow another good year, and there's a lot of moving parts here, and I don't think it's a favorable September schedule, but if they negotiate that, if they're 2-1 after 3 games and they're playing some good football, why not another big year? Why not? Now they could be 1-2 and they get drilled and they come back from Europe exhausted. That's not good.
We'll see.
They get smoked by Texas A&M.
But so BYU's already there. They've put together 2 big seasons.
But in Cincinnati and in West Virginia and in Orlando and in Kansas and in Texas, they weren't paying that much attention to the Mountain West and the WAC and Independence. This is different. It is more national.
And the thing about it, there's not that many Latter-day Saints compared to the West. Obviously, we understand that. But basically, you can draw an 8-hour bracket circle around wherever they're playing, and those folks will show up. There's enough of them. I've been on the road with them in places all over the country.
There's a couple games that stick out of my mind that underline that, and they were both in Tennessee. They played Middle Tennessee State, and you're thinking, this is in the early days, like they just had to get 12 games, right? They go independent. Yeah. It was the first couple of years. And I can remember watching that game because I'm cutting highlights for Saturday Night Sports Show, and I watched that game, and BYU scores.
And you'll be doing that again this Saturday.
And they
Channel 5.
Yes, I will be there.
As your TV career continues, not mine, yours.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I won't be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
All right, to the point. They cut to a shot of Middle Tennessee State, and there's at least 5,000 people in blue and white screaming because they just scored a touchdown. You're like, it's Middle Tennessee State. This game was a foregone conclusion. They had to play it, but people showed up. And then when they played Tennessee and they won, and it was a wild, wild finish, that we've all seen that stadium, and there's a ton of orange in that stadium, and the amount of blue really popped against the orange. It was a contrasting color.
As it went down, it was nuts.
Yeah, it was berserk, and there was no shortage of Cougar fans in the stands.
Larry King and I in Atlanta, Georgia Tech,
baby.
Larry King and I, the King and I.
Well,
get that?
I just had someone. Reference the show. Do you remember the old show King and I? Looking like, how could I possibly forget?
That's a play or something, right? With Yul Brynner.
Yeah.
The King and I. And it just came to me. Yeah. My genius.
Golden era of.
But yet I'm not on TV. I don't know. Whatever.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. I'm 70 now.
It's a matter of time and sales.
You're
but you're going to live. You're not 70, and you're going to live to be 100.
I feel it.
Okay.
I'm going to, since we can gamble on everything right now, we're going to have a bet.
Gamble?
We're going to have a bet on whether you, not me.
I'm not gambling.
Not me,
I don't gamble. I gamble on nothing.
What are we using here?
People will gamble on whether PK outlives Yak.
I'm not going to outlive Yak.
Oh, I don't know. All your 100-year-old relatives.
You got Yak dying in his 60s all of a sudden. That's not nice. He's got young kids.
I think Yak's going to make it to his 70s, but you're going to be 104 and just too nasty to die. I can't die now. I've got someone to insult. That draft pick. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I got insulted big time over the weekend. Hardcore insult. I mean, it hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Get to it.
All right. You want me to talk about something else while you get to it?
No, we'll get to it next.
All right, break time. PK with a hardcore insult next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still got some delays. I-15 holding firm at the end of rush hour. Northbound at the point of the mountain. Try to get through 123rd South. Also at the South Interchange. And if you're coming southbound of Davis County, it obviously backs up through that Rose Park area as you get your way into downtown at this moment. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence. We move purpose. We move memories. We move what matters. That's you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. For your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Nobody cares about the score. Washington did beat the Jazz 92-88. AJ DeBonsa, his first game in Summer League, had some moments. Darren Peterson still put up the points, but not quite at the level and quite the efficiency that we saw in the 2 games in Salt Lake City. So everybody out there is like, oh, AJ won that head-to-head battle.
You've got to remove loyalty, which is hard to do. And I think in this case, there's a lot of people that are torn in this valley because, one guy, AJ, played here locally, and then obviously Darren being picked. So I just actually sat back like a coach would sit back, and I watched it. And I think what AJ showed is what AJ can do. Basically, on one end, AJ was kind of being AJ, and on the other end, Washington was hell-bent on not even letting him get a catch.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacation.
Well, you know the saying, the song goes, Monday, Monday, can't trust that day. Well, I don't know about that, but I trust the folks at Trajan Wealth. The reason why I trust them, because I've been there in their offices in Draper, and I've listened to what they have to say about ways they can help me in my financial situation. More importantly, they listen to what I have to say. And together, we created a plan. Trajan Wealth understands they will inform you what's going on because they know an informed client is a better client. And their fiduciary advisors will take the time to listen to you, see what you're about. How old are you? What money do you have available? What are your aspirations? What are your goals? What are you thinking about as far as how long you want to work? And then together, they'll explain the options so you'll be able to listen to them. And they do it in plain English, so it's not over your head. And for me, that's really important. And then you come up and you build a plan that reflects what you're looking for in your life. This is not a template. They do not take the same thing and apply it to everybody. That's not the way it works with Trajan Wealth. I know because I've done this. You have the opportunity to do it too. Your goals, your timeline, your life. Trajan Wealth, the fiduciary advisors, and the company will build it all around you. What your investments are, your taxes, estate planning, all coordinated by the advisors who answer to you, not the product line. How about that? Sound good? And if you just want to review, it's going to cost you nothing because initial consultation is for free. Give them a call, set something up. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number, and you spell Trajan, Trajan. I met with them, as I said, in Draper. You live up north, they got offices there. They'll meet you in Farmington. Got you covered north and south. So does the website. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Aaron, owner of Greenify Energy Savers. Most, if not all of you, probably thought that your chance to go solar was gone, or that it just didn't feel worth it anymore because the residential solar tax credit expired in 2025. But I'm here to tell you hope is not lost. In fact, homeowners can still receive an upfront credit equal to 25% of the cost of a qualifying solar and or battery system. How is that possible? Well, Greenify Energy Savers has partnered with a large national investment group to make it happen. While the federal tax credit expired for residentially owned systems, it did not expire for commercially owned systems. The investment group co-owns the system with you for the first 6 years, allowing them to receive the commercial tax benefits. After that, ownership automatically transfers 100% back to you. To find out how this program can work for your home, call Greenify Energy Savers at 801-948-4464 or online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Call Greenify today at 801-948-4464 and see how you can still save 25% on solar for your home.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
AJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, you can win tickets to see, drumroll please,
who?
Zach Bryan.
Okay.
I thought you'd get a bigger response out of that.
I did not know that's what
I
we're
thought
giving
you
away.
liked Zach Bryan.
It's Zach Brown.
Why does it say Zach Bryan?
Because it is Zach Brown. No, it's not Zach Brown. There's two different people.
Okay.
I'm big fans of Zach Brown.
Oh, you like Zach Brown.
Zach
you don't
Brown.
like Zach
Bryan is also very
you
good.
have the Zach Brown Band,
Yeah.
and then you have Zach Bryan.
Yeah.
Rice Eccles Stadium, August 7th, KSL Sports Zone, all day Wednesday. Your chance to win.
Those are two different people.
You're more Zach Brown.
I am, but
Okay.
I've got no problem with Zach Bryan either.
Okay.
My wife likes him a little bit more than I do. So, yeah, I'm fine.
Here comes a story.
Yeah.
Somebody trying to hurt PK. Now, first off, let me just tell you, people, bad plan. See, you try to hurt him. You're trying to tear him down because for whatever reason you don't like him. But what you do is you provide him with fodder for the show, which is hilarious, which then makes him an even bigger deal. So you're not helping yourself here, but whatever. Go ahead. Carry on.
I'm getting my haircut. I told you I had to take off Friday because I had the
Got to get out of here.
Show.
Wife set up the haircut. You had to go.
Right. Yeah, and my hairdresser, she's an eccentric but lovable gal. Big sports fan.
Big sports fan. You've always got stories about her.
Oh, yeah,
and
she's going
teams
next week to see the Dodgers and the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, and then going up to Toronto to check off the Blue Jays the next day, and then do the...
How close is she to getting... Where is she on it? It sounds like she's trying to hit every ballpark.
Big Yankee fan.
Okay.
And so they just happen to be playing the Dodgers. Golfer. I think she's buddies with Jerry Pim's daughter and his grandson. It's his grandson, Dustin. He's the head pro at South Mountain now.
Okay.
You'd like her.
Oh, Dustin is. I just got asked about him.
Yeah.
That's funny, and I had lost track of him.
I think he was over at Mountain View and then got moved over to a guy named Brian, retired over there at South Mountain. He's one of the people I know a little bit. Feisty little gal. Knows everything about the Cowboys, hardcore Cowboy fan. So she wants to talk sports and among other things. So we're there. I'm getting my hair cut.
Okay.
And she tells me, so she had someone in the recent past ask her, get this question. Unbelievable. Like, I don't have feelings over here. Is PK as arrogant in real life as he is on the radio?
No.
That was the question she got.
Well, depending on tone, that's not necessarily a shot.
That's not a shot? You'd crumble up and get underneath the counter here, and you'd be in the fetal position for a week.
Number one.
I'm right. Number two, I'm correct.
Number one. No, I wouldn't.
Oh, back me, Yock.
Number
Come
two,
on.
we're not talking
Come
about
on.
me anyway. We're talking about you.
Well, you decide it's not a shot because it's not at you. All shots are major shots to the people that the shot is directed at.
See, there's this.
And I don't give a shot.
One.
Are there too many shots for too many shots for too many people?
Get Johnny. Let's go. Let's get Yock
plenty
a
of
hit.
shots directed at me.
I shouldn't be the only one who has a hit. You should have a hit.
So she told her, well, he's like me, and she named the body part. But here's the deal, people. There's real life, and then there's a show. And I'm going to go to the top to have this explained. A guy who's a trillion times more famous than me talking about the show versus real life.
My stage persona, the person to be like that all the time, this overbearing, shouting, ego-tripping person, is like, of course you're not really like that. But I think when you're in your late 20s and early 30s, you can be like that all the time. And there are people in show business that never switch off.
But I do. And you know who that was?
That was Mick Jagger.
Yes.
Yes. And Mick, if you watch the SNL 50th anniversary special, they interviewed him because he hosted every decade, so he had an unusual perspective on the show. I mean, his stage persona and the interview persona, totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different. He was soft-spoken. He was thoughtful. It wasn't, start me up! Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah. I'm your neighbor who will take out your garbage and get your mail.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there you are. Will you walk the dog?
Yeah.
Or is that your wife's?
Oh.
I mean, your wife loves to walk the dog.
Oh.
The dog may not be interested in walking. Your wife will walk the dog.
I can walk the dog. Absolutely. I'll pick up the crap, too.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, Chandler Holt joins us from Las Vegas, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports. We'll talk Summer League hoops with him. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up-to-the-second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G and the coach Tim Lacombe Wednesday 10 to 2 at the Bar Dub Grill off exit 222 in Nephi. DJ PK, we're joined now by Chandler Holt, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports. Chandler, good morning.
Good morning, you guys. Thanks for the invite.
109 in Salt Lake City, a record. How hot was it in Vegas? You're down there for Summer League. Were you cooking? Or were we just indoors in AC watching hoops all day? So what do you know?
Yeah, I've definitely been cooking out here, but I was dreading coming down here for that exact reason, just for it to be hotter in Utah yesterday than it was here in Vegas. But yeah, not fun for either of us.
I saw a story that said DiBonsa may shut it down because he's played 2 games and, obviously for precautionary reasons. What are you hearing about Darren Peterson?
Yeah, so I was told Darren Peterson, Cody Williams, Ace Bailey are all not going to be playing tonight against the Chicago Bulls. I'm not sure what that means for the 4th and final game against the Spurs coming up, but I know that those guys won't be playing tonight.
Well, that takes some of the zip out of everything, doesn't it?
I was looking forward to a potential Darren Peterson-Caleb Wilson matchup, but I guess we're not going to get it.
Well, if they're done, which wouldn't be surprising because we see this with multiple teams and they've got a certain number of games they want to play or somebody gets injured, guys get shut down in this stuff all the time. What do you think the big takeaway is? And we can start with Peterson and then move to the other guys. What's the big takeaway for Peterson if he's done?
Yeah, I would say outside of him basically being as advertised as a number 2 pick, I would say what has stuck out to me was both the defensive activity on that side, just being all over the court. He had 4 stocks yesterday, for example, but then also on offense, the past 2 games, first 2 days of games of Vegas Summer League, the shot wasn't really falling for him very well. It was kind of inefficient nights, but he still finished with 20 or more points in both nights, and that's just because he's already a pro at drawing fouls and getting to the line, getting those easy points. And if you think about it, that's a characteristic of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Go back a few years and you're looking at Houston Rockets, James Harden. Like, all of these elite scorers have the ability to rack up some easy points at the line, and Darren Peterson is showing that he can do that. So I really think the sky's the limit for him in terms of his ceiling offensively.
How about the ball in his hand? He made that comment the other day that he didn't get the opportunity to do that at Kansas. It sort of seemed like a shot towards Kansas's program and Bill Self. And he says he's having fun again with him being on the ball. We know he's had some turnover issues. Just evaluate what you're hearing as far as what the coaches and the Angels may think of his ability to play on the ball. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. He was used as an off guard most of his time at Kansas. His season high for assists as a Jayhawk was 4. He never posted more than 4 assists in any game. He's posted 5 or more assists in 2 of the 4 Summer League games so far, including, of course, the second Salt Lake City Summer League game, in which he had 12 assists and 2 turnovers. So I do think that he has the ability to play on the ball. I do think his life will be made a lot easier when he's playing alongside another NBA guard in Keontae George. But yeah, I think that it was very calculated for the coaching staff to put him out there with a lot of on-ball reps right now to let him sort of work through all of the problems he may be having and just sort of maybe knock some of the rust off, because he was a lead ball handler in high school and then didn't really have that opportunity in college. So I do think the duties will be shared between him, Keontae George, Isaiah Collier next year. And with that being said, though, he is facing NBA competition here in Summer League, at least some of it. When the actual season runs around, I wonder if he will be brought along a little bit more slowly, just so they can, get him more comfortable in the offense.
What have you thought of Ace Bailey?
Yeah, unfortunately, we've only seen Ace Bailey for, I think, maybe 3 or 4 quarters across the 5 games that the Utah Jazz have played so far in Summer League. And, of course, yesterday, before he checked out with his back spasms, a rough night, I think he was 0 for 5 shooting. But my main takeaway for Ace, since we haven't seen a lot of on-court stuff, is he looks a lot bigger to me. And I wonder, I haven't heard anything on this, but I wonder if that's maybe related to the back spasms that he's having. But he looks, I don't know if he looks taller, but he definitely looks a lot more filled out. And that was a thing for him last year, is that he's really good at getting to his spot, but he doesn't really have the strength to maybe attack all the way downhill or do these other things. And I think that with the new frame that he's showing up, maybe he can be an even better scorer in year 2 and year 1 and get to spots a little bit easier. So yeah, unfortunate that we haven't seen a lot more Ace Bailey because of the injury stuff, but I'm hopeful that he could be healthy when the season rolls around.
I'm not asking you this, so stay with me, and then you'll get the point, and then you'll get something that I will ask later in a second here. But if I were to ask you, name me all the great plays that Darren Peterson has had in the summer leagues here in Salt Lake and down in Vegas, you'd have to think a second because there has been several. And now, so that's Darren Peterson doing his thing. But if I ask you to name me the great plays of Cody Williams, you're going to come up with that dunk the other night. So what I'm getting at is we're still only getting glimpses, and there's not enough good plays that we can recite by memory, which means that's a knock on Cody Williams that he's out there not doing a whole lot. And that's my impression of him. What do you think?
Yeah, so I have tried to hold out hope for Cody Williams. And you're absolutely right that he is a third-year player now in Summer League, and there hasn't really been enough. And that's the thing is, when you're out here in Summer League, if you're in your second or third year, like, you need to be one of the best players on the floor. And last night is a perfect example. He plays 23 minutes and only shoots 2 shots, doesn't put a single point on the board. He did have a handful of rebounds and assists and such. But, yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. The thing is with Cody Williams that why I have held out hope for him is the Jazz have so many players who are play finishers, who want to shoot the ball, put points on the board. And Cody Williams is a guy that at least he projects to be a guy who can grab you rebounds. He can run in transition. He's an athlete, right? He can pass the ball, or at least that's what he's working on right now, trying to be a secondary ball handler. And most importantly, he can play some defense. So at least for me, the idea of Cody Williams, just an athletic, defensive-minded guy who can throw down some dunks every now and then, but doesn't really need more than 3 to 5 shots a game. I think that's useful for the Jazz because, like I said, they have so many players who want to shoot the ball all the time. But with that being said, Cody Williams isn't even showing that he can do that in Summer League right now. So that absolutely is a knock, and it is a bit of a worry. But I actually did this yesterday in the middle of the game, thinking about how Cody Williams wasn't really showing anything. The Jazz have a deep rotation, and when you're looking at sort of like backup wings, maybe like 2s and 3s, maybe stretch down to 4s if you're thinking about positions Cody Williams will play. You have guys like Kyle Filipowski, Bryce Sensabaugh, John Conchar, Svi Mikhailuk. Like, if Cody Williams isn't ready, or if he isn't showing what the coaching staff needs from him, then it's just he's not going to play, and he is nearing the end of his contract as well. So it is worrisome that you aren't seeing a lot from Cody Williams right now. And I would by no means completely give up on on what he's showing you or the idea of what he can become. But yeah, it has been rough, absolutely.
I think we see the starting lineup, or at least most of it. I think we see who the key backups are who are going to play every night. And then there's a group of guys who are going to play occasionally, depending on who's out, right, in this era where guys are playing 60 or 70 games. So that means you're going to go a couple weeks where you don't play, and then suddenly you're going to be plugged in, and you're going to be part of the rotation for 1, 2, or 3 games. You're going to be expected to play your 15 or 20 minutes or whatever because people in front of you are out. Guys like Svi and Conchar, they're 29, they're 30 years old, they've been in the league. I trust them a lot more to not play for 2 weeks and then be able to come in and produce in a year when it matters, where they're going to be trying to get wins. And I don't really count on Cody. Like, you haven't done it. You're 21. You're going to sit for 2 weeks. I'm going to put you in. Maybe he will. Maybe he will produce in that situation, but it doesn't seem like what we ought to be expecting right now. And then they're going to need somebody's money to pay Keontae next summer.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. I think that Svi and Conchar have almost been a little bit forgotten as guys who are absolutely going to be in the Jazz's rotation next year, just because, like, you need consistency. Like, there are going to be nights when Darren Peterson, Ace Bailey, Keontae George, you can even extend that to Lowry Markin and Jaren Jackson, like, their shot isn't going to be falling. Now, I'm not saying Svi and John Conchar are going to hit every shot, but just having some consistency off the bench, because, quite frankly, we can extend this past Cody Williams. You have other young guys who you might rely on for minutes on the bench, like Isaiah Collier and Bryce Sensabaugh and Kyle Filipowski. You don't know what you're going to get from those guys. So just having Will Hardy can rely on a little bit of consistency off the bench, I think that's going to be extremely useful for him.
As far as the big men, you think they're done in acquisitions?
I do, and honestly, they ended up signing Mo Bamba most recently, but I thought they would be done after signing Jackson Hayes, just because that Jackson Hayes signing to me was like, okay, we had to pivot away from Walker Kessler because the Lakers decided to throw us every first round pick that they have. So we're going to smack a Band-Aid on our center position for right now, and it isn't going to be optimal. Maybe our ceiling and our floor is lowered for what this team can do next season. But in the eyes of the Angels, it was all worth it for what the return was coming back. And I do think it's probably the smart move to just sort of make some temporary moves around the center position, just because you don't want to get hasty and use all the assets that you just got for your own center to get another center, and then maybe it doesn't work out. So I do think the Jazz will wait until maybe there's a desperate team, or maybe they use a pick on it, or whatever it might be, just so they don't have to maybe overpay and regret a move later on.
Before Kessler was moved, I was thinking 50 wins, 50 wins, 50 wins. I've cooled on that a little bit. Was I thinking too high early on? Am I thinking too low now? That's exactly parallels what you were thinking. What are your expectations?
That's a really good question, and a lot of times, like, I like the 4 to 9 range, right, was sort of where that's a big range, but that's sort of where I was thinking for the Jazz with Walker Kessler, maybe closer to the 4 than the 9. But I also, and this is still a thought that I have even post Walker Kessler trade, I just can't shake the idea that the Jazz could really be a dominant regular season team next year. Think about like the Sacramento Kings team that I think finished as the second seed in the West a couple years ago or something like that. And then they just get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. I don't think the Jazz are ready for any sort of playoff competition yet, but I think a lot of these guys, including Lauri Markkanen, who hasn't played in the playoffs yet in his career, are ready to go. And I do think, I don't know if they'll gas themselves in the regular season or what it will look like. And there is something to be said about a mindset shift from being a tanking team to a competitive team. But yeah, I do think that losing Walker Kessler absolutely makes you a worse team than you were a week ago, right? And that your ceiling and your floor is a little bit lower. I do think now, if I had to predict, I would say the Jazz will likely be somewhere in the 40 wins. I would assume they'll be above 500, but also the Western Conference is a different animal, so we'll see.
We see guys down there interviewing Jaren Jackson and Keontae George and all. Do you know what they're doing for working out? Because surely they're not just sitting around eating the buffets while they're down there.
I am not entirely sure. I know that the Jazz worked out at like a UNLV practice facility the other day, not yesterday, but the day before. So maybe there is gym access for those guys to get in on it, but I also imagine maybe they're using this as, one of the 2 or 3 weeks that they take off during the summer. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Anybody else catch your eye while you're down there? Any of these top picks, you're trying to figure out who they are, what they are, just get a better beat on them?
Yeah, absolutely. I was there for the Chicago Bulls-Memphis Grizzlies game the other day, and that was my first time seeing Caleb Wilson in person. And, man, he went off. He shot, I think it was 7 for 11 from 3, when the knock on him in the pre-draft process was that he couldn't shoot threes. And he brought Cam Boozer and the Grizzlies, who are an extremely solid summer league team, to the final buzzer, basically. But yeah, he finished with 35. So that was probably the main thing that stuck out to me, just because I had already seen AJ at BYU and Cam Boozer at the Salt Lake City Summer League. So my first time seeing Caleb, it was pretty cool. He's a really good player.
If Austin Age gives you any trouble, you just let me know, okay?
Okay.
What are you going to do about it?
I'll talk to him.
Austin, here's how it is.
Yeah, you take care of our guy Chandler Holt. He's making a name for himself. He's going to be bigger. Like in 10 years, he's going to be bigger than David James.
There it is. Embrace it, Chandler.
Okay.
All right, Chandler. Thanks for waking up and coming on the air here. And when you get back, we'll tell you stories about people who were on the road who did not wake up for our show.
Okay.
When we called. That's happened. Yock's got a great story about a guy who yawned all the way through a show. That was you forgot about that, right? Yeah, when you go to the Pacific time zone, we've had mixed results. So good work, Chandler. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the invite.
Right. There's Chandler Holt, Utah Jazz insider for KSL Sports. Check him out at KSLSports.com, YouTube, social media. He's got a lot of Jazz content. All right, DJ and PK, we'll take a break. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, we'll get you up to speed next. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Nobody cares about the score. Washington did beat the Jazz 92-88. AJ DeBonsa, his first game in Summer League, had some moments. Darren Peterson still put up the points, but not quite at the level and quite the efficiency that we saw in the 2 games in Salt Lake City. So everybody out there is like, oh, AJ won that head-to-head battle.
You've got to remove loyalty, which is hard to do. And I think in this case, there's a lot of people that are torn in this valley because, one guy, AJ, played here locally, and then obviously Darren being picked. So I just actually sat back like a coach would sit back, and I watched it. And I think what AJ showed is what AJ can do. Basically, on one end, AJ was kind of being AJ, and on the other end, Washington was hell-bent on not even letting him get a catch.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Red Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Yak, what two golfers have given away so far? I know you can't say who you're going to give away next at the end of this segment.
We have given away Colin Morikawa and J.J. Spawn.
All right. We'll have another qualifier here at the end of this segment for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. The golf this weekend, PK, we talked about it a little bit. Tom Kim won the Scottish Open by 2 strokes over Min Woo Lee, and Rory McIlroy, who shot a 64. He shot a 30 on the front side. I think it was at 16. He was talking about trying to work on the range and moving the ball right to left, but a little too much of that action, and so he ended up way left. And as he's watching the flight of the ball, he yells, he gets picked up by a microphone, "I am terrible at golf," which is hilarious because he obviously is not. He has a career slam and is a multimillionaire.
Yes. I think he's very good at golf.
Whoever was on a broadcast at that point is like, I'll trade you. That was a nice quick response.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what we do.
It's the nature of golf. Everybody hits bad shots.
Yeah.
Saw a thing. They're back at I think is it Royal Birkdale, right? And someone did a thing. They went and stood on the hill that Spieth shot over, and they showed where he used the rule to move back and hit from the range and get a better lie and clear all these hills and mountains and blast it back over all the trouble into the fairway.
That was 10 years ago now.
And make bogey. Yeah. And then he had an eagle and like 3 birdies down the stretch. Right after that.
28 minutes or something?
Yeah, and he won, which is the last major he won, and they were speculating in this piece, is that the last major he'll ever win? And when they show you the shot he hit, it's like super creative, a really difficult shot.
That particular shot?
And he made it work. Yeah, I mean, it's the angle he's hitting back into the fairway. It'd be easy to go right through the fairway into the junk or to come up short, and phenomenal work by him.
Yeah.
But it was a decade ago, and now it's, I mean, we have our draft, and nobody ever picks Spieth. None of us believe it. And no one ever texts us or emails or yells at us and says, "What do you think?"
Well, no one ever believed in Wyndham Clark. No one ever believed in Tiger at the end. No one ever believed in Matthew Fitzpatrick except me.
Yeah, baby. How long have we been doing this draft now?
Long enough. Not long enough for you guys to catch me.
I wish we had the all-time records. No, I think you've doubled me up. Maybe
I've got
more.
8.
Then you've certainly doubled me up. I think I have 3.
I don't know what you guys have.
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't care. That's what you're going to say.
The Dodgers don't care if it's the Padres or Diamondbacks who finish in second.
We did talk Dodger baseball. One of, what do you think? How many teams right now can you confidently say they're definitely in the playoffs? We're at the All-Star break. This is the time.
The Dodgers. What are you going to say?
Did you know the Dodgers have a magic number, by the way, already?
What is it?
55 games.
Yeah.
I was going to say, PKs should have just said, "I don't think of you at all."
Yeah, that's what he was going to say. Absolutely. You and I heard the same thing. Yeah.
You got your strengths.
Dodgers have and picking golf tournaments is not one of them. The Dodgers have more wins than everybody, a better run differential than everybody. They are the only team in Major League Baseball that's already scored 500 runs.
And yet the Diamondbacks swept them.
Yeah, baby. Take that. You're still laughing about golf. You can't even focus on baseball. How many baseball teams do you have in now? It's the All-Star break. How many are confident like they'll be in the playoffs? Which, as you point out, expanded wild card. It's 12 out of the 30 make it now.
Well, I think that in the
Brew
National
Crew?
League, yes.
Milwaukee's in?
I think the Cubs, Phillies, and then the division leaders.
Oh, you got 5 in. Everybody else is playing for one spot, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cubs have survived all that. They got to be healthier in the second half. They've had so many pitchers on the injured list. I mean, it's been up over 15. And yet they're still in a playoff spot. The 10-game winning streak, another 10-game winning streak, a really bad losing stretch, and now they've been on fire again going into the break. So they've ridden through the storm.
I think there's a lesson, though, for the Dodgers and all their money. The Diamondbacks did sweep them. It's baseball.
And it happens, and it could happen in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the whole thought, I read a thing about Scooble, are the Tigers in or are they out? And they've had although they lost the last two to the Phillies, they had a good run there and won 6 in a row and 9 out of 10. If they're out, if somebody who has an ace gets Scooble, then that team automatically becomes, under the theory of the story.
You read Nightingale's.
Was it Nightingale who wrote that? Yeah. They automatically become the threat. And that's what the Dodgers should fear. Best thing for the Dodgers is that Scooble stays in Detroit.
Or the American League. But, they got Snell and Glasgow who haven't pitched. If they come back, who's to say, what happens there? It's hard to backdoor anything. So they'll have guys that'll do their thing. You see the Machado. Machado had a great quote.
He did. It was buried at the end of the Nightingale thing. It's baseball. It's a crazy game.
Obviously, there's a lot of things that haven't been really going our way. It's baseball, man. That's the beauty of it. And I've been a part of it. It's a beautiful game, and we're all stupid to be playing it. We're all stupid to be playing it because it's a life of struggle. And that's the ultimate in this game. Yeah, it's the one sport where you fail far more than you succeed. There's no other sport like it.
You can make an out. You can make another out. You can make another out. Yeah. And with one swing of the bat, everyone will say, he had a great day. that one swing out of 4. I mean, it's not even a sport where you have to hit 300 anymore. That's long since gone. So
no. Well, there's few guys who did.
Right.
They were always the exception. I think those guys still have a place in this game. But, yeah, baseball is built on pitching, defense, and timely hitting. It'll never change. You change the rules, and they've done very well to change the rules and make it more fan-friendly, which I think they should because ultimately it's entertainment. You don't make a mockery, but you do what you can to make it more fan-friendly. And this idea of shooting a free throw and count as 3 free throws or 2 free throws if it's just a three-pointer or 2 for 1 if it's 2. No, that's not fan-friendly. If you want to shorten it, stop the stinking reviews every 5 seconds. Yeah, that's one thing. But, it's Summer League, so who really cares? But the point being, all sports should try to make their games fan-friendly without making a mockery of the tradition of the sport.
And the NBA's tradition is to constantly make it more or the NFL's tradition is to constantly make it more fan-friendly. And we accept changes more quickly than them because they don't have, hey, we haven't changed anything for 50 years. So we don't have to worry about that because they're changing stuff all the time. And like you say, yeah, look where they are. Everybody flocks to it.
Yeah.
And there's still rules they haven't changed that I'm waiting for them to change. Why you have to get 2 feet in bounds to make a catch? Use the 1 like in college. It's going to lead to more completed catches and more dramatic catches. So makes the field bigger. I mean, the field's the same size, but
I haven't noticed a big difference on that. I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
That's one I'm waiting on.
Yeah. And the college game, my goodness, if you take a timeout, advance the ball. I mean, Christian Laettner making the pass on the full court, it's such an iconic play because it rarely ever happens.
It's really hard. I can remember 2. I remember that.
And then Ole Miss.
What I remember
is Mississippi State.
No, I don't remember the exact. What it was
they threw the ball out, and the Mississippi State guy caught it in the air and threw it to Drew, and he hits the 3 in the NCAA tournament.
That's who they did it to.
Valparaiso.
I think of it as the Valpo play. Okay. I can't remember who they did it to. Yeah, no, I remember the Valpo play.
Mississippi State.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, but I remember Duke making it on just throwing it to Laettner, and then Valpo with the quick pitch. And I've seen the pass and the catch work before, but not the shot because I've seen other people try the Valpo thing because so many people react to the ball.
Yeah, but they need somebody to do that. And don't foul out, guys. Have a penalty. Maybe you get 2 free throws if that dude commits a foul. They got to escalate the free throws. Expelled.
Moving to just the 10 I didn't like because then guys just foul more and it stops the game more. So the penalty has to be big. Maybe you give people 3 free throws or 2 free throws in the ball. So you don't want to foul, but you don't kick them out. Right. Because you want the star in the game playing, but then we can all look at him like, well, you can't do that because there'll be 2 free throws and they'll get the ball back.
Right.
There has to be a
consequence.
Right. There has to be a big
but not
consequence.
Expulsion and stop in the college game. If there's a targeting, they're kicked out the next game. Or the
Just
next
kicking
half.
them out of that game is enough.
Yeah, that's good enough.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot. Depending on who the player is. Yes. Could be massive.
We talked a lot of NBA today. The Jazz got blown out by the Clippers. We had Chandler Holt on. He said the word in Vegas is that the three guys you most want to see are not going to play in the Bulls game this evening, and probably not against the Spurs on Wednesday. See if they just shut them down this week. We may have seen what we're going to see.
I'd drag Cody out there just as a punishment.
Until we see more.
Yeah, I'm not seeing enough, man.
Nope. Not. And he's making $6 million, and they're going to have to be counted next summer. And so where are you going to come up with all this money? You're going to have to let people go.
Right.
So we'll figure it out. We've got 1 year to make an impact. Ace Bailey, some kind of back spasm problem, really limited him. So no Ace Bailey, no Cody, and no Darren Peterson.
Then we'll never see Ace Bailey in the Summer League again, and that makes me sad.
You're probably right about that. Second year, he'll have a good year, and then they don't usually ask the third-year guys to do it. And
right.
So
if Flipper and Collier aren't doing it.
You got to assume Ace Bailey won't either.
Yeah.
Right. They'll see enough out of him.
That is an anecdote that it just goes by so fast.
It really does. It's not usually how we talk about it.
Summer League career is over.
Summer League career.
That's the point. Yeah. Take advantage of it. Time gets away.
Big money stories. We got a couple of them. People love to talk big money. Victor Wembanyama, 5 years, $252 million. He did not take the full $303 million he was eligible for. He wants to give the Spurs more roster flexibility. Can they build a better team around him?
He's French, right?
Yeah.
Immediately right there, he's cutting costs on deodorant.
This stuff just comes to you, huh?
Yes. That's the essence right there. You capsulized me.
Let your inner 13-year-old out, PK.
Yes.
Deodorant jokes.
You put me in a box perfectly.
Are we going to see more players do this? Because the second apron, and you hate that term, is acting like a hard cap like they have in the NFL. And we've seen in the NFL, the teams that have good quarterbacks on $30 million beat the teams that have great quarterbacks on $50 million. The quarterbacks making $50 million, they're all really good, and only half of them made the playoffs. They don't have a good enough team around them.
But I think that if you want to have a cap in baseball, they're going to take away my sport from me next year.
Yeah, you're bracing yourself for what seems inevitable.
It's a joke, right? Absolutely a joke, right? And you're
all making a lot of money.
Yeah, but you penalize financially. The problem, this apron stuff, you can't sign this player. You can't do this. You can't do that. Just penalize them financially out the wazoo if that's what you want.
That's what they do.
But don't tell me you cannot make moves. You literally can't make the move.
You can. You just choose not to. Because you're getting penalized out the wazoo.
There's restrictions and they should be.
The Knicks won the championship and immediately let the guy go who got the huge rebound in the last minute of the final game. And the owner said, second apron. No, I don't want to pay that kind of money.
But I think that it should be tailored for a guy like Mitchell Robinson.
I like where you're going.
It's not Jalen Brunson.
I think the tailoring needs to involve guys you drafted.
That's what I said. Yeah, if you develop guys, if you draft guys and develop guys, these bird rights spiels, and we're getting way in the weeds that I don't like going, that it should be, you should be able to keep them. They have to get rid, now it could come to this, not saying it will. They have to decide, do we keep Keontae George or not? This kid, I want to see him play until the Jazz don't want to see him play for them. because he has the opportunity to be a 10-year guy. He's going to have a great career. You picked him, 16? That means half the league passed on him. You shouldn't have to give him away.
But the Thunder are getting to that point with a $250 million payroll, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it probably through this year without really getting to the core. But next year they might have to. And for them, it's full circle. There have been other teams along the way who've had to do this, and more will have to. But they did it with Harden in the previous generation, where they moved him and kept Russell Westbrook and kept Kevin Durant because they couldn't afford all of them under the rules of that era. And it bugs people. The Thunder had something going. They'd been to a final against the Heat, and they broke it up. Now they have a title. They played a great 7-gamer.
Yeah, I mean, Durant left, though.
He did. But if Harden had stayed and they'd won, would Durant have left? I mean, maybe he would have.
I don't know.
I know.
Who knows him?
The other big money story is that Seattle, the Seahawks, have been sold for an NFL record $9.6 billion. San Francisco 49ers had a limited partner, Vinod Khosla, who will now take over as a controlling owner of the Seahawks. He put together a group because nobody has $9.6 billion lying around. So you put together a group.
Nobody? Bezos?
Nope, not lying around. Got
Who's
all
the
invested.
other guy?
It's all tied up.
Some other guy is really super rich.
Elon Musk?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. And he doesn't have billions.
He's supposed to be a trillionaire. Yeah.
Which is
not just lying around. He's got all tied up in rockets and stuff. I guess he could leverage it.
I used to think when I heard that guy's name being out there, is that a cologne or what is that? I
didn't
have any idea who this guy is.
When I was first hearing about that guy, Elon Musk, I'm like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
And is it a French cologne?
Now we hear about him all the time.
Yeah, but I couldn't think of his name.
Stephon Diggs, 32-year-old free agent wide receiver, sometimes has created a little bit of drama, remains unsigned with about 2 weeks to go until training camp, believes he's as good as any secondary wideout option. My opinion, I can compete with anybody. Take those top wide receivers, you got your ones, right? You can't name a number 2 better than me. Some team that needs a receiver, I'm thinking about Kansas City.
I guess the expression is go number 2.
Hey, now. Give him a 1-year deal so he's on his best behavior.
Why would you say that, though? I'm not that good, but I'm the best of the secondary guys.
Because I don't think he can convince people he's as good as the star receivers, but he might be able to convince somebody
just
that
say,
he can
I
do
belong
something.
in the league.
He does.
I'm a player.
The problem is all the stuff that comes with it.
Not that I'm not that good. Yeah, I know, and it's not good enough.
Never happy.
Right. Yeah.
Your Arizona comparison, not Marbury, Marion, Sean Marion, making $17 million. Steve Nash passing you the ball. Your home games in 72 degrees in Arizona when everybody else is sludging through.
Sure, but I don't think Marion had those off the field or court issues.
No, he just wasn't happy. And Diggs isn't happy, but he really can make an issue when he's not happy.
Yeah.
All right, DJ PK, anything else you want to tell the people?
They're beautiful.
Netflix All-Star break home run derby tonight. All-Star game on Fox tomorrow, but Netflix
I
has
hope my
home
kid
run
has
derby.
Netflix.
Time to give away golfer. Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE will be assigned a golfer in the Open Championship this week. We're giving away the top 25 and the field. The winner will win a Copper Rock branded polo, outerwear piece, hat, and a $100 gas gift card. So all the merch and $100 of free gas. Brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to.
This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, she is Sarah Todd. I don't think Jackson Hayes is the solution. Nurk, I'm not sure if he's the solution either. What do you think the Jazz do as far as center going forward?
None of that is going to be a solution long term, right? But anybody that thinks that the Jazz going into this particular season being a legitimate title contender, that's not realistic. It doesn't have to be that the Jazz have their perfect center for the timeline for this team right now. This Jazz team needs to be able to prove prove, as constructed, that they're able to win games. The expectation is still you make the playoffs, you definitely need to be a play-in team like at worst. Yeah, down the road, the center position is going to need to be fortified a little bit, but that can happen over the next few years kind of as they ramp their way up through the Western Conference.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee, and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, time for your feedback. Caleb Wilson, number 4 pick in the draft, 35 points, 7 threes for the Bulls Summer League team. His first game in 5 months after breaking his wrist. It's too early for buyer's remorse, right? Ben, the Jazz got the best player in the draft. Stop already.
It's not specifically related to Darren Peterson and the Jazz, though. See all three players that were drafted ahead.
There was a time when he was talked about as if he could break through one of those three and climb into the top three. And then all of a sudden, all that talk went quiet. And the last at least month, but maybe 6 or 7 weeks, there was nothing about that. And he just seemed locked in at 4, and sure enough, he was 4.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy. There's a ton of potential there. Brian, seriously, is this a serious post or clickbait? We have DP. If you want buyer's remorse, take Wilson over DP and regret the next 10 years. Not because Wilson is bad, he's a stud. DP could be that special. All caps for the word that.
Yeah, but I'm not taking a shot at the Jazz pick, though.
If a 6'10 guy can really shoot it like that, look out. That's the thought.
Well, Darren Peterson has done nothing to cause me to think twice. It's more about what Caleb Wilson and how much. The thing about Caleb Wilson is that he was such an unknown because of the injury.
Got hurt, didn't play.
Yeah.
Biggest part of the season.
Right.
And he's out.
And then he talked about how, well, we were looking to run the ball, and so I didn't really get an opportunity to have spot-up shots and so forth. So that's the thing about it. And we've seen guys that are hyped, and then they go to college, and the college thing doesn't work out, and they sort of fall off the map. Or it's not the right college for them to utilize their skills, because those guys, those college guys, it's always a difficult situation for them. They recruit these. If a 4- and 5-star kid wants to come to your program, you're going to take them, but then if they don't have the results, or, you have to fit the style in and all that stuff, and you only got them for 35 games. So there's really no time for development. And
they're paid. The coaches are paid to win.
Yeah.
They're paid to win now. They're not paid to develop a guy for the NBA.
Right. But yet you want, and Kevin Young is right to do it, to talk about, hey, it's the NBA, man. Come here. We run an NBA model program. We've got all these people that can help you, Now you judge a program by its commitment on the second row. How many people are sitting in the second row? If they got 10 folks, men and women, then wow, they're really into it. They're spending a lot of money, right?
They're running an NBA program.
Yeah. And Van Gundy made a joke about it with the Clippers now, their bench last night. He said, man, it seems like they got 2 coaches for every player. Well, that indicates, the amount of expense. So they're attracted because you want to go to Kansas because they do put guys in the NBA. But then Self has to negotiate all that. You wonder if these guys, if Bill Self had to tell you the truth, man, that wasn't worth it.
I think that's
too
absolutely
much drama and headache. And then he goes out and he says, the kid says, wow, man, I wasn't used properly. It's like, bleep you.
So
then they're here and gone.
Go get a bunch of transfers, get some older guys.
I know, but if a 4- and 5-star wants to come to your program, what are you going to do?
It's hard to walk away.
No, we're not
going to
take you.
It's hard to walk away from the talent.
Yeah. And Calipari has had all these NBA guys. He only got 1 title.
Got to have the complete team. And speaking of that, here's James's post. It's too early for buyer's remorse, right? James says, yes, ! Way too early, ! Wilson, Booker, DeBonson, Peterson, or one of many others could be him, all caps. Perhaps not a one of them. Perhaps a few of them. Each will have doubt-producing days. Each will have praise-producing days. I just want a championship! !
Ultimately, that's what the fans care about.
There it is, James. There it is.
Yeah, it's a little bit different in the pros, because you develop these guys and you've got them for several years.
Do you feel, and somewhere in here, and I don't know where it is, but somebody brought this up. We got a lot of responses here, but someone said getting drafted by the wrong team can wreck your development. Do you think any of these players got drafted by the wrong team?
I don't know yet.
When I read that, I thought the 2 teams in a 4 that have done a pretty good job of producing young players where young players go and get better are the Grizzlies and the Jazz. So I guess just defaulting, and that's without going there, and this is why these meetings are so important. And this is why as media and as fans, like, we can have fun with the draft, but we're cut out of the real meat and potatoes part of the process. Going, having a conversation, looking at somebody. You're big on this, how people talk to you and how they look you in the eye and how they present themselves. You know, it's not fair to hold the current Wizards management at fault for everything that's gone wrong in Washington over the last 45 years. It just isn't.
Right.
And we do see these clubs sold occasionally, and I don't think there's a more dramatic change than the Warriors, who were pretty good. They got sold. They were bad for 17 years. That owner sold, and they got really good again. And won 4 championships, and they drafted well. And the new owners brought in Jerry West as a consultant. You don't have to do it every day, Jerry. Just tell us what you think.
Well, I look at the 4 teams, and the Jazz are the most stable because either you have a new coach or you only had a coach in his first year. The Bulls, new guy, what's his face? The kid, that guy from Portland, what's his name? Splitter.
Thiago Splitter.
Is that who the coach is?
Thiago, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's brand new. I think the other 2, Memphis and Washington, are only 1 year.
They are. Yeah.
So the Jazz got a lot of stability here. And they've had stability. Stability on its own isn't great, but it was stability that made sense. You're going to bring in Will Hardy and give him a subpar product. He's not going to win. I don't care who you are.
But young players have been getting better.
Yeah. And
so, it was the previous generation in Memphis under the previous coach, but we did see young guys get better. We saw them draft multiple guys and saw them get better. You could probably list 4, 5, 6.
But such major change in the personnel, too. Both Washington and Memphis, major change. The Jazz, not really major change.
Right.
You bring in Jackson, you lose Kessler. That's it.
All right, DJ PK, we're all done. Coming up next, Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on The Zone.
Are we finished? Done. So what, that means the show's over? Yep. It's over. Over.
Goodbye.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Goodbye.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win a family 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Bryan at Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 7th. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. Where delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at ShrinersChildren's.org.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeComb, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, coded to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside.
Let's do it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim LeComb.
What's up, my dude?
Happy Monday.
As happy as Mondays can be.
You know, I love Mondays in this job. It's just because
they are
there's so
not
much.
As bad as the regular world.
Yeah, exactly. For all you dudes out there, I know you hate Mondays, and I totally get it. I love Mondays because we just have 2 days, 3 days of pent-up sports talk that we got to get to, a weekend worth of things. So, yeah, let's get it. Our fearless leader, Lloyd Cole, shockingly is on vacation. Although he is fishing, and apparently pulling out some really good fish.
We saw the pics.
Yeah.
He posted on Instagram as well.
Yeah.
Little kid, the younger son, caught the bigger fish. Is that what you were saying?
Well, it just it looked like, and Lloyd didn't post this one, but he sent one, and it was of his youngest holding a fish, and then he looked like he was berating his older son, like he was just sitting there. And I'm like, I don't know if that's the one you want to put on social media. And he didn't, thank goodness, because...
You go find a bigger fish, and I don't care if it's dusk.
Yeah.
I can just see Lloyd. I mean, he marches to a different beat.
Yes. He likes to foster competition between his kids, which, hey, I'm all for.
Healthy or unhealthy?
Exactly. It may be paying for a therapy bill down the line, but that's all right. How was your weekend? Everything good?
Yeah, it was good. Did a bunch of yard work, man. I actually had dirt under my nails.
Nice.
You're really proud of me.
Yeah.
I was out weeding and doing a few things, and then, that heat was so that yesterday family came over and we basically hibernated inside. But my AC, thank goodness for those new windows.
Yes,
because my AC was fighting for its life yesterday.
So I did the cardinal sin of landscaping on Saturday. I picked the hottest day of the year to lay sod, and I put about, not a huge job, but it was about 500-600 square feet of sod. And you want to do that in the spring or the fall when it's cooler. And I picked the hottest day. And so, yeah, my water bill is going to be through the roof because I'm, putting sprinklers on that, trying to keep it wet. And yeah.
Were you, your back okay?
Back's fine. I feel good.
That stuff's heavy though, man.
Everything's good.
And you're in weird, you have to get down and bend and get that stuff in there.
It is a good reminder of why I suck at Tetris, because, you know, you want to stagger your lines and do all that other stuff and then mix and match. And I'm like, oh, didn't do a good job. But we got a busy show. Coming up a little bit later on, Shehan Jayaraja will join us, honorary member of the Zone staff. I am really surprised. One of these days, he's going to send us an invoice because we're going to that well a lot. So I appreciate Shehan not billing us yet, but I have a feeling that day is going to come here very soon.
By virtue of his attire, I would imagine the invoice is high as well.
Yes.
I mean, look, man, like you didn't have to squint to see him. You saw the rest of us kind of wearing cotton, cotton T-shirts and cotton pullovers. This dude he was in a full-on, like, I think there was gold in it. Like,
yes.
I literally think the outside of it had golds. The guy, look, he's either, he's dressing to go to the Big 12 Media Day, or he could perform it as a backup singer for Justin Timberlake.
Yes.
He looked that good.
Dude was dressed to the nines, and he always is.
So
always
the
best
invoice
dressed.
the invoice
might be heavy.
steep.
We might have to have your buddy Steve help us out, maybe with him.
Oh, we got it done. I don't know if he would. I don't know if he'd love those suits as much, but we're getting you some.
I love it. All right, let's get to it. Starting lineup: Scott Gerard, the coach; Tim Lacombe, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we got Summer League to talk about. We talked a little bit about the AJ DeBonsa versus Darren Peterson, but games continue on. There is a running theme, and I want to be careful because I don't want to, you and I were talking a little bit about this before. There are things that I think you can be excited about. There are things that I think can be somewhat neutral. And then I think there's some things that you can be somewhat concerned about. And you have forgotten more about basketball and the development of basketball players than I'll ever know. So I'm going to kind of acquiesce to you on this one. What should a Jazz fan's concern level be on Cody Williams right now?
I would say pretty darn high. And I've been one that has been kind of waiting for him to get stronger because he's really been at a disadvantage with his body in the NBA. He's one of those guys that, you have to come out because you're a hot commodity, but you're nowhere near ready. And so that's why I talk about development not being linear. In these first couple of years, I've been able to swallow hard sometimes, but I've been able to digest some of the things I'm seeing because in my mind it's been, he's playing against grown men. And, last night probably the low point for Cody. And, the shot he shot from the top of the key that hit the upper left quadrant of the backboard. Like, I don't know if he was trying to shoot it at the other sphere, like the big sphere. There's a little sphere.
Yeah.
Right? And I think he may have been so obsessed with that big sphere that he was trying to, because it looked like it was going out of the building. It had no chance. And that's the problem is he's just had really remedial moments in Summer League. So while I don't want to overreact and say this dude's done,
yeah,
I want to say what you just said. The concern level is probably, I don't know, like bright red.
Yeah. So
bright
we're
red.
at DEFCON 1.
We're DEFCON in it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, and this is the way you've got to look at it, he was the 10th pick in the draft. Now, if you go back and look at that draft, because I just did with Jake Hatch as we were waiting for our show, and we're kind of scrolling through that 24 draft. If you remember, it was Risa, Shea, and Sarr at the top.
Yeah.
And like nobody made a decision until maybe 20 minutes before the draft. And the draft, obviously, I think the best player in that draft has been proven, Steph Castle, taken 4.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was one, as I ranked him, he was my one. He was my one.
You loved him in the draft.
People were scared of his shooting, but I loved, like, to me, we talk about hooking guys up to that heart monitor. You didn't have to. I saw it with that dude. He plays every possession with reckless abandon, and the guys, he makes great things happen all the time, but he just had a physicality to him I liked that I thought would translate. But anyway, you go down the draft, and you have to remember in that draft, the Jazz were fortunate. They had that pick right at the end of the first where they got Isaiah Collier, who is a rotational dude.
Yeah.
He's proven it. He's not in summer league. The guy's done he's got a role on this team, and it's a pace-changing role. It's an aggression role, and it's finding guys. He's a brilliant passer. And then first pick of the second round was the next day. First time they did that. And David Locke and I went out to sushi that night after the draft because we'd done the draft together, and both of us wanted Cody Williams. So I will be the first to say that I'm in this boat from the start. Okay, but then I remember getting to a restaurant, getting a call, talking to somebody in the front office, and the name Flip coming up, and I was so cold on him too because I just didn't like. I don't know, maybe because he went to Duke.
Yeah.
Guys get graded by me a little more harsh, but when I really dug in and started watching his tape that night, I was like, wow, like you can play through this dude. This dude can go into game one and have a role. And not only have a role, he can hang because he has the ability to see the floor and bounce the ball. And the big guys, typically that's an add-on. If you're going to the car store, you want a base model, big guy, you want vision and dribble in the basketball, making plays, that's an add-on. That's going to cost you. So I felt like, in looking back on it now, that's kind of how I'm starting to stomach it because you can't hit on every guy. And Cody Williams still has time, but the problem is the rotation is going to start to move on.
Yes, and that's the thing. You're either on board or you're getting left behind.
Because guys like Svi, right?
Yeah.
Guys like Svi who, what is the one thing Svi is? He's consistent. You know exactly every night what you're getting out of that dude. He ain't going out there to hunt shots, but he's going to be aggressive. And if a team sleeps on him, he may put 25 on them, right? So that's the problem is I just feel like Cody's development will be delayed because now the Jazz they're taking that next step. And Cody's going to have to get his minutes where he gets them, maybe some G League time again. But last night was, he had a really nice first game. But when you uncover it, again, you start looking at the competition. And you kind of go, it's not apples to oranges here.
If you've been in the league for a couple of years and you've started NBA games and you played 23 minutes in a summer league game, you can't go scoreless.
You can't go scoreless, man. You got to find a way to get to the rim. And the other part was disheartening is, they just got blown out.
Yeah.
Darren Peterson, honestly, was the only teeth they had on the offensive side. And I really have liked what he's had to go through in summer league. I like that teams are lining up for him and the way they're guarding him. He's really getting a nice look at what opening night will be scheme-wise. And he's actually gone against a litany of guys that have been in the league a couple of years every time.
I actually think, in a weird way, things might, now granted the level of competition, especially from an individual athletic standpoint, will be much higher come the start of the season, but the game plans won't be as severely slanted against him in the start. So you might actually see better production from him in the regular season because they're not just dealing with Darren Peterson. Now they're dealing with Larry Markkinen, and they're dealing with everybody across the board. And so it might lighten a little bit of the load for him in the regular season. Am I off base on that?
No, I think totally. I mean, spacing is that, that's what the Jazz are going to have so much of.
Yeah.
Because they have guys out there in every spot that can shoot the ball. And then they have, guys that can attack as well. And you're going to give him that much attention. You're going to leave Lowry wide open. You're going to leave Keontae single covered. So pick your battles, pick your poison. But that's going to be the beautiful part of this Jazz team from the start is they will be able to go out, and their offense is not plays, it's schemes. And so they'll be able to go out and play to the mismatch out there every single time. Because there's going to be somebody out there guarding somebody that they would not be chosen ahead of that person. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So the Jazz that's the beauty of what they're putting together is that spacing for him should be like it was last year. Maybe not quite as good, that Ace saw, but Ace really got unlocked by learning how to play without the ball in his hands.
Yes.
Cutting,
Yeah.
Offensive rebounding, running the floor, those types of things.
So last night, Darren Peterson played 26 minutes, scored 23 points, 6 of 18 from the field. Got to the free throw line. I always like those numbers when he gets to the line 8 times, 6 of 8 from the free throw line. Dished out 5 assists, even had a couple block shots as well, which is something that we've seen a little bit out of his game.
How many do you have 2?
Yeah, he had
shots?
2.
Yeah.
Yep.
A couple steals.
Couple steals. Only turned it over twice, which was something that he struggled with a little bit in Salt Lake City. So, you know what? I think there's a lot you can take away from that.
Oh, really, really positive. And I did hear today that he and Ace will be shut down. They're not going to play tonight.
Yeah.
Which means they probably be done. I don't know.
That's what I would think, honestly.
Unless they want to give it one more, end of summer.
4 games. Ace played 8 minutes. Did not score, but 0 for 5 from the field. He was limited.
No, I feel like it could be the end. And I think the experience itself, like I said, he got a really nice simulation of coverages. And, last night really, to me, passed the test by just making the right play.
Mm-hmm.
The guys with him, not making the right play.
Yeah.
Time after time. But that's kind of what you get when you put a summer league roster together. But, his ability to draw to on a dime, on a whim, just draw 2 defenders, and he's so good at just making that easy play. He did it time and time again last night, and that'll serve him well in the Jazz's offense as well.
I just don't think – I know Jazz fans are going to want to see more of him because he's the new shiny toy, so you're going to want to see him as much as possible. I don't think there's really anything to gain by playing more games. Now, what I would probably still have him around the team and practices and things like that. I just wouldn't ship him home and say, you're done here. I would still like him to be involved to a certain extent, but out on the court where everybody's coming at you because you're the number 2 overall pick. And so some, shoe clerk that's going to be spending the next 5 years in the G League wants to make a statement by, bodying him up or doing something that could cause him a little bit of harm. I think I'm done with him on playing competitive games.
The other part of that, too, if you had a little better insulation on your roster around him in the Summer League roster where, it doesn't have to be the load on him every night. And teams, honestly, they can load up on him.
Yeah.
There's nobody else. If Cody's not going to make shots and Ace isn't out there.
No disrespect to Blake Hinson.
Love Blake. No, Blake. And Blake, Blake could have a role on this Jazz team.
I had that on the schedule. I want to talk about him a little bit later on.
I know Will Hardy loves the guy.
Okay.
Loves the guy. And watching him night after night in the time he got, he was dead-eye from 3. I mean, he shot 40-plus from 3 in his time with the Jazz. So he's a guy that is almost like, hey, they know what he can do. He's going to be a body, and he'd be a spacing, shooting guy off the bench. But for this particular group, there's just too much, especially with other teams not loaded, but there's 2 or 3 veterans on pretty much every team. It's just he's playing uphill now. And I think we've seen that he can handle it. He can handle the pressure. He's great to get off the ball. And I'm with you. I think for a lot of different reasons, probably no more, you don't need to see any more. And just now we just wait until opening night.
Let's go. Can't wait. But, look, there's little things. And I think that's why, if nothing else, I shut Ace down and Darren Peterson down as well, because I want to see that, okay, do we have a Filipowski? Do we have a guy that we didn't maybe have a ton of expectation, or a Svi, somewhere he didn't have a ton of expectations for, but he just keeps carving out a little bit of a role for himself to the point where okay, yeah, we got to bring him to training camp and then let's see from there. And so I just want these dudes to battle it out and see if there's a diamond in there that you can go find.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously signed Josh Okogie. He was at the game last night. A guy who he fits really well because he just will go out there and play his heart out. And shoots the 3 really well, shoots the free throw really poorly. One of those guys, really strange. Shoots 39% from 3 last year and was in the 50s from the free throw line. So
makes no sense.
It's more a mental thing, I would imagine. But no, I just feel like, now it's a time to find a couple of, maybe a guy that can really help something. But beyond that, the Jazz have seen, I think you've seen great things. I did do a little research on AJ.
Yes, I want to talk about this.
And look, man, the dude, he's like Darren. He's going to get 20 every night. Like, he just has a knack to get to the free throw line. I just think the biggest concern, and through 2 games on him, outside the paint, looked at his shot chart. Outside the paint, he is 4 for 21 in 2 games.
Outside the paint.
Yeah, every shot he's basically made has been either at the free throw line or at the rim, or in the paint. Outside the paint, anywhere outside the paint, he's 4 for 21.
He's shooting about 19-20%.
Right. And that was the scary thing coming in. So I don't know, just something to watch. Put a pin in it. He's still effective. He's still getting points. His team's winning. But that's just something he's going to have to, at some point, that's going to have to come up.
Yeah. And that's, look, that was the knock. That was the concern. There's been guys that, if you want to keep with the BYU thread, I was a concern about Yegor, and he came into the league last year and showed that he can shoot it. I don't think you're going to see that from A.J. DeBonsa. What he's going to do is get to the rim. He's going to get to the free throw line. He'll finish in the paint, but that shot's going to be a work in progress, and maybe something that he is going to have to work on his entire career.
I think so. Right now, I have watched guys come in and have their shot kind of retooled. Bryce Sensabaugh was one that he just took too long to get it off, and so they worked really hard at that. But his, that's going to be, to me, what will set him apart. He's going to be a great player regardless, but to do what he wants to do, and that's be the MVP and win championships and those sorts of things, you're going to have to be able to shoot the ball from outside the paint, because you're not going to be able to get to the rim, and the referees aren't going to, he'll find this out soon enough. Your ability to sell fouls comes with success and reputation.
Yep.
And so in the beginning, I think he'll have some success, but he will have to develop the ability and find some other ways to get some baskets that aren't right on top of the rim or at the free throw line.
It would be very easy for him, too, to really lean into that and say, okay, how can I have success immediately? It's that. But in terms of long-term success, he's got to work on that shot.
Yeah, I mean, I watch it all the time, right? That is, you look at a guy like, give me a guy like DeMar DeRozan, for instance. Now, DeMar DeRozan is a guy who, he's a mid-range guy, but he is a guy who can, off the bounce, make some things, pull-ups. AJ has an advantage in that mid-post, especially, gets a smaller defender, can kind of give him the body, and that fadeaway shot outside the paint. That's just something he's got to dial in and get great at, because he can get that shot anytime he wants. But it's just going to be an interesting process to see how, as the NBA comes at him, different schemes, his own teammates, the spacing, everything else, how it's all going to work out.
I mean, Zion came into the league and had success when he was healthy just because he was so much bigger and stronger. He didn't have to really work on a lot of areas of his game. And now as the years start to pile on, you're like, okay,
He's
what else?
behind.
What else do you have?
Yep.
I hate going to this well, but Karl Malone was a guy who was able to manage a mid-range game, a mid-range shooter. That fall away baseline thing
Just
that he
money,
hit
right?
over and over and over again.
Money, and he worked at that, because that was not something that he was great at, because again, he was bigger, stronger, moved people around, but he developed it, and that's just part of. It's not a knock on Ace. I mean, he's the number 1 pick in the draft. I just know his goals. I know what he wants to do. I mean, in his mind, he wants to take what LeBron James has done and put it in their back seat, because that's the way he thinks. And in order to do that, and we saw LeBron. LeBron had to get better and did get better at shooting the ball. Still not somebody you'd go to in crunch time, per se, from 3 or any of that. But his secret sauce, his superpower is his ability to navigate tight space as a big dude and get to the rim. And he's going to score 20 easily most games.
Yeah.
Because he is constantly on attack and bodies are in his way.
All right, 1026, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's Tim Lacombe. I'm Scott Gerard. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. Shehan Jayaraja will join us coming up a little bit later on. Alex Napolis making the magic happen as well. We will even sneak in a 1 minute. Look, I'm not cutting you down to 30 seconds. I'm not pulling a Lloyd. We will have our 1 minute World Cup update. Although I don't really have many, we were all Team USA, and then I was kind of Team Norway. And now I don't have a lot left. I don't know who to cheer for anymore. I've been trying to latch on to a country, and every time I'm like the kiss of death. Every time I start rooting for somebody, they're out. Who's your team, Alex? Who do you got left?
I have Spain winning it, and they have a semifinal game with France coming up tomorrow.
Yeah. So you're on Team Spain right now?
Team Spain.
You
should go for Team Argentina.
I'm going to go Argentina.
It's like.
Then that way they can get eliminated.
I know. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. You're saying I'm the kiss of death. Okay, I like where. Okay, all right, sure. Go Messi. Let's do it.
I've been to Argentina, so I'm going with Argentina. That was one of the coolest places I ever recruited, by the way.
Oh, I bet.
Cordoba, Argentina. Doesn't sound like much. Seriously, it's a cool town. Really, really modern city with car elevators and stuff like that.
No kidding. Yeah. My wife and I, we did this little trip around Europe. Wow, it's coming up like 6-7 years ago. And we were in London. We went to Paris. You know where I would go back? Spain. I loved Spain. I would go to Spain 99 out of 100 times if you have to choose between that or anywhere else.
It's an amazing place. Spain
is awesome. People are just chill. I love the fact that we got into a town at 9 a.m. and it was 3 a.m. anywhere else. It was nothing going on. And then 10 a.m. hit, place just came to life. But it's no, we're going to start when we want to start. We're going to be a little chill and take our time getting going. And you know what? I'm down with that.
Have you ever seen we took part in one of those human towers they do in Spain. Have you ever seen those where people climb?
Yeah.
So we had a performing group come for our team,
yeah.
And they picked a couple of us as bass, and I must have just looked like a bass.
You were a bass?
Bass.
I mean, I would say, where's Eric Mika at?
Right. Well, They didn't want to hurt anybody valuable.
Okay.
So,
Coach, you're going to have to do this.
Anyway, I was down there, and I think I was face-to-face with Quincy Lewis, if I remember right, in a very tight spot. But, yeah, they built this huge tower, got a picture of it on top of us. It was pretty neat.
Nice.
So I'm all about Spain, man.
1028, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, she is Sarah Todd. I don't think Jackson Hayes is the solution. Nurk, I'm not sure if he's the solution either. What do you think the Jazz do as far as center going forward?
None of that is going to be a solution long term, right? But anybody that thinks that the Jazz going into this particular season being a legitimate title contender, that's not realistic. It doesn't have to be that the Jazz have their perfect center for the timeline for this team right now. This Jazz team needs to be able to prove as constructed that they're able to win games. The expectation is still you make the playoffs, you definitely need to be a play-in team at worst. Yeah, down the road, the center position is going to need to be fortified a little bit, but that can happen over the next few years kind of as they ramp their way up through the Western Conference.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. Fire Sense is the first response.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To put out my big heart, I am dying in the way. Take a look at our towers, then trust in their lives. Sipping living in the booze,
It is a Coach Music Playlist Monday. Tried to work in a little alliteration there.
I thought it was awesome.
What do we got?
This is Stone Temple Pilots.
Oh, this is... I'm embarrassed. I should know that.
It's okay. It's not a...
It's a little bit of a deep cut.
It's a deep cut, but it's... I thought it would be good for Monday, get the blood pumping.
A little STP.
That's a party hound. We play about 4 or 5 of these bad boys. In fact, we got the set list cleared at BYU.
Oh, really?
Met with them down in Dallas.
Did they do any redlining?
Nope. I just got so they said send it over to me. I showed it to them. While I was sitting here, I just got the fire emoji from the 2 parties down there. So they're all on board of what we're going to be putting down. Don't miss it, even if you got to just go for the pregame festivities.
All right, so BYU, we've been hinting at this. You've talked about it. But BYU, Notre Dame, college football, outside LaVell Edwards Stadium, the Party Hounds will be playing outside the stadium.
So game time not announced yet, but the way they do it is 3.5 hours before the game you start. You play for probably a good hour, and then they break for the Cougar walk, let the guys roll through, and then we get another hour. Go up to, or now maybe another hour 15. They go up to 30 minutes before kick.
Wow. So you're going right up to, essentially right up to kickoff almost.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that, a lot of people want to get in there and see the grandeur, but you want to hear this.
Do you try to time out the music based on when people are going to be most like sometimes you like when you're putting when I would put like a mixtape together, like I had like, okay, I'm going to start with this kind of tempo, then we're going to bring it down a little bit. Are you trying to match up when like the crowd's really starting to ramp up, or how do you even play into that?
Yeah, a little bit. But the cool part about what we do,
they're all bangers though.
Yeah, they're all bangers and they're all songs you know. So it's not one of those where it's like, hey, come listen to this band and
we got some new music we'd like to hear.
It's called Shenandoah. You know, no, it's all stuff they're bangers, stuff you can. And the other cool thing is like a time machine, because we'll play some things from the 70s and we'll bounce to the 2000s. And, it's going to be a good. So I will, maybe I'll publicize the set list sometime.
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. We'll let it build.
Maybe in every Monday you sneak in a song.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
And then you can try to guess. Listen every Monday, and Coach will play one of the songs that they'll be covering before the BYU note, and you have to guess which one it is.
Bullet the Blue Sky is one we will play because
I love that song.
The blue. You know, we tried to do a little of that, and then we're also I requested Cosmo and his drum, because I think Seven Nation Army will sound very good with that one. So don't miss the show, is all I got to tell you.
You got two right there. Two really good songs.
And there's about, 40 songs?
Alex is wondering if you can work in any Santana.
We'll have it in the we'll have it before we take the stage. That'll be our walk up for you, Alex.
Because you're so smooth.
You are too, buddy.
All right. So, hey, by the way, I wasn't going to spend a lot of time talking about this today because Hans was really big into the world of UFC. I really struggled with it. Like, not struggled with it. It's just something that I would really try to watch it, and then I just couldn't. I don't know what it is. I just couldn't do it. But I watched it to support my guy, and I would talk about it to support my guy. And I know that dude's probably got some big opinions, but Conor McGregor, man, 60 seconds in, like, I'm out. Come on, that's dirty.
That was dirty.
Something's dirty going on. Like, am I the only one that thinks something's going on that's a little fishy on that?
No, this dude. Hey, look, he got himself in a really bad way, and he needs some money. And I just never been like, my dad was really into boxing.
Yeah.
But I'm not one of those, like, if you see a video like the one that went viral this weekend of the Buffalo. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Alex, you see it? I can't watch it. Like, I can watch it charge and everything. I'm too much of an empath, dude. Like, I feel stuff. And I can't watch that.
When that dude got flipped up in the air 8 feet.
My goodness gracious. But, like, UFC, same thing. I mean, to put two dudes in a cage and have them just... look, man, I'm a lover, not a fighter.
That is true. You are a very people person.
So
you don't want
see somebody getting submission hold and bleeding out their eyeballs. That ain't my thing. Sorry. I don't know.
I am, but what I'm with you, by the way. And I think some of my issues with MMA and the UFC. So, like in '95, I'm like a freshman in college, and my roommate comes in. He's like, "Hey, you got to watch this tape. This old VHS tape that looked like it had been recorded over, had the tape on the side that you record over like 10 times. And it was like this bare knuckled UFC stuff, like the old school stuff. And I watched that. I was like, ugh. All right. And so I think that
Anybody
really
hungry?
Yeah. I mean, you saw like, impaled faces, and I'm just like, okay, I can't do this. But maybe that scarred me to the point where I never really could get on board with it. But I am a conspiracy guy. And to me, look, I don't care if you're a moon landing guy. I don't care if you're a JFK guy. Whatever conspiracy you have, you watched that last night or you read about that last night, and every conspiracy horn siren going off in your head should be going like a Christmas tree, because that looked fishy as hell, man.
And a lot of people paid
a lot of money
to see a guy who's on the very backside of his career.
I mean, it wasn't really going to be a fight anyway. The guy was going to get hammered.
He's the LeBron James of UFC.
Ooh. I think you're spot on that one. Although LeBron's still pretty good.
No, he can still kick. I mean, he's going to go more than a minute.
Conor McGregor, though, announcing that he will undergo surgery after what he appeared to suffer a right knee injury in the opening seconds. And said that I will have surgery. I will be ready to fight again. Okay, so two things there. Number one, I had a buddy of mine who played football at Utah State, and he went skiing and injured himself skiing, which was a big no-no. Not supposed to do that. Okay, you're not allowed to ski. I don't know if they had that at BYU.
Oh, yeah, bylaws, baby.
Big rules. Can't ski. Well, he went skiing, and sure enough, I can't remember what it was. I think it was like an MCL or something. Enough where he could walk around, and leading up to practice, he's like, I just got to find a way to make it to practice. Got to find a way to make it to practice. Got into practice, couple snaps in, boom, comes up lame, holding up his knee. Well, coach or the trainer comes over, I think you got an MCL. Whew. Blamed it on practice. Yeah, I know, I get it. A little morally flexible, but it happens. I think this is what I have little doubt Conor McGregor hurt his knee.
No, he was hurt. Yeah.
He was hurt. I just don't think it happened in the fight.
No, he walked, the way he walked in, it looked suspect.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have as much of the, I'm Conor McGregor, the strut. Is that how he struts?
By the way, if you're watching on the video stream, that's pretty well done by you.
Yeah. Well, he was in Utah for a minute, so I studied him. At a BYU and a Jazz game.
Yes. Yeah.
Just give it his support to the locals.
But so he's going to undergo surgery. Dana White has come out and said, hey, this is all on the up and up. Sure,
yeah,
Dana.
Nothing. I mean, you seem like such an upstanding man.
Yes. I think.
To me.
Look, if you're buying this stuff, honestly, like some of the undercard stuff I'm sure is great. But if you are buying one of these pay-per-views for the sole purpose of ever watching a Conor McGregor fight, that's on you. That anytime at this age he steps into the old thing, into the cage, something fishy's going on. It just is. So I don't feel bad for anybody. Now, if you bought some of the undercard stuff and you enjoyed that, great, good for you. But if you bought it just for Conor McGregor and you are upset, no, that's on you. That's on you. You knew it wasn't, even if he was healthy, it wasn't going to be much of a fight. And honestly, you can't be surprised something went on there. And that's why I have a hard time with boxing now and frankly the UFC, because it just feels so dirty. It feels like it's being manipulated. We joke about the script in the NFL and the NBA. I think the script is very much alive in boxing in some regards and in the UFC. I just do. So I have a hard time trusting it, and I know there's a lot of people that have a hard time trusting the NBA because they think it's rigged. It doesn't hold a candle to what we're seeing here.
No, it doesn't. Again, you and I started out this segment, just honest truth. I am not and have never been. I wouldn't know if they fight in an octagon, a hexagon, a pentagon. I don't know. Something like that. But it's some geometry
reference. Wasn't my strong suit.
But yeah. But I'm with you. I do. That was very, 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 very fishy.
And so
I'm losing my voice. Can I go?
Yeah.
I just barely felt it coming on.
Yeah, like this is going to be the Monday after that BYU Notre Dame game, and you're like, hey, I suddenly lost my voice. Oh, really? Suddenly?
Wait, okay. I've just been giving everything I got this first 44 minutes.
And by the way, if you're going to go to that concert and you're going to see my guy up on the stage, just know, much like you would expect out of your football team, this dude gives 110%. Like when I saw you down at the Velour, it's like, whew, you're leaving all out on the stage.
It's my passion project.
And we got you on the second night too.
Yeah,
and you were still bringing the heat.
I was bringing it, but I've learned how to manage that better. That was just trial and error. That one was reckless abandon. I got to be better.
What's the one song where you like, I got to finish with this one because I know there's not going to be a lot left in the tank?
In fact, I'll tell you.
I'm putting you right on the spot. I'm sorry.
Something like...
Here we go. Wait for it.
Dynamite, TNT.
Nice.
AC/DC. Something like that. There'll be some good AC/DC, some rockers, some Metallica, some stuff from the 80s like that you want to groove to, The Cure. We'll get through it all, my guy.
1046, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we got the Open Championship coming up, which means we are hooking you up. So all you have to do is be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, and you will be assigned a player in the field at the Open Championship. And if your golfer wins, you win. That's right. All you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. And if you win, you'll receive a Copper Rock branded polo, outerwear piece, hat, and a $100 gas gift card. Copper Rock, where the pros play, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We talk about getting those carpets cleaned, and we talk about the aesthetics of your home. And yes, Zero Res comes into your home, they clean those carpets. Those carpets are going to look brand new. You're going to see a different shade of color than you may not have seen in a while. That's how dirty those carpets can get. And you just get used to it, right? You just think, okay, that's what they look like. And then you actually clean them, and you're like, oh, okay, that's a different shade of white than I was expecting. Go to ZeroRes.com. These guys are going to come in. They're going to clean your home with that patented water technology. So your carpets are going to be cleaner than they ever have been since they were installed. They're going to dry quicker than other guys. They're not going to leave the harsh chemicals and soaps. It's going to leave that crunchy or sticky carpet after they leave. So they will stay cleaner longer. Go to ZeroRes.com. 866-0-RES. That's the number to call. Again, spelled the same forwards or back. It's the right way to clean. It is Zero Res. Go to ZeroRes.com. $139. That's going to get you 3 rooms of carpet clean with that great technology. Again, 3 rooms of carpet clean this month only for just $139. ZeroRes.com or call 866-0-RES. That's 866-0-RES.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In a wooden boat in the shipping lanes with the freighters towering over me, I can hear the jets flying overhead, making lines.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Have you seen these guys in concert?
No, I want to so bad.
I saw them, my wife and I, we even took our oldest to, they were at the Eccles Theater, and they put on a hell of a show. Just a great show.
I mean,
this is cake, by the way.
He's a little bit of a loose cannon, I've
Yes.
heard, right?
Yeah, very
so
much
you don't quite know what shows are going to be because he go get set off. But out of Sacramento, California, their music is terrific.
Yes.
I don't know, it makes me laugh.
The lyrics are a little out there.
They are. And, sometimes it feels like he's just telling you about his day.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it fun. But it's cake. Check them out.
Yes, very much so. Hey, make sure to join the show. We will be down in Nephi coming up on Wednesday. That means Bar Dub Grill off of exit 222 in Nephi. We'll be doing the show live. Make sure to stop by 10 to 2, Bar Dub Grill and the Bar W Steakhouse. And you just come by and pick up some beef, too. Take it home, cook it up.
You're going to bring some?
I am going to be making a significant order and bringing it back for the big old station barbecue coming up on Saturday.
You need any help around any last minute help, you call me.
I know, and I appreciate that.
I'll bring my paintbrush. I'll bring whatever you need.
I do have some things on the old checklist that I got to check off.
Well, you just know you've got an extra couple hands here if you need it.
Well, I got good advertiser of ours, Adam from 5 Star Painting, is over there taking a look at my deck, and I'm like, do I repaint the deck or do I just find a way to knock it down and build a new one? Because my deck, man, you're gonna see that thing and you're gonna say, I'm not walking up on that thing. Like it's fine, it'll hold you. It's a little precarious. That's all. Just a little and so I'm thinking if we can get if we can get 15 people on that deck. And then it comes down, and we can, find a way to, just mitigate some of the injuries. Then I can, submit the claim. And I love admitting insurance fraud on the station. That's probably a great idea.
I've got a perfect idea. That's where we get the group photo.
Oh, I like that too. Mm-hmm. And then when the video comes out of it coming
viral.
Down, then it goes viral. Then I've got my evidence. There we go.
And you get the, whatever viral means, you maybe attach some monetary gain to that.
Yeah, and then I call RGS. They come out there and they build a new deck for me.
I mean, it's how this business works.
Oh, man. Somewhere legal is like, wait a minute. What are you guys talking about again?
We're going to have somebody up here quick.
We can't be doing that.
No group photo this year on the deck.
Hey, if you're Kyle Whittingham, you're wondering what the heck's going on in Michigan because, well, Kyle Whittingham's fine, and he's cashing some incredible checks, but he may have a new boss here coming soon as the athletic director. The University of Michigan spent $11 million on legal fees to bring in a third-party outside legal firm to do an investigation as to what went on with the football coach, the affair that went down, all of the nastiness that essentially led to Kyle Whittingham getting that job. And now under fire is the athletic director, Wardle Manuel, who may end up losing his job over this. So Kyle Whittingham may get hired by a guy, and he be gone by the time the season starts. Which
is always an interesting predicament when the AD, you want to try to maintain the best relationship you can, and when an AD hires you, that's a great spot to be because you are their, you're their ticket at that point. And when they leave and they bring in a new AD, that's a kind of a weird time.
Now, Manuel's been there since 2017. Obviously, they've won championships in men's basketball, in men's football, in gymnastics. So they've had unprecedented success. And if you're the AD of a school that in the span of 3 years wins an NCAA tournament in men's basketball and you win a college football playoff, you would be pretty much untouchable, I would think. And that's going to get put to the test here a little bit because usually, let's just say Michigan was 500 in both those teams, he would be gone immediately. The only thing that's keeping him employed right now is the fact that his teams are winning. And usually that, no pun intended, wins out. So nobody gets fired over a bad APR if you're the head coach or an athletic director.
There's ways around that, Scotty.
Yeah. As long as you're winning, nobody cares. In fact, I joked there was a coach at Big 12 Media Day that opened up with, and it wasn't, by the way, a Utah or BYU head coach because they're having good success. But there was a coach who opened up his comments about how his team had set records in APR. And if that's your opening comments, that means you are squarely on the hot seat.
Well, that also, you could get in a time machine when that was relevant, it was about 15 years ago.
Yes.
Right? I mean, now the only initials that matter are NIL. Nobody cares about APR.
No.
And the other three letters, WIN. NIL, WIN, and the rest we can deal with.
But the problem is, not only is this team's winning championships, but not only are you dealing with the affair and now the lawsuit from the staffer against the university, but now you're also dealing with you had the Jim Harbaugh, you had the sign-stealing kid, I forgot his name, Connor Stallion. Yeah.
I mean, how did we forget that?
So you got all this other stuff going on. So that winning is coming, but it's also there's some baggage there that Michigan's got to find a way to navigate. And so if you're the president, if you're the board, you're like, okay, look, we can't be dealing with this anymore. We got to clean this thing up. Or do you be like, hey, we're winning? Who cares?
Who cares? I do know this, that it won't really affect Kyle. This won't affect Kyle.
No, not at all.
He's got the mandate, and certainly the fans are excited. And, Kyle's going to be good because Kyle's great. I mean, he just wins. And it's no nonsense, not a lot of fanfare or fodder. Just line them up, knock them around. So the focus can and will get back to football at Michigan with Kyle there.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, you couldn't have found a better person. It's a lot like, to a much lesser extent, there was a lot of stuff going on at Utah State. Who is the right guy to bring into Utah State when there might be some off-the-field stuff going on? Bronco Mendenhall. Made perfect sense. Slam dunk hire. Bronco is the guy that's going to run things extremely clean, do everything the right way. Bronco is a letter of the law kind of guy. Perfect match for what Utah State needed at the exact time they needed. Kyle Whittingham, perfect fit for what Michigan needed. They didn't need Jim Harbaugh. They didn't need the last head coach that was sending DMs to every co-ed that he could possibly find on Instagram. But you got Kyle Whittingham. In terms of outside the football field or outside the practice, you won't find a more boring human being than Kyle Whittingham. And I mean that in the nicest way. He's never going to get you in any headlines outside of the sports page. So it was the perfect fit. So all this stuff, all this drama is going to come. It's going to go. Kyle Whittingham's going to be just fine.
No, Kyle will be fine. But it will be interesting to watch who gets brought in. And as you know, not all ADs are created equal. And most ADs that aren't necessarily, grounded with where they are always looking for that next big thing. And so the way a AD makes their mark as they hire a great coach. So that's the only thing I'll watch is who's it going to be and how, if something were to go amiss, how patient would they be with Kyle?
All right, 11 o'clock straight up. Shehan Jayaraja joins us next right here on The Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer savings are happening now at Paris RV, starting with the Forest River Rockwood Hardside High Wall Series A101 RV for only $13,995 or $159 a month, $499 dock fee and $0 down. Or the Forest River XLR Boost 2017B Toy Hauler for $39,995 or $399 a month, $699 dock fee and $0 down. Or load up into the Gulfstream Conquest Class C 6237 LE for $74,999 or $599 a month, $899 dock fee and 10% down.
Come see me at Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, $0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Aaron, owner of Greenify Energy Savers. Most, if not all of you, probably thought that your chance to go solar was gone, or that it just didn't feel worth it anymore because the residential solar tax credit expired in 2025. But I'm here to tell you hope is not lost. In fact, homeowners can still receive an upfront credit equal to 25% of the cost of a qualifying solar and or battery system. How is that possible? Well, Greenify Energy Savers has partnered with a large national investment group to make it happen. While the federal tax credit expired for residentially owned systems, it did not expire for commercially owned systems. The investment group co-owns the system with you for the first 6 years, allowing them to receive the commercial tax benefits. After that, ownership automatically transfers 100% back to you. To find out how this program can work for your home, call Greenify Energy Savers at 801-948-4464 or online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Call Greenify today at 801-948-4464 and see how you can still save 25% on solar for your home.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Morning to feel the day break on my face.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, hour number 2 of the program. I'm a little bummed out, Coach, because I passed this guy just quickly at Big 12 Media Day. He was in the middle of a conversation. I didn't want to interrupt, so I just said, hey, Shehan, how you doing? Meant to catch up with him a little bit later on, and we just couldn't quite make it happen. So why not, for a Big 12 recap, bring him on, easily the most well-dressed guy at Big 12. And not that the bar set that high there.
There's a lot of people from Lubbock. So yes.
But our guy was killing it, as always. Shehan Jayaraja, CBS Sports, joining us. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well, and I believe that it was you who said, "Yeah, I'm gonna try to get all these guys. I don't want to use up any of my freebies." Right?
Yeah.
So was that you who said that? Yeah. So fair enough. You know that you can call me anytime.
Yeah. What were your impressions of the event down there?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's one of the better events that's put on every year. Like, I've been to a couple other media days, and none of them, in my opinion, are as good as that one. They just do a really good job of making it feel pretty laid back and casual. I think that it's so much easier to go up and have conversations with people, in more of even a casual way than it is at almost any other event. And we're really lucky over at CBS Sports. They actually give us like a private room where they cycle at least 15 of the 16 coaches through. I'll let you guess which coach out of Boulder is maybe the one who doesn't do the rotation.
Yeah.
But,
even Joey showed up, huh?
Oh yeah, listen, man. Me and Joey go way back. I'd definitely give him some grief if he didn't. But no, I mean, to be like serious, like Joey sat down, answered every question that we asked him, did not try to dodge anything. So it's just a great event, and I think that everybody there kind of understands what they're trying to accomplish.
What was Joey's take on everything? Because I obviously didn't get to hear it. What was your surmise? What Joey had to say?
Well, I think that Joey was, as he always is very open and honest. And one thing that he told us at CBS Sports was that if he could have a crystal ball and have known, like, what, things were going to go this way, the biggest thing that he would have done differently is he would have suggested that Brendan enter the supplemental draft at the beginning. I don't think that he really anticipated that it would be on the table, that he would be denied of that possibility. I think in everybody's eyes at that time, they were like, well, we might as well try and see if we can get you back to college football. But if we can't, that you have that possibility out there. Well, obviously the way that they handled things ultimately meant that he has to wait a whole nother year to go in the 2027 NFL draft. So I think that was the biggest thing that he said, and he did sort of admit, like, yeah, we probably didn't expect the backlash to be quite as consistent as it became. And ultimately they felt like both they and Brendan had to do what was in both of their best interests. But, again, he was very transparent. He was very honest. He also said, like, look, the reality is if Will Hammond doesn't get hurt last October against I believe it was Oklahoma State, then we're not having a conversation about bringing in a starting caliber quarterback at all. He would have been our quarterback one heading into the year, and we probably would have just brought in a high-end depth piece. So, I think that, again, they knew that they had to make the decision that they made. They knew that ultimately Brendan probably had to move on, that it wasn't sustainable for this to continue on into the season. But, again, I thought that he was very accountable. And again, you can believe him or not, but that's at least their message.
So if I were to put a lot of truth serum into Joey and everybody else there in Lubbock, this is how I think it went down. And you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I think that nobody there in Lubbock really anticipated the judge ruling in Sorsby's favor. And I think once that happened, everybody was like, oh, wait, what? And everybody was scrambling because, well, he's kind of our guy, so we kind of have to stick up for him. But we don't really know how to handle this because we were really planning on him being eligible and the judge ruling because we think this is crazy that they signed off on this. So everybody was scrambling, trying to stick up for the guy that they we're kind of in bed with, so they you got to love him up because he's your dude and he might be on the field for you, but nobody was really prepared how to handle it. And in the end, it was just probably best for both sides to step away from a situation that nobody was probably anticipating happening.
No, I think that people haven't told me me that exactly 100%, but they've told me that about 95%.
Yeah.
Like that, I think was definitely what was kind of happening behind the scenes. I got a chance to catch up with Joey and with Kirby Hoka at Big 12 meetings back in May, which were also in Frisco. And like, I kind of talked to them. I'm like, look, I think that like, for me, what's always interesting is that I feel like you guys more than anything else kind of wanted to stick up for your guy. And this was the way that you felt like you were sticking up for your guy. Right. And again, I don't necessarily think that anybody expected that ruling was going to come down from that judge coming in. And I think that it caused a lot of chaos for everybody. And in fact, Joey told me, whenever that first happened, he got a call from Brendan's parents who, again, obviously they were excited that he would potentially have the opportunity to play college football, but they actually asked him, they were like, is Texas Tech going to be okay? Like, is this going to become bigger than anything? Is this going to persist on? And, he obviously was very supportive of them and said, like, we're excited to get to, to work with Brendan and all this sort of stuff. But I think that ultimately, like, the question was pretty prescient. The answer is that no, Texas Tech would not be okay with all of the situation. And so I do think that, again, it made it ultimately a situation where both sides just had to move on.
What is the so all the guys that came through? I mean, we were crazy impressed with the players. We got, I don't know, what did you say, Scotty? Probably 15 players in the 2 days, and a couple coaches. But anything you gleaned that maybe surprised you or you took note of from those days?
Well, I think what was really interesting is, I've been doing this for a decade at this point, and, I've gotten the chance to talk to a lot of different coaches and be at a lot of these different events. I mean, there was a level of confidence from everybody, honestly, that felt a little different. And maybe it's just, sort of naivete with the way that rosters are these days and feeling like, man, we got to fill in some holes and all this sort of stuff. But like, when I talked to some of the middle class and even lower middle class teams, like there were some coaches that honestly spoke a lot more confidently about their rosters than I expected. I think of Scott Frost at UCF. He felt like we are night and day different. Like last year we were scrambling just to put a team together. This year we feel like he actually said they have some questions along the defensive line, but every other position group we think is going to be not just better, but way better than last season. And they went 5-7 last season. They were pretty good. Cincinnati, same deal, right? I got a chance to sit down with some of their players and coaches. And again, I was really impressed by their offensive line. They brought two of their guys to media days. And by the way, they might not have brought the best guy in Joe Cotton, who I think could be an All-American. So like, I think that like the depth of the conference is going to be really interesting this year. And, obviously we've had it in the conversation of Texas Tech schedule, of BYU schedule, things like that. But like, I kind of think that the middle to lower middle class of the Big 12 might be a little better than we expected.
One thing that jumped out to me, and I want to be careful because nobody actually said this per se from the University of Utah, but I got this impression from the players, not from Morgan, but from the players, that there's a little bit of an edge of like, hey, you know what? The winning didn't come with Kyle Whittingham and didn't leave with Kyle Whittingham. Like, this has been a good program before, and it'll be a good program afterwards. I think the players, now Morgan is always going to be Mr. Perfect in terms of what he says. He's never going to stir things up. And the players didn't per se, but there was a certain edge there that was like, hey, you know what? Kyle wasn't out there tackling. Kyle wasn't out there blocking. That was us. And if you think that all that winning that's been done here in Salt Lake City is just going to Ann Arbor and we're going to be left in the depths of despair, you got another thing coming. And I like that edge I got from those Utah players, and I think Utah is going to be squarely in this thing before it's all said and done.
No, and I'll tell you what, what our conversation with Morgan Scalley is one of my favorites that I had. It was the first time that I'd really gotten to be with him. I mean, he is like a fun guy, man. Like, he is just such a big personality, such a contrast to, not in a bad way, but just like to what Kyle Whittingham was, very old and gruff, and Morgan Scalley's like fun and out there. And again, I didn't know what to expect. You sort of think like, oh yeah, promoted coach in waiting, like he's probably a lot like the old guy. This is not one of those cases whatsoever. I also heard a lot of conversation with people around the state of Utah being like, man, it's going to be weird that like Kalani and Morgan love each other.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
They are best friends, man, and it's going to be fun to see them compete and root against each other. But again, they're just so close. Yeah, I do think that you're absolutely right. Utah, obviously, I've only gotten the chance to be close around them for probably the past 2 years, but this is a proud program. This is a group of people who really are excited about what they are, what they feel like they have the ability to do. And again, roster wise, they lost a couple of guys, obviously Smith Snowden, John Henry Daly especially, but like the bones of this roster are still there. And one thing that I really was kind of sure to ask about around Utah was like, what's the offensive line looking like, right?
Yeah.
They lost 5 starters, 2 first-round picks. And, one thing that a source kind of said to me was like, look, watch what they did against Nebraska last year in the bowl game. That's our offensive line that we're rolling out next year, and they're going to be pretty dang good. So, no, I think you're right. The edge is there. The other thing, too, by the way, you mentioned, of course, the Kyle Whittingham stuff. Like, BYU's kind of passing them in the state, and that does not make anybody happy in Salt Lake City, Utah. So I think they're really excited to get a chance to step up to that moment. And again, I view Tech and BYU, I've said it all offseason, as the clear top 2 to me. Anybody could finish number 3, and that, of course, includes one of the most talented teams in the conference in the University of Utah.
Another young coach and first-year coach, Colin Klein, 36 years old and just the 6th youngest coach in the FBS now, coming over from Texas A&M. And I heard a lot of buzz as I walked around talking to people that he's, he could possibly really unlock Avery and give him kind of the season that everybody thought he could have. Your thoughts on Coach Colin Klein and what he could do there possibly at Kansas State?
Yeah, the first thing I did mention was I apologize for being a freshman at Baylor back in 2012 when they had that huge loss that cost him the Heisman Trophy. But
I'm sure he was good with it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, he laughed it off. He was great. He was great. But, I think that, those rumors are absolutely right. Like, I think that, for one, people have got to remember Colin Klein was the offensive coordinator that recruited Avery Johnson to Manhattan, Kansas. He helped develop him that first season before he left to take the Texas A&M job. And I think that both stylistically and quarterback development wise, it's going to be a match made in heaven. Like this, I think that, Avery Johnson has so many of the traits that obviously made Colin Klein great as a player, but is a much more developed passer than Klein was really able to be during his time as a college player. And I think that they're going to find so many ways to use that. For people who have watched Colin Klein, even at Texas A&M, he made the game look so easy for Marcel Reed, the quarterback down there. And I think that Avery, honestly, maybe this is not fair. Like, I think he's a more talented player than Marcel Reed, who was very close to being a Heisman finalist if that Texas game goes differently. And I think that, again, when you come into this offense, I think it's going to be an offensive-led team in year one, where you have a lot of turnover on the defensive side of the ball after the loss of Joe Klanderman. Well, I think that the offense is going to be the unit that really is able to benefit as a result. So I expect big things from Avery. I'm going to be curious too. He is one of the most notable quarterbacks, by the way, who will get that 5th year of eligibility if he so chooses. He did not redshirt his first season at Kansas State. So, he could have a really big season this year. And by the way, that might not be the end of it.
Yeah. Well, the way these lawsuits are coming down, I think there's going to be a lot of 5th years out there before it's all said and done. Hey, where are you at on TCU?
TCU is actually a team. I almost wish that I mentioned them a little earlier. Like, I think that TCU might be the most undervalued team in the conference.
Agreed. Yep.
You look at TCU. First of all, they've won 18 games over the past 2 years. Like, they have been pretty darn good, even if they haven't gotten to great. And talking to people around that program, their prescription, and we can see whether or not that ends up being true, is that late game turnovers have been a huge part of their issues in losing close games.
Yeah.
And they feel like in Jaden Craig and a new offensive coordinator, Gordon Samus, coming in, that those two guys together can really help put that to bed. If you look at Samus last year, we spoke to Sonny Dykes. He said 2 years ago, he first saw Samus's offense when he watched a UConn game on a Friday night and was like, man, I really like some of the stuff that they're doing there. And if you also watch UConn last season, Joe Fagnano, the quarterback over there, didn't throw an interception until like week 9 of the season. I think he only finished with 1 or 2 interceptions all year long compared to TCU last year where Josh Hoover, I think, threw 13, right? So if you can find a way to balance that, this is a team that's, I think, a lot further along than people realize. You look at the receivers they've had come through that room. Defensively, I think that they've gotten a little undervalued over the past year or two. The big question is going to be, can they run the ball at a higher level? And that's where, again, I think that Gordon Thomas coming in is going to be a huge addition to that. But like, if you look at the last 5 years, TCU has been the best recruiting team in this conference, more than Utah and, of course, more than Texas Tech over the past couple of years. This is a talented roster, and I would not be surprised whatsoever if they overperform.
Team that I'm a little concerned about, and I know this is a little close to home, your alma mater. I'm having a hard time there a little bit, especially with Dave Aranda on a scorching seat, and the last 3 games of the season could be a rough stretch for them. Where are your projections on those guys?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Last year, I think, was a huge year for them. They were projected as a contender in the Big 12, and they woefully underperformed, missing a bowl game. And look, I think that you want to talk about truth serum. I think Dave Aranda would tell you that he knew that he was going to get fired if the athletic director didn't have a situation at the end of the year and ultimately ended up getting let go, right? So, like, I think it's a surprise to everybody, frankly, that Dave Aranda is still in Waco, Texas. And I said this, 2 years ago, coming off of 3-9. I mean, for whatever you want to say, like, he had as impressive an offseason as I think you could probably have with that situation. They bring in Joe Klanderman, who I mentioned from Kansas State, has done a really good job over the past couple of years. So they feel like they're a little better on defense. Of course, DJ Lagway coming in at quarterback, just a crazy talent. It was my first time seeing him in person, and that dude is huge. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I know,
like,
right?
He's one of those guys who, like, it feels like he was stretched out or something like that. I expected him to be like 3 inches shorter than he actually is, but so they've got some pieces, they've got some talent. I think they've got good assistant coaches and coordinators. Now, look, if you ask me, I still think that this is probably it for Dave Aranda. That late season stretch, they play Texas Tech, BYU. It's Texas Tech, BYU, and Houston, I believe, in the last 3 games. So the good thing is if you win one of those games, that's some momentum. I think more likely you're getting obliterated in those 3 games, and that's kind of all she wrote. But, I think they're going to be fun. I think they're going to show some upside. I think they're going to do some things well. I just don't think that they necessarily have what it takes to win at the highest level.
We had Kalani Sitake on the air with us and Morgan Scally as well, and I totally 100% agree with you on Morgan. I was out on the patio at the Omni with a buddy from actually a Baylor alum, and we were hanging out, visiting, catching up, and Morgan came walking by, and before we left, we were all fast friends, which was so cool. But Kalani had an air to him of business. I've seen Kalani in a lot of different, different settings, and to me, just kind of had that steely eye. Like, I almost feel like BYU really can sense, with the goings on in Lubbock and everything else, this could be their year. Your thoughts on your interactions with BYU?
No, I think you're right. This was, and even in the conversation I've had this offseason with Kalani, he is very locked in, it feels like. I think that there's a couple things, right? One is this team is really, really good. Like, I think that they could have All-Americans at all 3 levels of the defense, potentially. I think they could have an All-American at running. They should have an All-American, frankly, at running back in LJ Martin if he stays healthy. The big question is kind of, can they develop that downfield passing game that I think was kind of their Achilles heel last year? But, like, there's not the talent. That's not really in question. It's who's going to step up at receiver. But I think the other thing, too, is that I really think that Kalani Sitake, honestly feels bad that the whole story last year happened, especially before the Big 12 title game where, he's flirting with Penn State. I think he was really upset that got out. I think that, talking to people around him, they've kind of said I think that he sort of feels like, I needed to have that moment to know not to take this place for granted. But I think that he wants to put that aside, and I think he really wants to just get back to the football of it all, and because that's what he loves, and I think that's why he's such a good fit for BYU. So no, I think that this is as focused as I can remember him being in a conversation with him. And again, this is a roster that just has so much to work with, like you said. If something, I mean, not I've been asked on the radio, like, what has to go right for BYU to win? And the answer could just be BYU playing BYU football. Like, they might just be good enough, even with this Texas Tech team, to win the Big 12. So this is a huge year for them. By the way, October 17th, could not be more excited for that game against Notre Dame. That's going to be, that's a game that if you win that game, like, it changes everything, like absolutely everything about what BYU is, right? I think Notre Dame's going to be the number 2 team in the country when they come to town. And so if you have a big game and you win that game, like that's something that you're looking back at 20 years from now and saying that was the moment that this all happened. So huge opportunity for them. And I'm really excited to see what they can do with it.
You know, the landscape of the league overall, I think, is certainly in a good place. Brett Yormark, I think, is dealing. Look, there's been some hiccups along the way. A basketball court here and there, but whether or not you're kind of a hillbilly from Lubbock and you want to call him out in a presser, fine, so be it. But he did take a couple lumps. How do you think Brett Yormark's handling maybe some of the first couple real prominent challenges in his tenure?
Well, first of all, they don't have hills out in Lubbock, man. They're desert people. It's
that's my bad. Yeah,
it's a yard bird.
I think that what's interesting, right, is, and I'm sorry, my monster hat's over there. I wore my Sugar Bowl one. But I think that he's honestly handled things really well. I think that for him, like, this was, first of all, his first real big internal challenge, right? Like, they've obviously had the existential outside stuff, but it's easier to be aligned when everybody's trying to row the same direction. I think he handled this situation really well. I've said it other places, and you can believe me or not. Like, I think that honestly, he managed to do a good job of leaving that situation without too many hurt feelings on either side. Like, I think that for however mad Texas Tech fans are, I don't actually think that Texas Tech administration is all that mad. They're really long established people that are very well respected in this league. And I think that he helped kind of manage that in a good way. I think the other thing too is, like, you look at the most successful commissioners in sports, like, a lot of them are just unpopular, right? Like, it's very rare that people are excited about their commissioner.
Yeah.
Like, Roger Goodell does as good a job as anybody, and guess what? He still gets yelled at all the time. And so I don't necessarily think that that's a way that he judges himself, certainly, and I don't think that's how the Big 12 office judges him in any meaningful way either. So I think that he's done a really good job of handling the sort of big situations, obviously shutting down the Texas Tech situation. He obviously handled realignment at a high level. Look, and I think that the thing that I've heard from people around him since the moment he took over the league is, like, he's an idea guy, and he's going to throw out a ton of ideas, and some of them will work and some of them will look dumb. Like, obviously the court situation, like you said, didn't end up working. But, like, the other thing too is that when it's wrong, he just moves on. And I think that he's done a really good job of that. I think that, man, you think about the type of people who maybe would have been in consideration for this Big 12 commissioner job. I don't know that they'd have the Big 12 in as sort of robust a position that they are right now. So we'll kind of see what he wants and does long term. But, like, I really feel like it's almost unfair to have expected him to do a lot more than what he's done to this point.
Well, look, we were around a couple of train wreck of commissioners around the Pac-12, which ultimately led to its demise. So the guy's got a long leash as far as BYU and Utah fans are concerned, because they've seen bad commissioners. And if a bad court and dealing with a quarterback with a gambling problem are the worst things that he has to deal with, then I think he'll be just fine.
Wonder what George Kliavkov is doing right now.
Oh, geez. Probably still stealing money from somebody. Oh, did I say that out loud? My bad.
I'm not. That's him. That's not me.
That was me. That wasn't Shehan. That was me.
I was perusing, aisles overseas, and there was one called Larry Scott Island.
Yeah.
I think that's where the money went.
Yeah, that's where all the money went.
And that was Tim Lacombe. That was not my guy from CBS.
Hey, always a pleasure, Shehan. Thanks for your time, and we'll chat again here soon, I'm sure.
Thank you so much for having me.
There he is, Shehan Jayaraja, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The good, the bad, the ugly, coming up next.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It's a real deal right there, man. 97.5, the KSL Sports, and we're giving you love, Alex.
That's you.
That's because we got a guy out there. The care factor's high. How you doing, Al? We didn't ask you, how was your weekend, Alex?
Oh, it was good. It was great. I just, watched World Cup games on Saturday and then watched a bunch of movies yesterday.
Oh, like movies you've been supposed to be watching?
Yes, kind of. They were on your guys' list, but they were on a list that I needed to watch.
So what'd you knock out?
Yesterday I watched Lion, which is Dev Patel's in it.
great.
Yeah, it's really, really sad, really great movie. And then I watched Ready or Not, which is kind of a little comedy horror type deal.
Yeah. How was that?
It wasn't very good.
Was
it was more of like a kind of chuckle at like how kind of silly it is.
By the way, so like I grew up watching horror movies. I loved them back in the day. But I liked like the old school ones. Like the stuff now, not so much. So back in the early 80s, there was this couple movies called Evil Dead that came out. And really good old school horror movies. And then and now they've rebooted, and now the ones that are coming out now, it's like, eesh, that's a little too much for me. I'm getting too old for that stuff.
Yeah, I've never been one.
You never been a horror movie guy?
Never been one to, hey, let's spend some time and have the hell scared right out of us. Let's see how that goes tonight.
So I would suggest probably, if that's on your list, the new one, I would probably avoid that one. They're just trying to gross people out.
My siblings do want to watch it because I guess they just put them on some streaming service, and that was one of the options yesterday, but we decided not to.
Yeah, that was probably for the best. Now, the old school ones from the early 80s, and there's one called Army of Darkness. Now, that's classic cinema right there. Watch those, but not this one. All right, good, the bad. Oh, before we get to the good, we've got a golfer to hand out. Again, it's our Open Championship contest brought to you by Copper Rock. So essentially, all you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. Alex there will assign you a golfer in the Open Championship. Now, if your golfer wins, then you, my friend, will win all kinds of goodies from Copper Rock, including a $100 gas card, some outerwear, a polo. All you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE, and then root like heck for the golfer that Alex will assign you for your chance to win. All brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. All right, so let's stay with the good. How about this? English golfer Joe Dean. Have you heard of Joe Dean before?
No, I knew a Jimmy Dean. He was a sausage guy.
The sausage king of Chicago.
Hey, I'm Jimmy Dean.
But he has been trying to stay employed, trying to keep money or food on the table, no pun intended, for his family, while also playing golf. He was hauling groceries around. He was a grocery delivery man to try to make ends meet. And guess what? He finally, on Monday, was able to win the inaugural Last Chance qualifier. That got him a spot in the 154th Open Championship coming up this weekend. Shot a 2 under 68. That got him the final spot in the 156-man field. So how about that? A man who was just there trying to deliver groceries finds a way to get himself in there.
That is awesome, and that's what sport is about. The little guy achieving, and there's a ton of pressure. Obviously, it's not like you can take best of 3. It's your last chance. There's this qualifier, and whoever plays well that day gets it, and this guy sounds like the perfect recipient.
He also, by the way, his caddy is his fiancée, Emily, and is asked, well, why was she on there? He's like, well, because I didn't really have to pay her that much. I didn't have a lot of money. They're actually getting married on July 21st.
He may pay for that later.
Yeah, got to be careful there. But I mean, she's like, hey, you know what? You can pay him, or I'll just do it for you. So, yeah, maybe that's how it works. But yep, he said. By the way, talking about his grocery delivering duties, he said, I never regret doing it. I had a great time doing it. Met some really cool friends, and grounded me really well. My coach keeps saying me, don't let the game define you. I think that's great, man.
I'm pumped for him. The only question, will I put him on my list?
I would probably not.
No.
I would say big no to that one.
I'll leave that one for Lloyd.
Yeah. But if Lloyd's not here and we do major pain in the butt, we will assign him this guy.
Joe Dean.
The other thing that I thought was interesting is, oh, by the way, so like he's saying, like, I had a great time working, doing this. Like, probably outside of this, my favorite job I've ever done was working at 7-Eleven. Just hanging with people, busting kids for trying to come in with their fake IDs.
Was that in Burley?
No, it was in Logan.
Oh, in Logan.
Yeah. right there on 14th North and Main.
Did you wear one of them shirts?
I had the smock. Yeah, the green smock.
I love the smock. I would pay for that. Do you still have it?
I do, actually. I tweeted out a picture of it like a few years ago.
All right, we might have to negotiate for the smock.
I will, maybe it might be a bring your smock to work day one of these days.
Swap a smock for a
All
barbecue.
right, so outside of radio and coaching, best job you ever had?
So radio and coaching, best job I ever had was, I would say probably my time selling suits.
Yeah.
That was fun. I mean, it was, you were kind of a commissioned salesperson right there confined in the walls of one store.
So if you were able to sling in an extra tie or two, that helped out.
Absolutely. And, you know, at this particular place, there was actually a game to see if people could make it to the back, touch the wall, and get out before somebody accosted them, because that's how aggressive we were.
Oh, you were on them, huh?
Oh, we were on them. The minute somebody walked in the store, it was whoever was up was right in their kitchen.
Did you, so was it on a rotation or was it everybody?
A rotation.
Oh, okay.
Unless the veterans felt like they didn't get enough that day, and then somehow you'd find yourself stocking.
Sorry, rookie.
Exactly.
This one's mine.
See that table back there? You need to completely
Yeah.
I don't care what you do with it. Just do something, because you're not selling another thing today. They do stuff like that.
All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Yeah, ugly story here. Ex-Kansas player, LeGarren Vick, member of the Final Four team back in 2018, has now been charged with attempted first-degree murder in Tennessee. Was arrested Saturday in Memphis in relation to an alleged incident on July 4th. He's also been charged with using a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. A man who was hospitalized for a gunshot wound to the back told police he had gotten into verbal confrontation with another man. He told police he was shot when he turned to run away after seeing the man had a handgun under his armpit. Now, bail for Vick has been charged with now 2 felonies, a misdemeanor, and a separate incident earlier this year had been set for 1.5. He is set to be arraigned on Monday in the alleged shooting incident. A bail review has been held for later on tomorrow. The previous incident before this one allegedly broke into a former girlfriend's house and stole a bunch of stuff. But this is a guy that averaged, I mean, not terrible numbers. He averaged about 9.4 points, 4 rebounds a game in 94 games, 41 starts in his 4 seasons with the Jayhawks from 2015 to 2019.
I remember him well, and it's just sad. It's very sad when, your life kind of spirals out of control, which it sounds like his has. I've had it happen to a former player of ours, and it's just not a good spot. You kind of look in your mind, you look back for what could we have done? Could we have seen something? But, at the end of the day, these guys are adults, and they go on to make bad choices just like the rest of us.
Well, even like as a parent, you second guess every decision. Did we do this right? Did we do this wrong? I got to imagine as a coach, it's pretty hard not to beat yourself up over, even if a kid does something simple, but he just, doesn't make good grades or something like that. You're just like, what could I have done to help him out? But ultimately, they're grown-ups.
Well, you realize very quickly there's a lot that you can do as a coach, but the time that you have to give, and I think that's probably changed a lot in college now because there's so many dudes on staff. But you end up trying to be judge, jury, and executioner. And you really get to one or maybe 1.5 of those jobs. It's just the hard part in this situation is, it's a guy who had success, had a ton of things going for him. And just like, you make a bad decision, it leads to another one. Because you're not shooting a gun under your armpit unless you've, kind of gone down that road.
Well, and I think for a lot of these guys, too, when you play basketball at that level and have that kind of success, but the professional opportunities aren't what you would hope they would be, there's probably a certain element of like, I don't have a lot to show for what I did, and I don't know what to do now. Like, this was pre-NIL, so he probably didn't make much money. I don't know. He's at Kansas, probably made a little bit, but...
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit compared to now, but he made something. It's you hit it on the head. It's like these guys, especially the high-end guys, like a guy going to Kansas, the minute they, turn recruitable age, 8th grade, People start giving them stuff and telling them how great they are, and that does not end until they, that dude, in his case, he walked off with a championship trophy to boot. So, whatever habits, you get into, the problem is so many things are taken care of for those guys, all along the way. And then once they're done, they're just kind of standing out there in the middle of the world going, okay, what now? And that's why it's so awesome to see people that plug in and make a difference, that do great on the field. And then, a guy like Steve Young, for instance, a guy like Magic Johnson, they've done so many amazing things outside of their realm, but so many guys get stuck in the realm, and, the realm doesn't want them anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Kobe seemed like he was going down that path of being really successful in the business world.
No question. See, with his discipline and fight, for sure.
There you go. Good, the bad, the ugly. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, we'll chat some Utes. Josh Furlong will join us coming up at 12:05. And one of your favorites, Eric Spiropoulos, will join us coming up at 1:05 as well.
I got to know Eric really well, digital writer, content writer for the Jazz, and fills in for me from time to time when I have to miss, a game here and there.
Dude does some great film work.
Oh, he's incredible. Great guy.
Yep. We'll talk to him coming up at 1:05. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Beehive Mills. I cannot talk about these guys enough just because I love everything they do. I had some more cheddar jalapeno smash burgers over the weekend. Got the flat top out, got that thing scorching hot. And the great thing about that is those burgers, they're all prepped, they're ready to go. You just throw them on a flat top and you look like a superstar. So you can still have the experience of cooking with the ease of Beehive Mills, or you can just pull out your slow cooker and let them knock it out completely.
One of the hardest parts of every week isn't work. It's figuring out what's for dinner.
Yes.
And that's why I love BI meals. The meals are prepped. They're made with quality ingredients. All you have to do is toss one in the slow cooker. My family gets a home-cooked meal without all the shopping, chopping, or stress. It's simple, tastes great, and it gives you more time with the people that matter. Do yourself a favor. Give Beehive Meals a try. You wonder why you don't start sooner.
I know. BeehiveMills.com. They've got subscription models. Remember, coming up in the fall, they'll have their soup menu. They've got the flat top menu and, of course, the slow cooker menu as well. BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Hey, Utah. Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
It's DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaComb.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bringing it down a little bit. It's Coach Music playlist on a Monday.
All mixed up. 311. Catch them this summer.
I was going to say, you where are they at?
They're at UFCU.
Okay.
Is that what it's called? Or UFCA?
Yeah.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. They're playing with Dirty Heads, they're also incredible. It'll be a great show.
I was telling my wife about it over the weekend, and she's like, Amber and what else? And I was like, oh, there's a few others.
Oh, yeah, Sunset in July.
Yeah, but Amber's the one that everybody usually goes to.
That's the color of your energy, Scotty.
Yes. Hey, by the way, we were just talking about Beehive Meals. Right now, you have a chance to nominate the U Sports volunteer in your community for the Beehive Meal Hero of the Week. Go to ksl.com/contest and help honor the people that impact U Sports in our communities. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. All right. College football is nearly here. I cannot wait. I had a great time at Media Day. I'm glad that we talked to Shayon J. Raja. If you missed that conversation, all you have to do is go to KSLSports.com or just search Scotty and Coach on your podcasting platform. You can hear that conversation, but he and I believe you as well, agree that it's just a matter of time with Dave Aranda. The poor man's kind of dead man walking at this point.
I got so many buddies that are Baylor alum, and it's almost the running joke, you know.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like after the 3-9, you know, you kind of put a guy on notice and then you can't get it going again. I mean, that's a big spot, and, you know, you're missing out on a lot of money, a lot of recruits by staying, you know, with it. I actually praised Bill Armstrong Friday because it's hard. It's hard when you make a tough decision in sport or the wrong decision to get off of it. And Bill Armstrong, I praised them, you know, because the Paterka move was such a big move, and, you know, they gave up Doan, and, you know, everybody was, you know, kind of didn't know how to think about it, but Paterka had such a great reputation. He got out here and it didn't fit.
Yeah. And Doan goes off. Yeah.
And so instead of, you know, hey, next year we're going to try to tweak it, like they knew instantly this isn't going to work. And Baylor probably knows too, but they've drugged their feet, and it's probably in the long run going to cost them.
And again, there were situations going on in that athletic department that really didn't allow them to make the move that they wanted to. I don't think it's a matter of if, it's just a matter of will you finish the season. And I could see them pulling the plug before that final stretch when they play Houston, when they play BYU, when they play Texas Tech, because they're probably going to lose all three of those games. They're going to lose them badly. So you probably ought to just jump the gun and try to begin your coaching search a little early, and then just kind of let those games go and say, you know, yeah, things are going badly, but we've already fired our coach. We're moving forward instead of just slogging through those last three games of the year.
Yeah, it's always an interesting one, and again, I guess the competition is so fast, and so fierce, and you got to be so far out in front of it that by not being out in front of it, you're behind.
Yep.
So whether they sell it, whether they decide to do it in the middle of the year, I do not feel like Baylor will be able to miraculously put it together.
No.
I mean, Lagway is very talented, but there's a reason he's moved on.
Yeah. It's his, fourth school?
Yeah. That doesn't tend to
give you the highest level of confidence.
Yes. I mean, I know sometimes you do find a needle in a haystack, but most of the time you come up empty. Keep trying, and that's really when somebody's moved that much, there's something wrong.
One other thing we haven't had a chance to talk about, I had it on the list on Friday, but unable to touch base on it, but there was a group of players that sued the NCAA in hopes of picking up their fifth year. So the NCAA says, okay, guys now forward will have 5 to play 5, but it won't be retroactive. Well, a bunch of players are like, well, wait a minute, you're costing us some money. We want that 5 for 5. And so there was a handful of players that did sue, and they didn't necessarily win, but they did get their injunction put in place. One of those being former Aggie, Mountain West Conference Tournament Player of the Year, or Mountain West Conference Tournament Player or MVP, MJ Collins. And so MJ Collins is now in the portal, out of the portal. He's going to go to Cincinnati.
What a surprise.
And play for Jared Calhoun there and make himself a little bit of money. So I don't know if I'm sure there'll be many appeals, and it may not be official, but as of right now, former Aggie MJ Collins gets another year of eligibility, and he'll be on his way to Cincinnati.
He probably had a member of his 100-person staff that was literally just following Collins around until this all gets done.
Yeah.
Because he's an important one. He was, tell you what, that guy's explosive. Turn a game on a dime.
Yes.
Loved watching him that night. He's one of those dudes out there. Some guys are wondering, can I do this? He's just like, give me the ball.
Yeah.
I know exactly what to do with it.
Not wasting any time. Let's go.
Let's go. So, good for him. Good for Cincinnati. I mean, that'll certainly help get things off the ground out there.
Certainly would have loved to see him back in Logan, but with the coaching change, kind of makes sense.
Yeah, those teams, almost like, families, they tend to travel together.
Look, if you're Utah State, you got Ben Jacobson, you got Carson Templin, you got some guy named Mason Falslev. I think you're going to be just fine.
How refreshing was our conversation with Coach Jacob there?
That's so good.
Seriously, a guy who he just sat down, started talking ball, talked about the greatness. The thing that I love about it, so many guys come in, and to get a guy like Templin and Falslev to come back, I know a lot of guys in the business that would sit down and start talking about how they got that done. And first thing, because I asked the question, like, how big was that? And he said, it doesn't happen. Flat doesn't happen without the AD, the president, and the situation that Utah State has curated over the years. So he could have jumped in and taken all the credit. But that's one thing that stood out to me is he was quick to give praise to actually why those two guys are still there.
Well, and I think he brought up a really good point that those guys gave him a shot. Like he goes, they gave me about 5 to 6 days to try to work my magic.
He bought him a week.
Yeah.
He said that all that stuff combined, and if in this day and age, if you don't have something done in a week, they're gone. I mean, I've seen it where maybe a day or two later you don't have something for them. So for him to be able to take that time and then authentically, as best you can, get to know those kids, and he's instantly saw their greatness. He's got to be juiced about the new opportunity.
And also, Utah State ponied up too. I mean,
sure.
They had to come to the table. I think probably both those players left a little bit of money on the table, but not a lot, because Utah State ponied up in a big way.
We talk a lot in this state about the ADs, at the two big schools with Mark and Brian. And, we had the opportunity to talk to those guys and have a relationship with those guys. And I appreciate that so much. But don't discount this Cam Walker.
Oh.
Like, this dude is a superstar.
Yep.
He's an absolute superstar. I've had the opportunity twice to be in his company. And he's just a guy, like I said about Kalani, he's about the business. But, man, doing it the right way, making people feel good and not being bigger than, a lot of ADs come in and they point their finger. They're bigger than everybody. This dude's right down in the mix.
There's some people, and this is the case for anything in life, there's sometimes you'll meet people in authority and you're like, I'm not really sure how you got there. Like, I'm not sure how that worked out for you. I don't know if you got pictures of somebody. I don't know, but I'm not really feeling it. And then there's other guys who are like, okay, that makes sense. I understand why you're doing what you're doing because you seem heavily qualified to do it. Cam Walker's one of those guys. And, I can't say that about a lot of athletic directors that I've met. But that is one guy that got the job and you spent 5 minutes talking to him. You're like, okay.
I can see why.
This one makes sense. This one absolutely makes sense. High noon. Scott and the coach, 2 hours down. Ooh, fun show so far. Let's go.
2 hours down?
2 hours down. Two more to go.
Who are you? Anyway, you're a soothsayer. You're a radio soothsayer.
Let's do it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Josh Furlong joins us next.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win a family 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Bryan at Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 7th. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. SlowTheFlow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit SlowTheFlow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
Doug Smith Kia is a proud recipient of the 2025 Global Best Dealer Award. Come see why at our Linden location.
Hey Doug.
Summer is all about making memories, backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations, but by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone, hour number 3 of the program. Scott Gerard, the coach, and Josh Furlong, Ute Insider, KSL.com, kind enough to hang out with us. Josh, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good. How was the barbecue at Hutchins?
It was delicious. You can't go wrong with that Texas Twinkie. Did you guys get out there?
I did not. You got the Twinkie, the stuffed, wait, Texas Twinkies,
like
a jalapeno stuff, right? With the brisket?
Yeah, and then they wrap it with brisket
Yes.
and like some bacon or something like that.
That sounds delicious. I actually went to Torchy's, Josh, but that's as far away as I ventured from the hotel, about a mile. What were your overall thoughts about Media Day itself? And, we've had so many people talk about how much they love Morgan Scally already. But just I felt like the Utes really showed well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's good vibes, right? And I think that's for most teams. I think media days are always ones where everybody's happy, everybody's undefeated. It's a good time. You've done all the great off-season work. But I kind of got a different vibe from this Utah team where they genuinely have rallied around each other, right? And I think it does start with Morgan Scally. I do think that Morgan has been kind of this different type of connective tissue that has blended this team together. I mean, a lot of the players talked about how, as they were considering coming back to Utah or moving on to another team, how Morgan came up to them individually and talked to them, and gave them individual words of encouragement or reasons why they should be there. And I think, that's maybe just the subtle difference that Morgan is versus what Kyle was, where it's a little bit more personal. He's trying to connect with these players, and obviously he's still the head man and he's going to do the things that he needs to, but there's a lot more connective tissue there with these players and the coaches. And so I think, that kind of permeated at Big 12 Media Days, where there was a lot of conversations just about that culture, that vibe, that connective tissue there. And so I think it's all in all, it's a good sign for this team. You have to have connected teams to be able to be successful in any sport. And I think they're saying the right things. It's a question of, can they do the right things, and do they have the team to be able to make it the distance?
One thing, I was talking to some people off the air, and we've heard this, and I think people and coaches have mentioned this, but I keep hearing that the wide receiver core could be really a dynamic part of this team this year.
Yeah, if you believe Morgan, he says this is the best wide receiver corps they've ever had potentially. Obviously, it still has to live up on the field, but they've brought in a ton of talent, guys that have produced at a lower level, at the Mountain West level. They've done really well, and now it's just a matter of connecting that with the players that were already there. And so I think, if everything is true that it is on paper, I think that shows that Dan Pierre has probably the best groups that he's ever had. In terms of being able to throw to a lot of different players. Last year, obviously, Ryan Davis was a big central figure to his passing game, and then other guys developed as the season developed, but it was kind of just a one-player offense. Whereas this year, there's just so many more resources, so many different guys that can be capable in doing different things. And if spring is any indication of what we were able to see, I mean, I think he really does truly have a good arsenal of players around him, and I'm encouraged by what is there. It's just a matter of can they produce.
One thing that came from it, I used to coach, so I kind of look for little signals, of how things are going. And one thing that stood out to me was forever the mantra of the defense has now been, that layer has been removed, and the whole team is going to kind of operate under that culture. It seems, something that is elementary, but how big is that? Because you've been covering the Utes for a while, and there's been a distinct difference between the offense and the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely, like you were saying, like a subtle difference here in the sense of trying to create a team-wide culture. And I think that's the difference. Obviously, there's some elements of the RSMB that it doesn't fit, right? Like ball hawks, you're not necessarily a ball hawk as a member of the offense. Maybe you can pin that on the wide receivers and you're getting every single ball. But there's elements of it more that they're trying to blend together and try to create a team-wide culture. It's not offense, it's not defense, it's not special teams, right? It's the entirety of the team. And that's not to say that Kyle did it wrong or that he had any problems. Clearly, he was very successful at Utah. But I think to that point, Morgan is trying very hard to get complete buy-in where there's a lot of blending a lot of these players in any of the off-the-field situations. It's, an offensive player is getting paired up with a defensive player, special teams, whatever it may be. They're trying to, remove some of those natural connections where the wide receivers only stick with the wide receivers and the quarterbacks only stick with quarterbacks. Part of that is really just trying to buy into that culture. And I know culture is such a buzzword, and it kind of, it's tough because it's a tough thing for me as a reporter to kind of report on, because there is a difference in culture and the buzzword culture, if that makes sense. And I know you guys understand that.
Sure. Totally. Yeah.
But I think I think it gets thrown around so much that it just gets lumped in. So when I say Morgan Scally is trying to create a culture, that just gets, okay, cool, it's just another thing. But I truly believe that he's trying to find a connective way to bring everybody together that is different than many other coaches out there.
Josh Furlong joining us, Ute Insider, KSL.com, right here on the Zone. So when you analyze this team going forward, obviously Morgan Scally has been sitting there and waiting and probably been like, okay, if I ever am a head coach, I'm going to do this, 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 and this. Do you anticipate, now Kyle always had like we always kind of talked about him being a bit of a micromanager. How's that going to pertain to Morgan? Because he hands over his defense to Colton Swan, but can he really hand it over? Do you think he's capable of being able to really separate himself, or is he still going to be pretty hands-on with that thing?
I mean, I think he's still going to be hands-on, but I think he does truly trust the people around him. Now, that's easier said than done, right? It's easy to say that right now in July or August or wherever it is before games are played. But I think, that's going to be the true test for him. As it stands, he really does trust the people around him. And as long as they can be trustworthy, which you would assume that they can be if that's the positions that he's put them in, he's giving them the benefit of the doubt. I know that Morgan also is very much into, if you don't like the way that I do things, approach me about it. Obviously, you got to be respectful about it. And it can be from a player. It can be from a coach. He wants to hear your rationale for why a certain thing should be that way. You should have facts and everything to back it up. He's not going to just take it at face value and say like, yeah, let's go try it. But he very much so wants to create an inclusive environment where you can feel like you can come up to him and he's not this untouchable being, right? I think near the end of Kyle's career, he was definitely a little bit more of the untouchable figure, right? He's been there for so long. He understands it. He understands what he needs to do. Whereas Morgan's young and new, youngish, coming into that he gets the opportunity to kind of help and shift that. So I think that's been kind of the focus for him. Like you said, like it has to start now, but you have to do that on the field. And if you can't do that, then it's just words. And I think Morgan is very intent on not trying to just do something based off words. He wants to live up to that. So we'll see. But I do believe that that's kind of his approach, is he does want other people to be able to be factored into that. And it's not just his word, it's everything.
Super impressed with Devin Dampier's necklace and chain. And more impressed with him, actually, as a person. Just I can see why guys follow him. You know, he seems to be such a great voice. But he did intimate that in all the things that they do, that Bird Ficklen's going to be featured predominantly or heavily, you know, in different places, just giving the defense something to think about each and every week. Do you feel like that will help in some ways Dampier stay healthy all year? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I think the fact that you have two QBs, that they're not trying to fight against each other, right? I think you're utilizing them as true playmakers. That will help. Now, I mean, some of the injuries, you know, it happens, right? I mean, I don't know that you can predict a sports hernia for Devin Dampier, right? And that's something that really impacted him more than anything. But, you know, he had, you know, an injured ankle. He had so those things can happen. But I do think having somebody that can kind of offload him and be able to help with that does help. And so I think, you know, however they use it, the biggest worry there for me is if you're using both quarterbacks, you got to find a way to make them both healthy. Because if you throw Bird out there and let's say you throw him out as a wide receiver and he gets hurt, what happens if Devin, you know, goes down with an injury? Who is your third string quarterback? It's probably Brandon Rose, but Brandon Rose is coming back from, you know, a year off from the program. He hasn't really been with the program that long. He's still kind of a good bridge between them and the freshmen, but that's my biggest worry is if you are using both of these quarterbacks in design packages, there's always going to be a chance of an injury. And if one of them gets injured, that really limits what Utah's able to do.
All right, we're praying for health, but I will just tell you, you know, you said Morgan is young-ish. I'm not. I'm old-ish now, and it sucks. I get a sports hernia, bro, by weeding my yard, okay? That's how bad things are. So enjoy your youth, please.
I had a hernia last year and had surgery for that, and that was not fun.
Oh, you and me both.
Yeah, but you probably did something, you know, heroic. I was weeding my yard and it came up lame.
Definitely not heroic, but you know, not as bad as that.
I had a double hernia surgery on a Monday and drove to Boise and called a Utah State Boise State football game that Saturday. And I don't remember hardly anything about the game. I know Boise State won. It wasn't much of a game. And I was so unemotionally invested in that thing. I'm like, just be over. Please be over. Please be over. I can't stand. I can't sit. Like, I couldn't get comfortable. It was probably one of the top 5 most miserable experiences of my life.
Mine was, I was shagging rebounds 2 days after a vasectomy.
Oh, jeez.
That was bad. Full disclosure.
Don't do that, kids. Don't do that, kids. It hurts.
Yes, there was a frozen bag of peas on my seat.
Yeah.
Those that know.
If you know, you know. Hey, on the offensive side, obviously there's a lot to be excited about. Defensive side, I know that there's some people getting replaced. Talk about how that position led by Smith Snowden, how you see that thing being manned by Utah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the corners, the secondary, however you want to describe it. I mean, I think it's they've done a good job of loading up in the transfer portal. You do have Scooby Davis coming back, so you do have a veteran player on the corner. But you've got a lot of guys that are coming in that they've been proven at different levels of the game. The question is, can they do it at Utah and in the Big 12? I do know that this group, Sharif Shah is very high on because of how physical they are. And if you've watched Big 12 football, you understand how much physicality the refs allow in that game. And so just being able to have guys that can just, you know, kind of muck it up, so to speak, that helps and goes a long way. I think there's some respect where you kind of have to tone it down and say, hey, we can't get PIs every time, but it's learning how to get leverage, learning where you can grab, learning different things that way. I think that's going to go a long way for this Utah team because they haven't always had the most physicality in that room. They've done well. They've obviously been the ball hawks that Morgan preaches. But I think this takes it to that next level where you blend now a little bit taller corners. You also blend that physicality. There's a real good chance that maybe they're better. I think they're still unproven and we still have to see. But I think there's a lot of potential there. And I think also Rock Caldwell moving into that nickel spot, he's a natural. I mean, it's spring, so it's hard to fully live off of that. But in spring, he just looks so natural in that nickel spot for a position that is incredibly tough to play. And he brought physicality. He brought a lot of the elements that Utah wants on defense that I think are going to be really important. So I think, there's a lot of elements that I think are going to be great. It's just a question of, can they all blend together? I mean, I think this Utah team, the ceiling is potentially higher than it was last year. And I know that's tough to say on a 10-2 season, but the potential is higher in some respects, but I think there's a lot more that has to hit right for it all to exist, if that makes sense.
Two things stood out to me about Wayshawn Parker. Number one is grill.
Oof.
That thing was tight. And we had a good chuckle about, these kids nowadays. But the other thing is he looks a little more like he's packing a little more power. I know he's a big guy to boot, but he looks little bit stronger. I anticipate him having a big year. How about you?
Yeah, and I think they want to provide more versatility with him. I think they want to create him much more of a pass catcher and have him involved there. But one of the things that I was most impressed in the conversations that I had with him is his whole intent there is he says, I got to keep my quarterback upright. And, I don't know if that's words that Morgan Scalley has drilled into him or if that's his true belief. But if that's really how he's going to approach this season, I think he's going to do really well for himself. Because if he can use that as kind of the first mindset of saying, hey, I got to keep my quarterback upright, that's going to translate to everything else for him. And I think you're going to see, much heavier dose of him in there. One, because he's more mature. He's done a lot of the offseason work to be able to be the guy, whereas last year he was kind of still building into that. Obviously had a lot of success at Washington State, but I think he still kind of took that heir apparent type mantle on himself and says, oh, I'm the guy. Whereas later in the season, he realized there's a lot of work that has to go into that. And then even in the offseason, he's learned more. So the fact that he's starting with Devin Dampier as being the guy that he has to protect before he even talks about his rushing yards or anything, to me, that's more of a sign of the maturity that's coming from him, where I think can translate onto the field. We'll see once again, but I think you're going to see a really special season for him. He just looks different. He has that feel. He's got that maturity, that vibe that really kind of showcases who he can be. And I'm really excited for what he can do this year for Utah.
All right. So if Morgan were to hear us talking about this, he'd reach through the phone and try to strangle us. But because we're media hacks, we can get away with this. So you look at the first 6 games, Idaho, Arkansas at home, Utah State at home, on the road against Iowa State, Kansas at home, on the road to Colorado. Should Utah be 6-0 after that stretch?
I mean, you would hope so, right? I mean, I think if there's anything nice about the schedule, it's those first 6 games are kind of a nice lead up. It's similar kind of how last year was for BYU, where you could kind of ease in Bear Bachmeier, right? I think this is perfect for Utah's offensive line to ease into it, where they may not gel immediately, and that, the Idaho game is going to be a good tell, even though it's an FCS opponent, will be a good tell on where they're at. Then you jump immediately to Arkansas. But after that, you've got kind of a lot of games that are going to help you blend. And they're different. Like I did a deep dive on each one of these teams in the summer, and, each one presents unique challenges for this Utah team where if they don't work, they can spell trouble for Utah. But I think there's enough there that gives them a test while also kind of easing them into the competition before that back half, which should be much tougher. You've got Houston, BYU, Arizona, those types of games in there where it's going to be a much more difficult challenge. And so I think this eases itself in very well for Utah. It's just a matter of, can they gel early? Can they have success with the position groups that they have biggest questions, namely offensive line? Can wide receivers be effective? Can the defense stop the run? Those types of things. If that can gel, then yeah. I mean, I think that those first 6 games, there's high potential that you can get to 6 wins. And then, you're looking at a really good run moving into the latter part of the season. So we'll see. I think it's a good opportunity for this team and something that is going to be top of mind for them.
I always look for the yearly tradition, and it hasn't happened all the time, but where Utah will play that FCS opponent, not look great doing it, and then everybody hits the panic button after that FCS game because it's like, they should have blown this team out by 40, and it was a 42-10 game instead of, it's like, calm down. Kyle never really put the brakes on a team like that. But I think from a Morgan standpoint, you may want to get a little crazy in that first game just to be like, hey, we're going to be just fine. You know, a good old 62-3 game might do wonders for Morgan.
Yeah, I think this is a far different game for Morgan than it would be for Kyle. Right?
Yeah.
This is much more of a maintained game. You're trying to kind of get things into motion, whereas for Morgan, this is where he establishes himself. And you're not going to throw everything out there. Not all the plays are going to be out there. But I think there's going to be plays out there where even if it's just a look, you're kind of going to show some of these teams in the future, hey, we could run this. You know, you're going to have a lot of trickeration with Bird, or you could have a lot of different things that maybe don't showcase themselves. But I think you're going to see an aggressive Morgan Scally, especially in that first half, where he's going to try to push that tempo. He's going to try to take the top off the roof. You know, he wants to be able to set a standard there for Utah and not just kind of limp into the season. So I wouldn't at all be surprised if that first half, especially, Utah tries to go out strong. Once again, that offensive line has to gel, and there's going to be things that are not going to be great. But like you said, there's going to be something that goes wrong. It's a question of where it is, and I'm just more curious how Morgan approaches that and how aggressive they play, or if they do try to keep it safe. But I have to believe that Morgan tries to keep it a little bit more aggressive.
I'm digging for those of you on the stream, your backdrop. I'm assuming that's not a...
Josh's backdrop is high level.
That's high level.
Yeah.
I'm actually giving it a number one ranking from what I've seen thus far. Who are on the baseballs behind you? Who's signed? I assume those are signed.
None of those are signed.
Okay.
Those ones are just ones that I've collected. Yeah, so they're either Major League Baseballs. One is Cooperstown, where my son played.
How cool is Cooperstown, man? Like, it is...
Cooperstown is a lot of fun.
But the town itself is like... It is one of the coolest places I've ever been. It's like going back in time.
Oh, yeah. It's 100% like this quaint town that it just preserved baseball in like its original fashion. And it's just kind of this cool little, you know, small town in upstate New York. So it's a blast. But, you know, there's a lot of those types of things that I could throw up on the wall. I've got, as you can see, a bunch of golf balls right there, too.
Oh, yeah.
That are
colorful.
a little scattered. So,
those are all
very colorful.
Those are all hole-in-ones, right?
Oh, yeah. That's all I've gotten. So.
Yeah.
Hey, who's your baseball team?
I'm a Yankees. That
okay,
hasn't
we
worked
gotta
out
go.
well for me
We'll
for
see
the
you.
last while. Yeah, it's time to go.
I'm just kidding. I'm a Red Sox, but I still love you, brother.
Yeah, it's all right. I honestly, I haven't followed baseball as much as I used to. I think my whole attention is on the NFL anymore, and we'll not talk about that one either. So.
Well, Josh, appreciate you, man. Always good catching up with you. It's fun hanging out with you in Texas. Let's talk again here soon.
Sounds great, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is, Josh Furlong, KSL.com here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, a little bit of breaking news coming out of the world of BYU. Another revenue-generating opportunity from the Cougars. Who is paying the bill now? I'll tell you what, it's probably a high figure. We'll tell you about it next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to... This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covering the Jazz for the Deseret News, she is Sarah Todd. I don't think Jackson Hayes is the solution. Nurk, I'm not sure if he's a solution either. What do you think the Jazz do as far as center going forward?
None of that is going to be a solution long term, right? But anybody that thinks that the Jazz going into this particular season being a legitimate title contender, that's not realistic. It doesn't have to be that the Jazz have their perfect center for the timeline for this team right now. This Jazz team needs to be able to prove, as constructed, that they're able to win games. The expectation is still, you make the playoffs, you definitely need to be a play-in team, like at worst. Yeah, down the road, the center position is going to need to be fortified a little bit, but that can happen over the next few years, kind of as they ramp their way up through the Western Conference.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoche. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
801-575-ZONE. That's the number to call right now. 801-575-ZONE. It is your Open Championship Copper Rock contest where we'll be giving away all kinds of outer gear, a $100 gas card to enjoy Copper Rock. All you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. Alex will assign you a golfer in the Open Championship. Can we just call it the British Open? Like, when did we have to call it the Open Championship? It's the British. It's the British Open.
It's the British.
Anyway, whoever wins that bad boy, if you are assigned to him, you will win all of the goodies. So to get a golfer, be caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE.
I think it should be the FSO, Foreign Soil Open.
Ooh, I like that. There you go.
That's what we'll call it. I'll call it. Maybe until I get fined.
I think you'll be all right.
Some guy in Salt Lake's misusing the mark.
Hey, yeah, bring down the hammer of Thor on him. All right, so BYU, a little announcement coming out of, well, actually a couple announcements coming out of BYU. First off, they have now gotten their jersey patch sold. And the jersey patch, the BYU, now they said football. So I don't know if they're going to have a different one for basketball. This is a program-specific jersey patch for football. It will be Utah-based technology company Entrada. Entrada logo will appear on the football player game jerseys beginning with this upcoming season. This is a new opportunity, a revenue-generating opportunity for the Cougars and every team out there. Utah, I believe Utah has not announced a jersey patch sponsor. It'll happen here shortly, I guarantee it.
I know we're in the running, the Scotty G and the coach show.
Yes. We have chipped in $15 each.
Don't short me.
Yep. And Lloyd has been willing to chip in 10. So that is a $40 offer.
We're hoping to carry the day.
And they can disperse that $40 any way they so desire.
It'll be the caricature of us three.
That you think that would even get like a molar of Wayshawn Parker's grill?
Oh, no. I don't think that would get the front part of the first tooth. There's a lot of gold in there, bro.
So much
gold in them hills.
That was so much
There was
gold.
a lot of gold.
So Entrada picks up that sponsorship, which, all right. Now, they're already bringing in a decent amount of money from the Monster sponsorship with the Big 12. So the Big 12 will have a Monster logo on their jersey patch, and then Entrada will be on the other side. We got a little Ricky Bobby thing going on here.
And just so you know.
And by the way, I'm not making fun of you. Everybody's doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
No, everybody's doing it. Bobby Knight was way before his time. You remember when he was coaching, he had patches for Jim's fishing bait, and he had the most obscure things. But anyway, I digress. Entrada, by the way, do you know what they do? You know what their software does?
You know, it's funny because I've heard the company Entrada, but I have no clue whatsoever what they do.
Well, I asked you if it was a resort because there isn't there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Property management. Management software.
Really?
So if you own a bunch of property and you want to run it, yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of ways. So many ways. I know two guys that made money, like more money than most countries' GDP, on a transaction, and literally was just trucking, just shipping stuff around.
That's it.
Yep. I mean, I came out thinking, what do I just didn't have the right mindset. There's a lot of ways to make money in this world.
Yes. Sometimes you need money to make money, but then there's other guys who stumble into stuff. And I knew a guy that I worked with, and then he had a couple buddies that were starting a startup, and they're like, hey, you want to come in? We'll get you a little piece of the pie. And 2 years later, he walks away with about 8 figures. It's like, ugh, why can't I not have friends like that?
That would have slowed down this for you. You want to continue.
I know
to do
that's
this
true.
The rest of your life.
No, look, if I stumble into an exorbitant amount of money tomorrow, I am still doing the show. I might approach the show a little differently. I might have some opinions that I might not have
and
otherwise.
Doing it from locations not in the studio.
Yeah,
like
if Lloyd,
you set the table as to what it does.
Lloyd and I have this constant battle because if you look at a lot of radio shows, a lot of people are doing them from home now, and they've got their little studio setups. And I'm like, hey, Lloyd, we can be doing this. And Lloyd's like, no, you got to be coming in here. And because Lloyd yells a lot and screams, we end up doing what Lloyd tells us to do. But if we had a lot of money,
Lloyd would do what we told him.
Lloyd would do what we told him to do.
See, look, this is what's going to happen, bro. I'm going to be in Acapulco for the month of July.
I'll still be on the air. I'll still be doing the show. We'll still have a great banter, good content.
I'll do a restaurant review every day, over the night before. But that's kind of how it'd go, I think.
Yeah. But I'd still be doing the show. This isn't work.
No, I mean, and honestly, when is it enough, right?
I know, right?
Pay your bills, you're blessed. Now, back to our $40 offer.
What do we got to do, Utah?
To get us in this on your patch today.
What's it going to take to get on that jersey patch? It'll be interesting. I'm sure Utah's got, they're sorting through it. I know Utah State's out there pushing it as well. Everybody's going to have that jersey patch. And look, anytime you have an opportunity to generate revenue, you have to do it. I don't care if people like it, don't like it. Doesn't matter.
I did get a kick on a side note out of all the banter on social media about the Monster deal and how, caffeine, how's BYU going to, look, that ship sailed, okay? I was one of the last dudes that had to bootleg that stuff in there, all right? Now they sell it. But, I bootlegged it in there. In fact, one time we won a big game, and there was one of the big leaders in the church that was at the game, and they had decided to come in the locker room. And I come around the corner with a, can of Diet Coke just out in the open and turn the corner and see him. And I take my stat sheet and wrap it around real quick. And as I do that, C. Samuelson, our president at the time, who's honestly one of my favorite men. Like, think of him, smile, love the man. But he saw me do it and he said, hey, he drinks probably 12 a day. I was like, okay, good. So it's not just me. And I made me feel better. Like, but you always had to be on the, head on a swivel.
It's like, you got your bottle of Jack that you got in the paper bag, but
exactly.
It's your Diet Coke in a stat sheet.
In a stat sheet, a winning stat sheet, thank goodness. We didn't have many guys want to come in and hang with us after a loss.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are great. You're horrible tonight, but you're great.
Dellavedova's going to do that to a lot of guys. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I have to show you, I was actually playing my guitar last night in my shrine. I'm, still ever evolving, but I have a photograph of, because when we went to the Sweet 16 that year with Jimmer, they took us downtown. Like, we got to go down, dress up in suits.
That downtown.
Meet the boys.
Oh, okay.
And so we all went in there and got a great photograph with First Presidency and the basketball team. But one of the great interactions, and I've said this a couple times, but not everybody listens all the time. We were in there and just shooting the bull with those guys and asking about certain things. And President Monson at the time had the ball in his hand. And he said, I feel like a ball hog. Cause in the picture, he said, I feel like a ball hog because I've got the ball every time. Somebody else want to hold it? And then he said, well, I can't give it to Jimmer because he'll just shoot it. And if I give it to Dieter, he'll kick it. And talking about Uchtdorf.
Yeah.
Which was kind of fun. It was just kind of a fun. Monson was way into sports.
Oh, yeah.
I was at a funeral one time, and he happened to be there, and I was in the back. I was at the funeral, but it was on a Saturday. There was a game going.
Okay.
So
all right. Yeah,
I was checking the score, and right over my shoulder, I got a hand on my shoulder, and look up, and it's Monson. Not Gordon. Thomas.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, who's winning? It was because it was BYU Hawaii. And he said, who's winning? I told him. He walked away.
There's a guy that is in my neighborhood who's in that group.
Yes.
And
he was in the meeting.
Oh, yeah. He would have been in the meeting with you.
He said he wouldn't know what to do with it. That's what he said because, he's a scientist.
Yeah, but a heck of a golfer, though. Anyway, when I met him when we moved in the neighborhood, he said, I listen. And that was it. Not like, I like
Was
it.
that putting you on notice? Or was it good
it's
job?
Not like I listened. Like, it's not like, hey, you guys are putting on a good radio show or anything like that. He just goes, I listen. And that was it. Nothing else.
Did your mind go instantly
and
to
I
the
went like,
story?
what have I done? There's the falsifying names and hymnals. Like, there's a laundry list of stuff that I may have admitted to doing on this show. So, but he just goes, I listen. Like, okay, good to know.
I would have pointed upwards and said, I do too.
Hey, by the way, speaking of BYU, this surprises me only because I would have thought he was already in there. But Danny Ainge will be inducted into the Naismith Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame on Thursday, October 22nd, later in this year at the College Basketball Experience in Kansas City, Missouri. My only question is,
why now?
In the year of 2026, why is Danny Ainge just barely now getting into the College Basketball Hall of Fame?
Every time there's a highlight package with the NCAA tournament, he's on it.
Coast to coast.
They should have been acknowledging the man the whole time. I remember that night vividly. I thought we were cooked.
Against Notre Dame.
Yep. That was 19.
Who's the big man they had?
Was that 81?
Yeah, probably would have been 81, 82 around
I was
there.
11, I think. Anyway, I was actually, we had a reunion with those guys, that team. They all came back one year and told the story that, basically there was maybe some confusion on who to get the ball to and from the timeout. And as they walked on the floor, Danny just said, just give me the ball out. And everybody spaced out. I got this. Which is so cool because my interaction, like Danny Ainge was honestly around here the biggest thing ever. Yeah. And then he went and backed it up, right? He went and played Major League Baseball while he was at BYU, and then he goes to the NBA and plays on those historic Celtics teams. So like that dude's a fixture of my childhood, and then to be able to grow older and actually have a relationship with that dude is one of the cooler things in my life. But he is everything that's right about, he's about constantly improving, and he's about the process, and he's not quick to judge. He's very patient. But as a college athlete, that dude he was the real McCoy.
Look, I don't care if I went on to have a great pro career or if I became a guy that put together NBA teams that won championships. I will always have that one singular moment in the NCAA tournament, going coast to coast, hitting a game winner. If that were me, and I asked him about this because he came on once a week during the season, when March rolled around, I'm like, hey, you know what? All these highlight packages are showing the coast to coast shot. How much do you think about that? He's like, nah, I don't think about it at all. And a lot of people will say that, but they don't actually believe it. They're like, oh, heck yeah. And he's like, but with Danny, I believe it. Like, Danny's like, that was so long ago. Nobody cares about that anymore. I'm like, Danny, a lot of people care about that. A lot of people remember that. And that was a hell of a moment. It's like, it's a long time ago. Not a big deal.
Comfortable in his own skin.
I know. I would be like, hey, by the way, let me tell you about 1981.
I've shown you this.
Let me pull up the YouTube clip. Now, there was only 4.6 seconds, which you wouldn't think was a lot of time, but I knew how much time I had left and when I needed to get that shot up the air, and I had to have it the right trajectory because that big man was coming trying to swat that thing into the second row.
He played in the NBA 9 years.
Yeah, he was pretty good, but I got it over the top of him, and the rest is history.
His name was Orlando Woolridge, and see this guy right here trailing the play? That's Kelly Tripucka. Both very big-time legends.
I mean, honestly, I would, if that were me, I would lead every dinner party with that story.
I will end this segment. I've told this story too, but I'll tell it again because it tells you who the dude is. I've had so many people try to strong-arm me in life, for their own gain.
Yeah.
And even knowing, like LeBron James, for instance, he strong-armed the Lakers into drafting his son. His son was nowhere near able to play, but that was done because LeBron wanted to carry that around to say, I'm so good, my son's got in the league, right? So if people can't see that, that the ego is nuts. I fly cross country. I'm recruiting Danny Ainge's son to come to play at BYU. And in my pocket, I have a walk-on offer for the kid. Okay?
A legacy guy.
Yeah. And I'm going out there. I'm going to do the whole pitch. I'm going to have dinner with him, the whole thing. And Danny Ainge, I'm going to look him across at him as I utter the words, hey, we'd love to have you as a walk-on. And so you can imagine I'm flying across the country nervous as hell. And, that flight's long and it's a lot of time to think about how you're going to do it. And Coach Rose and I were together, so we went out and we basically told him, the situation. And I remember Coach Rose saying it, and I'm kind of looking across the room at the family. And I remember Danny was kind of to my side, had his arms folded and legs crossed. And we said the words, and all of a sudden his head started to nod, and he said, I think that's a fair offer. And that's who Danny Ainge is. He could have thrown a fit. Like, you can't find a scholarship for my son or whatever. Yeah. But it's rare. Just take my word for it. It's very rare.
That's awesome. Honestly, of all the stories I've heard about Danny Ainge, that may be one of my favorites. Because you're right. I mean, he behind the scenes could have okay, I'm going to call this guy named Cecil, and we're going to get a scholarship for him. You're giving my son a scholarship because I have that kind of weight. And to be like, no, that's fair. We'll take that.
I mean, I think as I've gotten older, I've been shocked at how many people who have people that basically have just cleared a whole bunch of problems for them early in life, and just kind of, we talk about people set up on third base or whatever.
Yes, yeah.
the cool thing about Danny is, his kids earned it too. Like his kids, Austin Ainge is in that seat because he went and paid the price. I mean, he's not in that seat because Danny Ainge strong-armed anybody or demanded anything.
Yeah.
I can promise you that.
1248, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to talk a little Jazz coming up at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game, he had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Really fired up about this. America First Credit Union. Every time they do something, you're thinking, okay, that's got to be the tops, right? Like that's where it's maxing out. Nope, they keep adding more and more and more to the table. So here's the latest offer from America First Credit Union. For new members out there, if you've heard me talk about America First, you're thinking, you know what, I need to hop on. Well, guess what? We've got more incentives for you to help make that decision. If you are a new member and you sign up for a new account, America First Credit Union is going to give you up to $350. All right, so here's what happens. First off, you're going to open up a checking and savings account. They're going to start you with $150. Then you can add another $200 when you set up and receive at least $1,000 in direct deposits within the first 60 days of opening that account. So add it all up. You, my friend, are going to get $350 to you free of charge just for signing up with America First Credit Union and setting up your automatic deposits. It's really simple. Go to a local branch at any America First branch, or you can go to americafirst.com, or you can even call 1-800-999-3961, and you can really enjoy all the advantages that America First Credit Union can do for you and your family. I'm with America First Credit Union. My sons are with America First Credit Union. We are an America First Credit Union family. We know them, we trust them, we like them, and there's something about walking into any branch and being treated like family. You're not a name on an Excel sheet. America First Credit Union is not only willing to incentivize you to becoming a member, but also treating you great long term. Go to americafirst.com. $350 becoming a new member at americafirst.com.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know that music. You hear it, and you think of one thing. Alex Napolis.
Go!
It is our 1 minute of World Cup updates. Hey, Team USA, they may be in Cancun right now. They may be, Pulisic and the rest of the crew might be rehabbing all the injuries that they've dealt with, or at least made up. Which injury makes more sense to you, his or Conor McGregor? I'm joking, by the way.
Yeah, just stop limping, both of you. Both of yous.
Yeah, Carly Lloyd's going to come after both of you.
Both of yous.
Both yous. All right, so with that, though, even though Team USA may be done, we still have our 1 minute of World Cup update featuring the great Alex Napolis, and his 1 minute begins right now.
So the World Cup, there is 1 week left as we head into the semifinal matchups between France and Spain and England and Argentina. France took down Morocco 2-0 thanks to goals from Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele. France winning that one 2-0 makes it a third straight semifinal appearance back when they won in 2018, and then of course runner-ups last year in 2022. For Spain, this is their first semifinal appearance since 2010 when they won the World Cup, taking down Belgium 2-1 thanks to goals from Ruiz and Mikel Merino. On Saturday, England took down Norway. Erling Haaland doesn't have the game that he wanted, but Jude Bellingham scores twice for England, one in the 45th minute and then one in the 93rd to move on to the semifinals. And then Argentina with a 3-1 win over Switzerland. That game ended up going all the way to extra time to decide the winner. McAllister scores early to make it 1-0 for Argentina, and then Alvarez in the 112th minute makes it 2-1, and then Lautaro Martinez adds a third as Argentina moves on to the next round.
Ah, great timing. Well done by you. All right. So it's time for Alex Napolis power rankings of the top four. So you're going Spain 1, right?
I'm going to put Spain number 1 as the ones that I think that they will win the World Cup. I'm going to go France 2, which makes that matchup even more exciting. And then I'll probably put Argentina 3 and then England at number 4. That is my top 4.
Are you surprised? Because England always seems like the team that you think should be there but always disappoints. Like, are they? Do they really have a crack at this? And are you surprised they've made it as far as they have?
I'm not as surprised that they made it as far as they have. I am a little bit surprised that they, every year it's the same thing with England. They have a really, really strong team, a really good team, but whether it's injuries, whether it's them, not living up to the pressure, I don't think Harry Kane's having the tournament that everybody expected Harry Kane to have. It's been Jude Bellingham who's been carrying this England team. So I think if they want a real shot at winning the World Cup, at finally breaking the curse and England wins it again, Harry Kane's got to step it up and be the Harry Kane that everybody expects Harry Kane to be.
How many times did you yell out, "Hey Jude," on when he's scoring goals for England?
Oh, every time. I'm so into it. I do believe in my analysis is that Harry Kane must be a Harry Payne. He has to.
Oh, yeah. No,
he has to.
Yeah.
He has to. If they want to be successful, he has to be more of a Payne.
Absolutely.
So Argentina, you got third. The GOAT is unamused by that.
I know. And if he was listening, he would be very upset.
I'm sure he is on the stream.
But I think that the thing with Argentina for me is that they've struggled against quote-unquote weaker opponents through getting to where they needed to be. Right, they took Cape Verde to extra time. They didn't have the necessarily their best game against Switzerland either, and so they've been putting together heroic, I guess, late moments to get them there.
Didn't Egypt have them dead to rights?
Egypt was up 2-0. Egypt was up 2-0 and looked like they were going to eliminate Argentina. But then within 13 minutes, Argentina does what Argentina does. And again, heroic moments. They've been leaning heavily on heroic moments. And so I wonder if that formula can get them past England, which, knowing how England plays, I don't know if that's going to work out. They need to be a lot better against this England team.
All right, so you excited for this Final Four, though? I mean, you got some name value here.
This is the first time ever in World Cup history. So they do their own rankings, right? They have their own FIFA World Cup
yes, they
FIFA
do.
rankings, men's ranking. This is the first time ever that 1 through 4 is in the semifinals.
I love it when Coach gets bored.
I'm not bored. I was just saying that, they have their rankings because...
I
mean, sometimes they fudge them, right?
I know. FIFA, wait a minute. FIFA, come on, don't be...
I don't know what formula they use.
One of those F's is for fudge.
Yeah.
I'll promise you that.
All right, so I think FIFA has realized, hey, 32 has been good. Now there's rumors of 64 in the World Cup. Much like the NCAA tournament, much like the college football playoff, everybody's saying, hey, we're making this much money. What happens if we expand it? Would you be in favor of a 64-team World Cup?
Yes, and only because of teams like Curacao that we saw this year, but teams like Cape Verde that we saw this year, the smaller nations actually going in and fighting and showing that they can compete with some of the heavy hitters in the world. Now, I know that the Final Four isn't there isn't an underdog team that you can throw your hat on or anything, but I mean, just going back to, again, Cape Verde, Switzerland, Egypt, and how they played against Argentina, plus some of the upsets that you saw earlier in the tournament, I think that there are some smaller nations, some nations that probably aren't the biggest names when it comes to soccer, that can go in there and surprise people.
I look forward to 4 years from now, Coach and I filling out our World Cup bracket.
And 40 years from now, watching the Intergalactic Cup at Area 51.
Yeah,
because they're going to open this up to not just more countries, they're going to bring in more worlds.
Eric Spyropoulos will join us next. Jazz content writer, NBA.com, UtahJazz.com. He'll join us straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com. Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-0RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Awesome choice. A lot of people would go the Reflex, Hungry Like a Wolf. But no.
Rio.
This is, I want to say newer school, still mid-90s. Duran Duran.
Always touched me, though.
This song is a great song.
Saw them a couple of years ago here at Delta Center. They came through and blew it out. They were great. John Taylor, one of the great guitar players. Obviously, the great Simon Le Bon.
Yeah. Great song. All right. With that, let's bring in Eric Spiropoulos, kind enough to hang out with us. UtahJazz.com, jazz content writer, NBA.com. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing fired up, man. How much fun are you having watching this the early Darren Peterson returns?
I mean, a ton of fun. I will say, give me any basketball and I can have a good time. But, I mean, when you're looking at what Darren Peterson has done and then a couple of the other young guys for the Jazz, I mean, how can you not be excited?
I was talking to Scotty, and it's kind of unique to have the situation that's evolved. But I don't know that I've ever seen anybody treated quite like this in Summer League. The way that, he's seeing a lot of defensive coverages you probably wouldn't see until maybe halfway through the year. But it's crazy how guys are really locking in on him. Dividends come from that, right, Eric, from seeing that early?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, Darren has talked about it, just the ability to grow from seeing those coverages in the early going. And obviously things will be different in the regular season when Darren is surrounded by these really talented teammates that he'll have, and defenses won't really necessarily be able to double him or blitz him as much. I mean, if they do, you're looking at a Keontae George, a Lauri Markkanen, and a Jaren Jackson Jr. all being open, for good looks. So, I mean, you saw some growth and some flashes as a passer from Darren in Summer League. You saw him just kind of read and digest those coverages over the course of a game to get more comfortable. Obviously, there's been some shooting struggles in the Vegas Summer League part, but in terms of his process, I think it's all looked really good.
And honestly, in that process, there's a lot of plays that seem mundane, but talked about it with Scotty and our listeners, the fact that you come off a ball screen and there are two on you, the instant rule is to get rid of it. And I've been impressed, with his ability just to make those simple plays that keep the game moving.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a lot of people do have to understand that this has been a really heavy on-ball role for him at Summer League, and that was not his role at Kansas. So you have to go back to his high school days to look at him in this kind of on-ball role. And so it's part of it is getting back to feeling comfortable with the ball in his hands this much, then facing those coverages. Obviously, the circumstances of Summer League where you get very limited time to build chemistry with your teammates. I think given all those aspects of his journey to this point in the Summer League context, you have to like his ability to make those easy passes. Sometimes he makes the pass, gets off the ball, and will come back and get the ball. He did that last night and then had a really good and one layup. So his process has been good. He's been making the right reads, and then when it's time to call his own number, he's also obviously been able to do that.
Has there been an element of his game? And I know, look, we're putting a lot on him early. He's only played 3 or 4, Summer League games. So I understand. Take it with a grain of salt. The floater has been really impressive to me. Has there been anything else that's kind of jumped out at you like, oh, I didn't necessarily know that was part of his arsenal?
I would, it's funny. I just before coming on tweeted out a compilation of some of his floaters from Summer League because I think that is going to be a huge weapon for him. But the floater with just the drives inside the paint, I think have really stood out. In the high school tape, that was evident for him, but not as much at Kansas playing in this off-ball role with the inconsistencies that he had in terms of his playing time. He has gotten back to ball in his hands, reading the pick and roll, coming off a screen. He is getting downhill. He's been able to finish. He's been able to hit that floater. I think that is one of those weapons where if that's a real part of his game consistently, and there'll be even better spacing and teammates around him in the regular season, that unlocks so many things. We obviously already knew about the three-point shooting. We just talked about the passing flashes, but it's that downhill driving that I think can really take him to another level.
I'll add one thing to that. I think so. I definitely the floaters. That is a hard shot. As much pressure as he had on him to be able to accelerate, and then for a floater, you've got to bring your body to a controllable speed. You've got to release it at the right point. Those are very technical, and I felt like those were as good as a floater as I've seen. But I'll go to even like his gather. To be able to drive it and gather, and he's got the strength. I think he showed a left-handed. Over his left hand or his left shoulder, a right-handed jump hook, that he got to out of the drive. So from my perspective, like this has been such an awesome opportunity to see a little bit of it all. The step back threes, the dunk last night. I mean, I think if you're looking at his full, arsenal, I think he's done a really good job of showing it in just a couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's like the thing about Summer League is that, you're really looking for the flashes, the plays that are like that stand out and make you think, oh yeah, like he can do that already against, this type of competition. Just imagine where he'll be a year from now, 2 years from now, how he'll do this stuff when he's surrounded by other better teammates. I think his strength has been a key for him. He talked about it after last night's game of kind of really focusing on playing with strength in the pre-draft process. And he's been able to get to the free throw line a ton during Summer League. And a lot of that is with the gather, playing through contact, initiating contact. And those are, you look at the best scorers in the league in today's game, and getting to the free throw line is usually a key component.
So obviously Darren Peterson, that's created most of the headlines, if not all the headlines for the Utah Jazz, but also the Walker Kessler situation. Walker's on his way to L.A. Now it appears the Jazz will play center by position. How do you feel like this is playing out?
Yeah, I think, obviously Jazz brought back Yusuf Nurkic, who, was an instrumental piece in last season's team, averaged a double-double, career high in assists. And, offensively, he is a really good fit for how the Jazz want to play. He can initiate from the top of the key. He's a great screen setter. And for a Jazz team that, has a lot of ball and player movement, you need guys that can pass and you need guys that can free up some of that player movement. And, it's hard to ask for a better screener than Yusuf Nurkic. And then on the defensive end, he is going to be asked with basically cleaning up the defensive glass, allowing a guy like Jaren Jackson to kind of roam around at that power forward position, help defend the rim, guard on the perimeter a little bit, and, hope that with the overall size that the Jazz have in that lineup, plus Nurk's ability to defensive rebound, he's always been a great rebounder, that's going to help on the defensive end. And then they brought in a guy like Jackson Hayes to kind of give that kind of athletic pop, dunks everything, swats a couple of shots, runs the floor hard, can do a little bit with the ball. It's kind of, like you said, a by committee approach, but there are those skill sets in each of those players that you look at when trying to create the rotations and the lineups that make a lot of sense.
So a lot of the positives we talked about, Cody Williams has really struggled in Vegas particularly. What do you make of his struggles? Because he seemed to be building a little bit toward the end of the year, and his first couple of games of Summer League, while not perfect, definitely serviceable. What do you make of his struggles in Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, he did get off to a good start in Salt Lake City Summer League. I think he averaged around 17 points a game, looked pretty comfortable, was handling the ball a little bit. And obviously everyone was kind of hoping that he would build off of last year when towards the second half of last season, he was, a really active defender, cut really well, was able to finish at the basket, a lot of dunks, which he's had in Summer League as well. I think the important thing, this is one of those situations where you are trying to both allow a player like Cody Williams to expand his range, handle the ball, do X, Y, and Z at Summer League, situations that he most likely won't find himself in the regular season. And I think that's the difference is, you're trying to project the skill sets and allow those, some room to grow, while also thinking about come, December, if he's in the rotation, how is he contributing on the Jazz main roster? And I think a lot of that is still with the defense running out in transition and cutting. And those are not necessarily the skill sets that are going to shine in a Summer League context. I think there's been some positive flashes on the defensive end, but overall, I think, for Cody Williams and for the Jazz as they're evaluating things is, that question of can you come in and provide that with the wingspan and the size, provide that defensive activity that'll help you contribute and stay on the floor.
How can the Jazz be better defensively next year?
I think, we didn't talk about this yet, but another one of the free agency additions, Josh Okogie, always been a really good physical perimeter defender. I think he could, find himself in the rotation in the early going this season because of that skill set, which is what the Jazz need. I think if you're looking at growth with the current roster, obviously it starts with Jaren Jackson Jr., who played in 3 games, super small sample. You can't really take that much away from it, even though the Jazz were really good defensively in those games. But you couple him, former Defensive Player of the Year, with just the amount of size that the Jazz are going to have. Lauri Markkanen will be with him. Yusuf Nurkic will be playing with him a decent amount. Ace Bailey, you got even Darren has great size, for the guard position. And we saw last night specifically Darren's defense, I think, really stood out in the first half against the Clippers. I think you're looking for size. You're looking for guys to come in and just be hungrier and motivated to improve defensively. I think there's been a lot of talk among the guys about defense being the primary focus of the offseason work. And so with this added motivation, with them kind of hitting the gas to try and compete this year, I think that'll help. With that, with the size, you're hoping that is going to be enough to overcome, some of the other shortcomings.
You mentioned Nurkic and his growth last year. I'm curious to see him because he's coming off kind of, before last year, it was kind of an uncertain couple of years for him. He was lost in the shuffle. He was being added to trades and those sorts of things. And to find a home here, the way he's approaching this season physically, do you think we could see, not all the way back to his high where he's averaged 17 a game, but you see where he could get, help the Jazz with maybe 12 or 15 points a game?
Yeah, I think so. I think, the Jazz system does kind of lend itself to having a bunch of, double-digit scorers. I think last year's team even had upwards of 6 or 7 guys who averaged double figures. And, he averaged, I think, 11 per game, right around 11 per game last season. Like I said before, he averaged a double-double. So he was definitely active when he was on the floor. And he talked about it last season, how, from top down, the organization really made him feel like he had found a home and he felt comfortable, and the system, really lends itself to his skill set as a passer and a screener. And, what better way to kind of both be motivated entering a season and to be comfortable during a season than in a place that really lets you shine with your skill set. So given the talent around him, given how he played in the Jazz system last year, and just, that kind of comfort level of being back on a 2-year deal, I think that can help himself prepare for the season and become a key part of the team.
Obviously not a member of the Jazz, but you may not know this, but there's a lot of people in Utah very interested in the professional career of A.J. DeBonsa. So what are your impressions on him? Certainly a guy who can get to the rim, get into the paint, but as Coach pointed out, shooting 4 of 21 on his shots from outside the paint. So that concern about his outside shooting still may be a very real thing for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think, what you saw from him were his strengths shining so far and his weaknesses still needing improvement, which obviously makes sense because he's just playing now in the first couple of games of Summer League, hasn't had a full off season to work on things, hasn't even been in the league yet officially. So I think his ability to get downhill, especially in that game, Thursday against the Jazz, really stood out. Not that the Jazz had necessarily the best matchups for him defensively, but he basically got to the rim at will, and it was basically going to be a bucket or foul if he got, inside around the basket. And, the shot, it was the area that people called out the most, I think, outside of maybe his lack of defensive activity at BYU, which he has had some steals and blocks in Summer League. So, again, all these guys, I think, the talk around the draft was this guy's better than that guy. This guy should go number 1. I think they're all going to be great. I think all the top 4 have shown how they're going to be great. But they've also all shown ways that they can improve. And that makes sense. They're all 19, 20 years old. And so with AJ, you're looking at the shot, hopefully developing and keeping that up with that downhill pressure. And that becomes a truly unstoppable scorer.
Of course, the guy that nobody really talks about in the process, well, they do, but like maybe once for every 5 times the other 3 are mentioned, Caleb Wilson, not known as a shooter, comes out in his debut and hits 7 for 11 from 3 and scores 35 points. What'd you make of his performance? And do you think that the shooting, is that something that looked in your mind something he can replicate?
Probably not 7 of 11, but, he talked, I think one of the more interesting quotes that came out of that game was him talking about how he actually now has a lot of time on his hands to just simply work on the jumper. He doesn't have to go to class anymore. He doesn't have to do X, Y, and Z things. He's just locked in the gym shooting. I think it was like thousands of jumpers a day is what he said. I think, it still probably will be, more of a second-year thing for him that he becomes like a really good, or at least a capable three-point shooter just based on the numbers that he had at UNC. But again, if you add that to his skill set, his size, his length, his athleticism, just the way he approaches the game, he embraced that first game. He embraced the spotlight. He wanted to take all those shots, and, they went in during that game at a high level. If they're not going in, I think he can still find other ways to be, active. And that's why, he would have in a lot of other drafts been probably a number 1 pick. I think that's how good the other top 3 guys were, and that's why he kind of got lost in the shuffle a little bit. But when you watched him at UNC, you saw a guy that could impact the game in so many ways on both ends of the floor.
Eric Spyropoulos, UtahJazz.com, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So when you look at the fact that Ace Bailey and Darren Peterson, their time and opportunities may be somewhat limited going forward throughout the rest of the Summer League, who are you keeping an eye on? What are your interest points on this team, perhaps without those 2 players going forward?
Yeah, I think you logically kind of have to go down the roster a little bit and look at the two-way guys. Blake Hinson, Tamar Bates, and Trey Alexander. All 3 are signed to 2 ways, for the Jazz. And so you'll be seeing them, come the fall and the winter. And obviously Blake Hinson, a lot of Jazz fans saw him play towards the end of last season. And I think he has looked really good physically. We talked about, Will Hardy said, I think it was the first Salt Lake Summer League game that he had lost, 20 to 25 pounds. And you definitely notice that when you're watching him. And obviously it starts with the shooting for him, but having slimmed down, I think he can be a little bit more active defensively and, just kind of, spread out his contributions. And, Tamar Bates and Trey Alexander, they've had a couple of moments that stand out. Tamar Bates had that huge dunk in the first Vegas Summer League game and has looked pretty comfortable offensively. And same thing for Trey Alexander, a guy who can kind of have the ball in his hands and create a little bit for himself and for others. So as you're looking for the rest of Summer League, guys to stand out, and to look for, I would definitely focus on those three guys.
Any other guys that stand out to you? I saw obviously Wagler had a huge game last night, knocked them in from everywhere. But who else has stood out to you from the Summer League?
We only saw one game of Trey Johnson, but he looked really comfortable for the Wizards. Was the sixth pick in last year's draft. Same thing for Will Riley, another guy who's looked really comfortable for the Wizards in their 2 games. We didn't talk about Cam Boozer yet specifically, but he has looked, as advertised, a guy who's going to basically make the winning plays, make the right reads. He's a good passer. His 3-point shot looks a little bit faster, so I think that's going to help him get it off more at the NBA level. That's really stood out. And Braden Burries has looked pretty good for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think, the Bucks in this kind of transitional phase are looking for any kind of glimpses of hope, and they might have a guy in Braden Burries who they selected in the first round this year.
Eric, what do you anticipate? And I know I'm asking you to speculate here a little bit. So we know you're not necessarily commenting on behalf of the team when you say this, but what do you anticipate the Jazz order of importance is throughout the rest of the summer? Do you anticipate that there might be some more maneuvers, or is this roster pretty much in place?
I would tend to think that the roster is pretty much in place. They added a guy like Mo Bamba as additional center depth last week. And so in terms of roster spots, the Jazz are all full. Doesn't mean there obviously couldn't be a move, down the road. But I think a lot of it is we haven't seen this team really at full strength basically at any point. And, we had the 3-game sample with Jaren Jackson. Obviously, Darren Peterson's a new face. Guys like Josh Okogie, Jackson Hayes are obviously new additions. And a lot of guys, had dealt with injuries and didn't play towards the second half of last season. So I think as you're preparing for this kind of foot on the gas season coming up, there's a lot that there's still to be discovered about this team, even with the guys that are returning to the roster. So I think given the changes that were already made and how much there is to learn about this group already, I think you're probably looking at this roster more or less being the roster, come training camp in a few months.
How do you anticipate this team? And I asked Austin Ainge about this at the press conference, but it's an interesting situation where so much of the emphasis, some people will say the emphasis was on tanking. I'll just say the emphasis was on development. And now you flip the script and you're like, okay, back last season, if you had a hangnail, we were going to have you sit out 6 weeks. Now it's time to go. It's time to win games. Do you think it's hard for a team to make that transition to, as you mentioned, going from a development mode to, all right, now it's time to stack some wins together mode?
It's definitely a unique position to be in. There haven't been too many situations where a team has been so focused on development and then kind of snap their fingers and turn it around and start competing. The Thunder a few years ago, they had, I think back-to-back 60-loss seasons, and then they started to compete and they missed the playoffs, but they were in the play-in that season. That's kind of a recent example of a team that could kind of flip that switch, but it's an interesting position to be in because the Jazz are still, while they have some veterans leading the way in Lowry, Jaren, and Nurk especially, there's still a lot of youth on this team. Keontae, Darren, Ace Bailey. You've got guys like Isaiah Collier, Bryce Sensabaugh, Cody Williams. All these guys who might have consistent spots in the rotation and are not used to competing in these intense games, throughout the course of an 82-game season. So it's a unique position to be in. I think the Jazz have a good blend of vets that have been there before and done that, and youth to kind of carry them through the regular season, because that can be a grind, as everyone knows. But there aren't too many examples of a team having been this focused on development, kind of flipping the switch right away and kind of jump-starting into this 40-plus win range, which I think is what the Jazz are hoping to do.
Well, Eric, we appreciate your time, man. Great time. We appreciate it, and let's do it again here soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it. Eric Spiropoulos, UtahJazz.com, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Good stuff, man. We got to make him a regular.
Yeah, that's why I don't miss many games. I get Wally pipped.
Yeah. He's filled in for you.
Yeah, if he grabs the mic too much, it's over. That's why I can't miss now with Al breathing down my neck.
You're like, hey. I'm moving closer so I don't miss many games.
Alphonse.
Can't be having that happening.
Alphonse Napolis breathing down the old neck.
All right, 128. Coming up next, we'll spin the wheel, a little sports roulette straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Auburn announced a $320 million stadium renovation. Nebraska announced $600 million, and they're bonding for $350, but they raised $250 million. That is just a pile of cash.
I just wonder, in 10 years, are we going to hear, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This is the wild, wild west. This is unsustainable. It can fly now because it's relatively brand new. But as each year goes by, guys like me, they're going to say, this is a joke. What we can't keep saying is keep saying that it's unsustainable. At some point, it's going to be sustainable, and the only thing is we're going to keep saying it's unsustainable. But right now, the facts and the metrics show, as crazy as it is, it's sustainable. It's crazily sustainable.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
For over 20 years, Doug Smith is Utah's Kia leader for sales, parts, and service. Come see why today at our new location in Linden, Utah.
Hey Doug.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, this is Aaron, owner of Greenify Energy Savers. Most, if not all of you, probably thought that your chance to go solar was gone, or that it just didn't feel worth it anymore because the residential solar tax credit expired in 2025. But I'm here to tell you hope is not lost. In fact, homeowners can still receive an upfront credit equal to 25% of the cost of a qualifying solar and or battery system. How is that possible? Well, Greenify Energy Savers has partnered with a large national investment group to make it happen. While the federal tax credit expired for residentially owned systems, it did not expire for commercially owned systems. The investment group co-owns the system with you for the first 6 years, allowing them to receive the commercial tax benefits. After that, ownership automatically transfers 100% back to you. To find out how this program can work for your home, call Greenify Energy Savers at 801-948-4464 or online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Call Greenify today at 801-948-4464 and see how you can still save 25% on solar for your home.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe. And it's time to give away another golfer. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You will be assigned a player in the field at the Open Championship. Now, if your golfer wins, you will receive a Copper Rock branded polo, outerwear, and a $100 gas gift card, Copper Rock, where the pros play. All you have to do is be caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. And again, Alex will assign you a golfer. And if yours wins, then you'll go, hey, Alex, let's break some rules, shall we? We don't do this. Do you know what golfer you're going to be giving?
I do not yet, no, but I can look to see which one we're going.
Let's find out. Just to...
It is just one.
Actually, if it's because I think we do the top 20, and then somebody gets the field after that.
Top 25, and then the last person gets the field. Yeah.
All right. So
Aaron Rye. We're going to be giving away Aaron Rye here.
Aaron Rye. There you go. Caller number 12.
Why don't make it a combo pack? Aaron Rye and Joe Dean.
You know what?
We can't do it.
We can't.
But that'd be a good idea because Joe's got about as much chance of winning as you and I.
Yeah.
God bless him.
There is not anybody I'll be cheering for more than Joe Dean.
I've gotten a lot of God bless him's. God bless him.
Yeah.
It's probably not the best thing.
No. Usually when you hear that, that's not great.
It's like, yeah, God bless him.
All right. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. All right. Time for another edition of Sports Roulette. Alex, fire up that wheel.
No superhero here.
Not when you're getting smacked in the mouth by Bam Adebayo. Former Miami Heat teammates Bam and Tyler Hero got into a physical altercation in Vegas on Friday morning in which Bam struck Tyler in the head area. Altercation occurred at a practice court in a Las Vegas hotel. It started when Adebayo approached Hero about comments the guard made, critiquing the center on social media about his defensive prowess. According to multiple sources, Hero, who, by the way, former Sixth Man of the Year, averaged 20 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, newest member of the Milwaukee Bucks, was part of the trade for Giannis. Bam signed a 3-year, $166 million extension with the Miami Heat back in June of 2024. But the alleged comments by Hero appeared in the DM of a random person who questioned whether Adebayo's effort on defense on a nightly basis was worthy of somebody making $60 million per year. So apparently Bam didn't like that, and he attacked Tyler Hero.
If you put something out there, then that means they could come and do that?
You know what?
Gotta watch what you put out there?
Honestly, I think that, and I mean this figuratively, not literally, but I think there should be some level of accountability for when you put something out there. I think you have to put your name on it if you're going to be all crazy, and Tyler did. And then there's some, repercussions. Not that I'm condoning physical violence, but look, if somebody said, hey, I don't really particularly, I think Scotty, the coach is great, but Scotty's bringing that show down, and they have their name, and the guy comes up to me on remote and tries to say, hey, can I have a free something? I'm like, well, okay. First off, let's talk about what you said on social media. Let's chat about that. Give me your opinions, then I'll give you your free slice of pizza or whatever. But
fritter.
Your fritter. Ooh, we should be giving away fritters.
This one's a jelly.
Alex, what's your donut of choice? We got coaches.
Oh, I'm kind of lame. I just go straight.
Just straight glazed?
Yeah, just straight glazed.
Kindred spirit.
I'm a simple man.
What size shoe you wear, kid?
10.
Oh, I was gonna go 11.
That's what I am. But we're right there. I mean,
same shoe size, same
Hanses
appreciation.
Hanses were a 15.
Yeah. Yeah, that's up there. I think my youngest might get there, actually, Brody.
What's his now?
I think he's rocking a 12 right now, and he'll be a sophomore next year.
Are you still? Hey, where's the trough? Where can I eat?
Geez. That kid is eating me out of house.
What's
and
for
home.
dinner?
Just eating, and the problem is now these kids get like expensive tastes, so they think like, you take them out to eat once, and then you think it's a regular thing. It's like, hey, guess what? And then I'm like, go get a Beehive meal, and he's like, all right, now we're eating. We have to get the extra family, like the large family, even though there's only like 4 of us in the house, because my dude is eating us out of house and home.
He's eating for 2.
I love him, but man, that kid can put it away.
What is his status at the party? Will he be around?
Oh,
Will
you know what?
be
He actually might have to work that night.
Okay.
Which bums me out.
I want to hang with him.
Yeah. Once he opens up to you, you're not going to. Oh, and by the way, he's a big card guy now. He wants to show you a bunch of cards.
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Bring him on.
Let's go. All right, spin it.
Zags take a hit.
So this is another issue that you'd be dealing with, Coach, that you probably don't miss, is so Gonzaga, probably top 10 team going into next season, had their point guard, Mario Saint-Superi, and he has decided to leave the team and has signed a lucrative multi-year contract with the EuroLeague club Valencia. 4-year contract worth about $15 million. Matt Norlander with the announcement. Caught Gonzaga off guard. Transfer portal is come and gone, and their best returning point guard is now gone.
Yeah, and the guy behind him actually went in the draft, which was completely unexpected. So really their depth has taken a major hit, and it's expected they will backfill that spot with another international guy, Nathan D'Souza. So he'll be there, but it's just it's one of those things that I didn't ever think I'd see Mark dealing with, but
yeah,
he's not like it happens to everybody in this situation. You can't argue with the kid's $15 million, but at the same time, it is not a good spot to be in mid-July without a point guard.
Yeah. And it just keeps getting crazier. And look, if you're Mark Few, I got to imagine sooner or later, like, why am I still doing this? That dude could ride off in the sunset and do whatever he wants.
I don't think there's going to be many more. Just the rumblings of the people around him. I think this may be another one. These are just gut punches to what you've always done. And the crazy part is he's done it at such a high level for so long that the only way you can kind of go is down.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
And the way that everybody else now is able to up their game with NIL, it might be a good time for him to pick a departure point and execute.
And if you feel like maybe the foundation's starting to crumble a little bit, I mean, I'd be all about getting out of Dodge before. Because right now they'll build a statue for the man.
And they should.
And they should regardless, yeah.
Right, yeah, and he's got guys that have been there. I think they do have a coach in waiting even, so he could hand it to somebody in the family. But I wouldn't see Mark doing that, but I don't think he's long for college hoop. I think it's maybe, it's within a couple of years anyway.
Well, I mean, you look at Dusty May. Dude wins a national championship. You're at a school where you've got all the resources you could possibly want. You can spend as much as you need to put your roster together. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to go into the NBA. I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Because it doesn't matter where you're at. It's a pain in the butt.
Ever-changing rules, right? The inability to enforce things. To go to the NBA, you don't even have to recruit. Just show, hey, they're going to bring guys into you. Perfect.
Yeah.
You look great. What pick were you? All right. We're going to have you do today.
Yeah. It's like you're not recruiting. You're just picking, as you mentioned. It's like, oh, no, you are going to come play for us. Well, I want to, no. We see this thing called the draft. We chose you, and you don't have a choice, so you have to come with us. I like that. That now that's recruiting. You can get used to that.
And even better, like this time of year, a guy can't say, you know what, I'm taking a deal somewhere else. No,
you're not.
Contract, my guy.
Yep.
Again, that's where this has gotten so crazy in college because they want to play like the big boys, but there's no infrastructure that allows them to do it, and they just keep suing back and forth, and it's got to end.
I don't honestly.
Save it.
Somebody's got to save it. Somebody's got to save it from themselves, and it just continues to get disgusting, honestly. And now, like we mentioned earlier in the show, you got guys so the NCAA says, okay, fine. No more waivers. We're just going to go, 5 years to play 5, starting now. But you got kids that just wrapped up their eligibility, like saying, well, geez, I can go make another $1 million, $2 million, and you guys are keeping me from doing that. I still have a 5th year. I want that money. And if I were them, I would want the same thing. A guy like MJ Collins at Utah State. You got Jared Calhoun saying, look, I'll get you the money. Come here to Cincinnati, but you got to win. You got to get an injunction first. Okay, call up a lawyer, you get your injunction, boom, he gets to play. There's just no rhyme or reason to anything now.
Oh, yeah. That's how do you bank on any of that? So you go to a place that's got salary caps and real enforceable rules and a commissioner that, kind of gets in the way a lot. But his job is to keep, sense of the thing. And for the most part, compared to college, I can't imagine trying to navigate the college landscape. And again, just another day, Mark Few wakes up and he's like, I'm going to make 15 mil. Sorry. And you get that. But again, you get into this in the very beginning for the competition, the loyalty, the cohesion. And it's just looked more and more like a business.
All right, didn't have a chance to put this on the roulette wheel, but Walker Kessler has now spoken. Ready for this? His first public comments, Walker Kessler, after being traded for by the Los Angeles Lakers, Jazz essentially picking up 2 first-round picks and 2 first-round swaps. He said, it makes you feel a certain way when you know an organization actually believes in you. Ooh. With what the Lakers have invested, they're showing that belief, not just in a monetary value, not just with the money, but in draft assets. I know they have that belief in me. I know a team believes in me now. I'm going to run through a brick wall for them. That's how I've been wired my whole life. Any subtweeting going on there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's messages being sent, and we reported that. That was always a situation where Walker had glimpses, and they show me more, show me consistency.
Yeah.
But I don't ever feel like they didn't love him.
No.
That's unfortunate. Maybe just an unfortunate choice of words.
Well, honestly, did the Jazz believe in him? Yes. Were they 100% sure of him? No. And I think that's fair. What has Walker Kessler done to make you, as a NBA fan or a Jazz fan or even a Lakers fan, being like, bam, I know what I'm getting from him every single night? You don't. You don't know. And the Jazz were like, we don't know, and we're not going to give you this crazy contract until we do know. And the Lakers said, yeah, we'll take a shot at it. Here's 4 firsts. Fine. Well, let's make that move. But I don't blame the Jazz one bit. I don't blame the Lakers. Look, if he's your guy, go for it.
And I don't blame Walker.
No, not at all.
But it's I've always learned it's probably better to just
keep your mouth shut
for a while anyway, and then just just try to be, what's the word, complimentary of your previous situation, because you just never know when that thing's going to come full circle, and you'll be like, hey, Will Hardy's the coach of X, and I really want to be on X.
By the way, shocker, Walker Kessler asked about his shoulder, said, it feels better than it's ever felt in my entire life. Oh, I'm sure. Once you get that fat contract, that's exactly what you're going to say. It's been cleared. It feels strong. It feels more mobile. I'm just excited to play again. Sitting out a whole year definitely puts a lot of things in perspective. The heart grows fond in absence. Falling in this love. I'm falling in love with this game again. I just want to go play to win.
Just you and I.
He's falling in love with the game of basketball.
Running the floor together.
Singing Endless Love.
And I know in time.
He and a basketball singing together.
We'll feel those dreams we treasure.
Friends can listen to Endless Love in the dark.
We'll be all right.
Take a break. Wrap this bad boy up next. 97.5, the KSL Sport.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And Wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It may have hit a record high 107 degrees yesterday in Salt Lake City. But if you're in the Lacombe house, that AC is in just perfect shape. Why? Because you got good windows from Advanced Windows.
Man, it was the little engine that could yesterday, because I don't know whose wasn't just absolutely cranked with the 109. Shout out 109. That was very warm.
Yes.
But yeah, we were able to keep it cool. We had everybody over, actually cooked and everything, had an unbelievable roast for dinner and BLTs for lunch. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
But we kept it cool inside, and a huge reason why was the windows we just had installed from Advanced. Rob Jordan came over, did the whole thing with me. Couldn't be more impressed across the board. I'm just glad we got them in before this big heat rush.
No doubt. Imagine what that sucker would be working through
I've been at your
overtime.
joint.
Yeah.
Scotty, bring me another Diet Coke.
Go to advancedwindows.com. Get the best windows on the planet. It's Advanced Windows. They're going to give you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's hot out. Good thing the steaks are hotter. Celebrate America 250 at Ruth's Chris. Sizzling perfection, cool comfort. 2 locations, downtown Salt Lake or Park City. Ruth's Chris, done your way.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
ready to hit the road on Wednesday, Coach?
Oh, yeah. 222.
Bar W Beef, exit 222 in Nephi. You've got the Bar W Grill, the Bar W Steakhouse. It's a big, beautiful, white, barn-looking building. You walk in, to your left is the grill, to the right is the steakhouse. Cannot go wrong at Bar W. And, by the way, you can just have it shipped to your house. If you don't want to go to Nephi, I highly suggest you do. But if you can't make it down there, just go to barwbeef.com. Any order over $150 or more will be shipped to your house for free. Not a dime in shipping costs. Come on.
Are we expecting David Pierce or Root Todd or something? Is that why you stood up? I just stood up because you did.
No, it's just because the old AC's cranking in here. It's like 68 degrees.
You're freezing.
I'm freezing. It's time to wrap this thing up.
I had a fun time today, buddy.
Yeah, what did you say? Top 8 show?
Yeah, top 8. I mean, Lloyd always says, "Hey, let's have a top 5 show."
And then see, he sets those expectations, and in our after show meeting, he's like, "That wasn't even close to top 5. What's wrong with you guys? Do better." Sorry, Dad. But no, Lloyd will be. Is he back tomorrow? Or is he going to take another day?
Should be back tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
Depends on how many fish they catch today.
Yeah. Based on those pictures he was sending out, I hope the Fish and Game didn't get a hold of those, because I think somebody was pushing the limit there. Those things, those dudes were just ripping those things out of the river.
Man, now you watch. You've just started an investigation. And this will be a story for the ages.
Yes, sir.
When Lloyd gets pulled over coming home from vacation. Can we check your...
Sir, we're going to need you to open up that cooler. Let's have a take a look and see what's going on in there.
And you got some fish.
Hey, so Darren Peterson, is that the... Okay, speculation here. Last we saw of him last night?
I thought it would be the last we saw Ace, so I was wrong on that. I would think so now. I don't know there's much more you need to see, especially because you just don't have, like I said, a ton of insulation around him. And you've seen what he can do now when he's like the head of the snake. The cool part for the Jazz is like it's going to take time for that. People have to, believe that. So he's going to be able to benefit from a lot of single coverage stuff. But man, he just made the right play, and I know his turnovers came way down. That was good to see too.
Well, and the fact is, when you talk about the insulation, he'll have plenty of that coming up in October.
Man. You heard Spiropoulos say the same thing. You decide to double cover him, and it's wide open shots for pick the rest. So the Jazz will have the benefit this year to be able to, isolate with their size, attack certain matchups. But Darren has shown the propensity to be able to shoot the ball from 3, certainly drive the ball. We talked about his float game. That hammer dunk last night was all time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one of those effortless, powerful dunks that were just amazing to watch. And he's got many more of those in him. But I think he's shown very, very well, and I'm excited to see his continued development.
You bring up a good point. Guys that can make something look that vicious, but also make it look that easy.
Right. I mean, it's just kind of like,
yeah,
like he's just flying and then a tomahawk.
The regular season cannot get here soon enough. This is going to be a fun year.
Yeah, I never really had the ability to choose how I'd finish. It was mostly just lay it up.
Just kind of.
Whether I went hard or fast.
Yeah, I'm just, that was me just doing my best, finger roll, because it was just layups, man.
Absolutely.
And you were just, even then, you're hoping
that's the only flair we could add.
Yeah, exactly.
You see me finger roll that one off the glass?
Yeah, you see that, Coach? Well, I would prefer if you got up a little higher. That would have been nice.
And then there's the glass slappers. They couldn't dunk, but they would slap it.
Yes.
Just to make sure everybody, hey, I'm close.
Hey, I'm right there.
This is me.
All right. Coming up tomorrow on the show, again, we will get you ready for another game in the Jazz Summer League, but will he or won't he play? We'll talk about Darren Peterson, more development from him, get a day closer to college football camp, take a look back on some of the comments from Big 12 Media Day, and remember, coming up on Wednesday, we will be live at Bar W Beef down in Nephi. And I'll be trucking a bunch of that back home so we can have ourselves a little better barbecue on Saturday.
I'll be bringing the stuff that I eat back with me to take care of later.
I'd say that's just previewing. You're just previewing the barbecue.
Last time, remember, we had chicken, so we got to have...
I felt like
we had to, though. It was a new item.
Yeah, and it was good, but...
I'm leaning back into the beef.
It's time to go back to the beef. All right. Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win a family 4-pack of tickets to see Zach Bryan at Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 7th. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-0RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
It's summertime, and Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We talk about saving water. One great way to save water, Greg, is to get rid of some of that grass area and just put in bark and mulch, and it really does make a difference.
We have 4 different kinds of barks, different sizes, and 4 different colors of the wood mulch. And I will just say that all colored wood mulch is not created equal, and we carry only the highest quality.
And when you talk about lower quality, Mike, that means sometimes you'll spend that money, put it in, and a year later it just does not look good.
Right, and sometimes it's even less than a year. So it's the quality is quite important for us, and we like to get the highest quality that we can.
Centrally located in the valley makes it very convenient for you. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products at 4660 South 200 West in Murray. You can give them a call at 801-262-5142 and make sure to look them up online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish, it's good stuff.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Thank goodness it's cooler than 109 today. Ben is here.
Not by
Ben is
much.
back. What's going on?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We're glad you're back. It's good to see you. Missed a kind of a zany week.
Yeah, I didn't get to catch up on a ton of Big 12 Media Day. I heard you had a airport error.
Oh, my whole thing in typical me fashion was a calamity.
No, some of this was my fault because I booked the flights and then I didn't make the flights.
No.
So you had to deal with my bookings.
Right. Which did throw me a curveball. But now I know Dallas Love Field is different from Dallas Fort Worth.
I've never been to Dallas, so that would have been news to me as well. I don't know if I would have been able to help you.
I have not flown into the Dallas Love Field before, but honestly, it was a mistake I'm ashamed of making. It was an easily preventable mistake.
But you didn't miss your flight.
No. I only called 2 players by the wrong name and then immediately threw Stone right under the bus, which he probably didn't deserve considering he worked very hard. It was very hot down in Dallas. You didn't miss that. It was
Okay. Hotter than here?
Hot and muggy. Well, not from a temperature standpoint, but it was humid.
Okay.
So, but we stayed like half a mile from the Dallas Star, which was a cool facility. It was fun to go there. We got to I was a little worried because everybody else was flying out on day number 2, but I was there to hold down the fort till the end of the day. And again, if you would have been down there, that would not have been much of a problem.
Sure.
But I was a little worried that I was just going to be sitting there treading water with Christian for the entire second part of the day. And what Christian, here, this is what I'm saying. Stone did a killer job. He lined up, what coaches did we do right in a row? We did Brent Brennan, Satterfield, and Rich Rod. Right in a row.
TCU's quarterback, Jaden Craig.
And then all 4 Utes down there.
I saw that.
They all came back. They'd already done individual interviews on the station and then came back to just kind of do it because they wanted to do it.
Oh, that's nice of them.
It was way cool.
How were they together?
Oh, awesome.
Cool.
Oh, really? I mean, well, they selected for, and as they usually do, most teams do. They're gonna put their best foot forward, right? But they really selected for. What am I looking for? Like good voices for the program. Like all 4 were interesting and had personality and insight, and I was really curious to talk to both sides about whether the philosophy under Morgan Scalley was going to change. I thought they were super insightful about all of that. And then on day 1, the BYU contingent was really good too. They brought 6 players instead of 4, but Brian Santiago and Kalani came by, and as you know, Ben, we've been going to Big 12 Media Day now for 4 years, and I've only gone twice, admittedly, but talking to other people here at KSL Sports, it was by far the smoothest and best.
Who all was there for Utah?
Man. Oh, for Utah, I thought you were saying from KSL Sports because we sent a small.
Yeah, it was everybody.
It was awesome.
Minus me, yeah.
And let me tell you this: other outlets out there did not send.
I believe that
a small army. So pretty cool to kind of have that flex.
Dampier,
Wayshawn Parker, Lance Holtzclaw, and Jonathan Hall.
Okay.
And they were all 4. Lance was one of the players who went to Washington to talk about this new legislation, and I believe there's a write-up about that today in the Des News. But he talked about that some with us when we did one-on-ones. But a lot of energy, and they were really. It's so funny when you talk about you're excited for one thing, you don't want to insult what was previous, right? So there were some Witt qualifiers, especially from Devin Dampier, where he was like, "Love Coach Witt,
sure,
love Coach Witt, wonderful man." But yeah, I'm kind of excited about a new philosophy and a new energy.
Okay, I would imagine
kind of got that vibe.
That makes sense. I'm sure everybody was happy to turn the page. Everyone likes to shake up the status quo a little bit, and there's enough consistency and continuity from what Witt brought and obviously is established. I think that's natural after 20 years. But I'm sure everyone's excited for something a little bit different.
It was funny. I asked the Ute defensive players. Well, I was talking about Morgan Scalley, and I told them that he did radio, which they had no idea, which was kind of funny. They talked about how he really is a positive, good person, even though he yells a lot and he's not scary in a sense. And the defensive players were like, yeah, that's true. And then Devin Dampier was like, nah, he kind of scares me.
I believe it.
So they talked about the offensive players getting to know Morgan better.
Yeah, I guess you just kind of assume they all know each other, but no, there's not really a whole reason to.
I mean, they do in a sense that Morgan Scally knows who the starting quarterback is. He's
Sure.
He knows the star running back. They are on for a first name basis, I would assume. But as far as playing for them, no, football teams are quite divided.
Yeah.
And I mean, our friend Kyle Gunther had a unique, friendly relationship with Kalani Sitake, and it was friendly because Gunther didn't play for him.
Right.
That
didn't answer to
he
him.
knew him, but he didn't play for him. It's easier to have a friendly relationship when you're not. Gunther did not have the same opinions about his offensive line coach
at all.
Not in the slightest. I'll never forget his Charlie Dickey impression. It was quite funny.
Very screechy.
Very, very screechy.
Yeah.
But he was able to like Kalani. So anyway, we're happy to have you back, Ben. It was an action-packed week in the Summer League.
Do people know what happened?
In
With
the
me?
Summer League?
No.
With you. No. I don't talk about other people's medical stuff.
I'm happy to talk about it
Okay.
because it was weird that I disappeared for a week.
Please do. I just didn't.
No, it's fine.
I'm not going to be that guy.
So, about 2 Wednesdays ago, you and I were doing a show, and we were talking about James Harden and Paul George. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't figure out that they weren't traded for one another. And you told me several times they were not traded for one another.
Uh-huh.
And generally, it's okay. I will forget a name. I'll forget a coach's name or whatever.
Right.
But the minutia of a trade is like formulaic enough that
usually sticks.
It clicks in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, right. They played together in L.A. They didn't play together in Philly.
It was a bad signing. We talked about it.
And you were like, you're struggling a little bit. And I thought, yeah, that was weird. And then I told you I'd been having headaches.
Yeah, you did.
And you'd said, yeah, I've got some migraines. I said, that's never really happened to me. I wonder if that's happening. So anyways, I went home and my wife said the same thing. She said, you were really struggling today. And I said, okay, we'll see. I honestly thought, was CO2 leaking in my house? I honestly had that thought.
That kind of reaction.
So Saturday morning, I'm getting ready to go to the Jazz Summer League game at Huntsman Center.
Uh-huh.
And my wife's battery in her car has died. So she had to take my car.
Leave the headlights on?
Because she was going out to Ogden. I don't remember what happened. But she had to go out to Ogden. She was going to the pool. So I was going to take the bus because the bus picks up right in front of my house and goes right to Huntsman Center. So door to door. It's as easy as it could get. But as I realized she was gone and I was trying to pack my stuff up and I had to take my camera and taking the bus. And so there was a couple of extra steps. And I just started to realize this is really hard. I'm bumping into a doorway over and over. I'm trying to grab stuff with my left hand and I can't arrange my hand the right way to pick it up. Whether it's like a magnet on a fridge, my phone, I just can't orient my hand the right way. And I thought, that's bizarre. I've never dealt with this before, but maybe it's just I'm taking an extra step. I'm going to Summer League. It's not at Delta Center. It's all these different things. So I get on the bus. I get to Huntsman Center. Everything's totally fine. Game goes fine. Coverage is fine. Chandler and I do a little post-game video for Jazz Notes, the podcast, and I thought it all worked out well. Go home Saturday night, feel totally fine. Honestly, I think, wow, whatever that was weird. I told my wife, I said I was a little bizarre, but it didn't seem like an emergency. Sunday morning, we get up, we're going to go see a movie. And I start to want to make lunch before we go, and I'm using my Blackstone outside my little griddle, and I'm frying bread or toasting bread, and I'm making turkey and cheese, and I can't figure out how to put the sandwich together. I'm looking at the bread and the turkey and the cheese, and I can't get the order right to put them together. And I eventually put the untoasted side out. At one point, I put mayonnaise on the sandwich and then put the mayonnaise in my hand, the mayonnaise side out. And I just thought, this is weird. I can't function right. And I told my wife, I said, I need you to drive to the movie. I'm a little confused. And she said, okay, are you okay? And I said, yeah, I think I'm fine. Let's just go to the movie. We go to the movie, and about 20 minutes in, I just turned to her and I said, I think I need to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
It was okay, but I had kind of freaked myself out, and rightfully so. I was thinking back to when Justin Zanuck joined our show at Jazz Media Day, this latest media day, so whatever that was, September, October, and he had his kidney issues, and he had said, if you feel like something's wrong with your body, listen to it. He said it's easy in this job, our jobs, his job, to be like, I'll tough it out. Healthy guys otherwise. And I kept hearing him say that in my head while I was sitting in the movie, and I thought, I should just go to the doctor and figure out what's wrong. And by the time I got in, the doctor asked if I was having a stroke. They thought I was having a stroke.
Wow.
So I'm in the emergency room. They don't know what's wrong. I sit down. My wife's in there with me, and I start having a seizure.
Wow.
So doctor comes in. I'm telling him I'm confused. My ability to track things on the left side of my body specifically is really difficult. And I have the seizure. They immediately send me for a CAT scan, an MRI, because they think I have brain cancer, is my first thought.
Right.
I don't. I'm fine. So I know this is a dramatic story, but I'm just going to let everyone know nothing long-term seems to be the issue. So I get the CAT scan, I get the MRI, and they find 2 abscesses on my brain. One of them back right and one of them front left. And that's actually a good sign. When you have tumors that grow in your brain, primarily, that's where they start, they grow together. They don't grow in separate parts.
Oh, interesting.
They grow together. And that wasn't the case. So immediately they said that's a good sign because it means, A, either you have cancer somewhere else in your body and it's spread to your brain, that's bad, or it's not cancer. So I have to do a full body MRI CAT scan, and they don't find tumors anywhere else. And that was the first sign that this is probably okay. But because there are still these masses in my brain that they didn't know, I have to get brain surgery. So this was Sunday morning. They scheduled my surgery for Tuesday morning. I have a bad headache because I have these things growing in my brain, and I was stressed out, obviously, because I didn't know what was going on. But immediately they started to say it's probably a brain abscess. Brain abscesses can be treated. You're going to be on antibiotics for a while, but that's what it looks like. But we still have to go in and make sure. So Tuesday morning I have quasi-emergency brain surgery where they cut open my scalp, they drill a hole in my skull, they stick a long needle in, and they have to take a sample of the pus, the abscess that's in my brain growing, especially this big one, and it's so big that they have to drain it. They can't just treat it with antibiotics, but they have to figure out what it is so they get the right antibiotics to treat it. So that's Tuesday morning. As I'm being wheeled into into surgery, I truly thought I was going to die. And there is a 3% chance you die from this surgery.
Sure.
It is not 0%.
No, it's brain surgery.
It's brain surgery.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. Monday night, I probably never felt worse in my life. Tuesday morning, I honestly thought I might be dying this morning. Even though the doctors were certainly more confident than I was. So we go in, and then the next thing I know, I just wake up. Obviously, I don't remember the brain surgery. I don't remember the seizure on Monday or on Sunday. I don't remember a lot of that.
They didn't do the tequila thing like cowboy style, here, drink this.
Drink this.
No, they
bite
gave
a rope.
Yeah, right.
Bite
No,
old belt. No,
they gave you some.
They gave me good drugs.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
A lot of drugs. And apparently, the second they got into my skull, it was obvious it was abscesses. I mean, like you would get an abscess in your mouth, or
yeah, sure,
Dr. Pimple Popper on your back. Immediately, as soon as they got in there, it was just pus. It was obvious it was not a tumor. It was obvious it wasn't something else. So that was all very good news. And then it's just about treating it. And the delay was it took a little while for the cultures to start to grow off of the pus in my head to understand which antibiotics I needed to treat it. And that took 48 hours to grow. They think it probably came from going to the dentist and just having blood in your mouth, and they floss for you and they do all the stuff, and it gets washed around in your body, and if you have bacteria anywhere, it can just kind of get washed into your bloodstream and get washed into my brain.
Wow.
That's the working theory of what happened.
So don't go to the dentist.
Never going to the dentist again.
Go to the dentist. I do think going to the dentist is good. My wife thinks there's a chance it was a nasal issue. Maybe I was having, I thought I was just having allergies for a while. She thought,
like a bacterial infection.
Something. Yeah, maybe that I just didn't get treated. So anyways, that was the process. Saturday, things felt weird. Sunday, they got very bad. Admitted to the hospital Sunday. Surgery on Tuesday. Threw up all day Wednesday. Or threw up all day Tuesday after surgery. Wednesday started to eat and feel better, got up and walked around. And then I was just kind of waiting to get checked out of the hospital. I had to get a PICC line put into my arm, and it goes into my heart so I can get all these different antibiotics. But honestly, like, as far as serious as it was, this was by far the best case scenario. There shouldn't be long-term implications. Because I had a seizure, I can't drive until October, assuming I don't have more seizures. But I've got plenty of people around to help me. You've been very helpful. Christian, you've been very helpful. Everyone at work has reached out and has made it easy. So I appreciate everybody, but I did, we are on the air every day, and I know I disappeared randomly right in the middle of Summer League, which is kind of my thing. So I just wanted everyone to know that A, I'm fine, B, I appreciate everybody who reached out, and C, if there's an issue, let me know. If it sounds like I'm struggling, you can tell me, but I should be okay. Sounds like everything's going to be fine. Doctors don't think there should be any long-term issues. Like, the survival rate if you go in with a brain abscess while you're awake is 100%. If you go in unconscious, it drops to like 30%.
Wow.
So I don't know if that includes the seizure, but I'm glad it didn't rupture. I'm glad I wasn't on a plane going to Dallas.
That would have been way worse.
I'm glad you weren't trying to figure out, why is Ben being so weird?
No, we're just, I don't know. We're happy that you're here today.
I'm very happy to be here as well.
In so many ways. Yeah, I don't like to reveal that stuff
That's totally fair.
on the air. So
Totally fair.
It is one of those funny things because I also don't want to play it off like, Ben's at Bear Lake again. He'll be back next week.
Yeah,
you
Ben,
know?
yeah, he didn't tell us he was coming in. Ben went on a bender.
So all week it was kind of like, Ben's out.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you explained it to the listeners because I really didn't want to. And on our end, it was a little scary. Didn't want to live that out on the air either, that our friend was having a go of it.
I honestly didn't know. I didn't know Sunday and Monday. I didn't know what was going to happen. And doctors, once they got figured out right away. And they were awesome. And I have a whole list of doctors at some point I will thank on the show. But everyone was great. I was at St. Mark's Hospital. They did an incredible job. Having a brain surgeon that you trust is like something I think we probably take for granted.
Yeah.
Very nice. Apparently they're just available. Apparently they're just around.
Oh, yeah. I sent you a text. Thank God for modern medicine and the best doctors in the world, you know? Like,
absolutely.
Situations like that,
like that? Where you need them.
Could have been fatal 100 years ago are fairly routine.
Yeah.
You know,
they certainly treated it like it was routine.
You're going in, 3%. You talked about the brain surgery. That was 100%.
Correct.
I'm
glad I wasn't the first person they figured that out.
Yeah, right. So I'm grateful, and I'm sure Angie's been through it a little bit as well.
Big shout out to my wife, who obviously also spent the week in the hospital with me. Didn't have to. It was literally so close to my house, but obviously she wanted to be nearby, and I appreciate that. And all the doctors, and my parents, and my in-laws, and everybody. You guys covering at the station was very helpful.
Well, so happy you went to the ER.
And that would be the other thing I would say.
You did that, yeah.
If something feels wrong, go in. I know it's easy to feel tough. I wanted to feel tough. I wanted to be okay. I didn't want to admit something was wrong, and something was wrong.
Now, Ben, I know you, and you're not capable of much, but you can make a sandwich.
Usually,
you can make a sandwich.
2 pieces of bread and cheese and turkey together.
So that was probably a pretty good sign. I'm glad you listened to it. That was. Well, no, we're all grateful. So it's great to see you. I think we're all so happy you are back. And I tease you because usually when you go on vacation, you leave me in the just desert.
Correct.
Of topics and things going on. And you left me with 2 full media days. We had plenty that we
Summer League?
That was Summer League. We had plenty we could re-rack and run. And shout out to, like Sly did an hour on Friday, which was super
Very
fun.
nice.
And, Mitch and Steve came on and Chandler from down there in Las Vegas took the time away from the
sobered up
walked
away from the tables for a minute,
the burlesque review, and he decided to come onto the show. So
to his credit, Jake asked him how he's spending his time, and he didn't just say, "Oh, just hanging out," like most people do. He he was a little more. He hinted that he's up to no good.
Okay, good for him. Sin City. When in Rome.
They have air conditioning in those places.
And it is his first time, I think, that he's been down there covering Summer League.
Is Chandler married? I don't even know.
Chandler is not. He has a girlfriend.
Oh, well, yeah, but she doesn't have a ring on it?
Yeah. She doesn't have his last name.
I'll tell you where Chandler is right now. He's at the pool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
If he's awake.
Oh, yeah. What
Might
time
not
is
be
it?
awake yet.
All right. JP's going to be on the show today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're going
good
to
see
talk
Joe
to
and Twall.
We're going to talk to JP today. We'll get his thoughts on Summer League and
good to
Darren
hear.
Peterson. In fact, we'll get to all of that coming up. We won't try and launch into it in this segment. Glad you're back, Ben.
Me too.
100%. All right, the Jake and Ben Show. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
Nobody cares about the score. Washington did beat the Jazz 92-88. AJ DeBonsa, his first game in Summer League, had some moments. Darren Peterson still put up the points, but not quite at the level and quite the efficiency that we saw in the 2 games in Salt Lake City. So everybody out there is like, oh, AJ won that head-to-head battle.
You've got to remove loyalty, which is hard to do. And I think in this case, there's a lot of people that are torn in this valley because, one guy, AJ, played here locally and then obviously Darren being picked. So I just actually sat back like a coach would sit back and I watched it. And I think what AJ showed is what AJ can do. Basically, on one end, AJ was kind of being AJ. And on the other end, Washington was hell-bent on not even letting him get a catch.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone. It's never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers, and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Now, you may be ready for summer, but the question today is, are your lawn and garden areas ready for summer, for the long, dry, hot summertime? To make sure that they are ready, you need a good foundation, and that starts with good soil blends. Greg, you've got them all here at Replenish.
Yes, it's in the soil where it all takes place. That's where you're going to get good nutrients for your plants. We have a topsoil compost blend, which is phenomenal, and also a Ute-like garden mix. Both of them are used by the best landscapers in the valley.
It's also, Mike, going to help hold the moisture that you do get, either from Mother Nature or you put down yourself.
It does, yeah. It's got compost in it, and that will help retain that moisture. We have it in bulk or bag. You can come pick it up, or we can deliver it as well.
Come by and see them here at Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South 200 West in Murray. Find them online at replenishcompost.com or give them a call, 801-262-5100. 3142. It's good stuff.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, which is brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Summer League rolls on, but not for Darren Peterson, Cody Williams, or Ace Bailey. They're all out tonight against the Bulls.
Cody Williams was out last night. He was on the floor, but he opted not to play. He was rough for a third-year player. That did not look particularly promising, especially when it's kind of there for him to step up with Ace Bailey out or getting hurt so early and continue to have those back spasms. Kind of seemed like an opportunity for Cody Williams to step up and show he has made some progress, and I didn't think he looked like it last night.
I was glad Christian played the laugh there, though, because I was like, wait, I think he did play.
Ben's confused.
I thought, wait a minute. No, he's not had a good Vegas Summer League in particular.
I thought he was good in Salt Lake, and he made threes and looked good.
They've been asking him to do some different stuff. I think Tim Lacombs had a pretty good breakdown of this stuff on their show, but they handled the ball more. They wanted him to play A.J. DeBonsa straight up, and I think they're trying to get him out of his comfort zone, which honestly is what Summer League is for. That's
correct.
Like part of the purpose of
try things out
of Summer League, and it just has been a bit of a struggle for him. So he has not played well doing the things that they've asked him to do. Now, I say that, Ben, and my lecture throughout all of this, even last week, Summer League is dumb. Don't draw any conclusions from anything. Honestly, you have no idea what Wojo is asking Cody Williams to go out there and do.
Absolutely right.
And so, it's pretty easy to armchair, well, he played bad. And it's like, no. And you know what? A couple games is, while you were gone, Ben, I mean, the overreaction on all sides to Darren Peterson versus A.J. DeBonsa was so obnoxious and so ridiculous. And so many people at home are 1 minute. You missed the controversy, I guess. One of the locked on bozos in Washington stirred up a thing because Darren Peterson was playing so well in Salt Lake. He was like, "Oh, the Wizards have made a huge mistake, and A.J. DeBonsa sucks," and he hadn't even played. And then everybody in Jazz land is overreacting to Darren Peterson, right? And then the game happens where, honestly, I watched it. I didn't actually think one played all that much better than the other, to be honest. But the whole world was like, oh, the Jazz should just cut Darren Peterson immediately.
You've seen enough.
And A.J. DeBonsa is going to be the next greatest player on the planet. The same locked on guy in Washington's probably going, oh, never mind, everyone. Right. And it's like, Summer League is so dumb. The reffing is so bad. You have no idea what they're actually trying to accomplish out there. And I get it because we're all basketball fans and we all want something to talk about.
Correct.
But the willingness to vault somebody to stardom and close the book on them immediately based on a couple of Summer League games is absolutely laughable. So I think Cody has a lot to prove. But I'm certainly not going to let a Summer League alter my opinion on that one way or another until we actually see the rubber meet the road.
And yeah, while you probably want to see Cody play better and kind of naturally be able to do things a little bit better than he was, certainly yesterday and even his first game in Vegas, the fact that he did make some shots, from 3 without forcing them here in Salt Lake, I thought was a promising sign. And to your point, he should never be the second best player on the floor. This Summer League team, especially last night, Darren Peterson's the best player on the Jazz roster, the Summer League roster. And he is. It's very obvious. He's just better than everybody else. Cody is not equipped to be the number 2 best player. And luckily for him, in the NBA, he never has to be.
That's not going to be his role.
He needs to be the 5th best player on the roster, doing some of the dirty work, get out in transition, get some steals, whatever you have to do. Get some deflections, play some defense, be long, eat up 12 to 15 minutes a night. Is that ideally what you want with the 10th overall pick? Of course not. That's not what you're hoping for when you draft somebody in the lottery. But if he can get to a point where he's hitting shots somewhat regularly and playing defense, there is still value there, and it's amazing to go back to that draft and just realize it's bad top to bottom. There are very few good players that came out of that draft, and even I saw people today on social media being like, I can't believe the Jazz didn't get Modest Buzelis, that plays for the Bulls now, but he's 1 pick after. It's like, well, you get Buzelis, you probably don't end up with Darren Peterson. So you can always go back and play that game, and who did they miss, and who did they not draft? I don't think anyone's unhappy, other than maybe this one Wizards fan or whatever, that Darren Peterson's in Utah. I think everyone's pretty thrilled with the outcome here. So I'm with you. I don't read too much into Summer League, other than I think it's pretty obvious that Darren does know how to play. That is an NBA player. That is a guy who's going to be very consequential on the roster. I don't remember a lot of 19-year-olds in Jazz history that seem that natural. With the ball in their hand, off the ball, just kind of understanding how the game is played. But again, until he's playing with Jaren Jackson Jr. and Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen, et cetera, it still doesn't mean a whole lot.
On the Cody Williams thing real quick, and maybe you can think of a better example of this, but this is immediately what comes to my mind. Do you remember where Contavious Caldwell-Pope was selected? Do you remember what number in the draft?
8?
8. Yeah. By the Detroit Pistons in 13-14. Now, you look at Contavious Caldwell-Pope and you say, you need more value out of the 8th pick than that guy. That guy has been the key component role player on some of the better teams.
He's been the glue guy on 2 title teams.
Right.
Yeah.
And could play a role for any team in the NBA. And you say, well, that's not great value for the 8th pick, except for in his role, he's awesome.
Yep.
And after, honestly, your rookie year, who cares what you were picked? It does not matter. Correct. What are you going to do to fill the role? Chester, number 2 pick, he's terrible. And his role on the team, is probably be the 4th best player.
Correct.
And you look at that and you say, is that the value you want to get out of number 2? No, probably not. But is he a key component on a really good team?
Did you win a title?
100%.
Correct.
As much as I dislike Chester's softness and
right.
Now he's way overpaid.
Yeah.
But after the entitlement phase wears off, who cares what you were drafted? What role are you going to play, and are you going to help the team?
Correct.
This Jazz upcoming team, is lack of talent going to be the issue with the Jazz? Probably not. There's tons of talented. There's tons of talented players. So you probably don't need Cody Williams to be your 5th most talented guy. What you need him to be, probably pretty tough, probably some grinded out defensive minutes, and probably not to touch the ball.
A guy who doesn't need touches is actually really valuable.
It is really valuable. Royce O'Neal has made an absolute living out of doing the hard things and then just standing there and not complaining when he doesn't get the ball.
Right.
And then if he makes one of his prayer threes once in a while, then that's all gravy. But you know what he's not doing? Complaining about not getting a pass from Donovan Mitchell because he's dribbling. He's going to play his role and not going to complain about it. So you probably don't like that value for the number 10 pick. But if Cody Williams can carve out a role on a team doing things that other people don't want to do, then who cares what he was picked? So that's, honestly, but people want to close the book on him because his summer league has been crappy. So, and you know what?
A hot take.
And maybe he doesn't cut it. Maybe he doesn't. But honestly, would Jazz fans really care if he didn't score 6 points a game? Who cares? If he went out and guarded Shea for 10 minutes and made his life a nightmare in a playoff series, heck yeah, he's worth the number 10 pick.
Yeah. And if he's not,
then he's not.
Fine.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Contavious Caldwell-Pope was not all that celebrated by the Detroit Pistons after being drafted there. Ended up being a really good player on his 2nd or 3rd stop. Now the Jazz don't want to see somebody else, reap the rewards of Cody Williams if he has to get to stop 2 or 3 before he ends up starting on a championship team. That would be a whiff on the Jazz's part. But again, they're young. It's early.
Yep.
everyone takes a different path.
The Jazz, during the Donovan swing, we'll call it a swing because they took a swing at being the best team in the league. During that ascent, the Jazz booted the number 3 pick and the number 5 pick. Completely booted both of them.
Yeah, whiffed.
They got some comp for Ennis. I'd have to go back and even look at what it was.
Like
I think
first round.
Yeah.
Pick.
And they got Jordan Clarkson out of the Dante Exum deal, which is whatever.
It was a salary dump at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, and we're still able to be competitive. Right. So you can't get all that focused in on it. I mean, back to the Oklahoma City example. Them not getting a superstar at number 2 in Chester is a lot easier to stomach because they hit it out of the park with Jalen Williams at number 12?
12.
So who cares? As long as it fits together. So I don't know. People are harshing on Cody today, and I get it. He didn't play well. But we honestly, I come back to the fact that we don't know what they asked him to do. Asking him to guard A.J. DeBonsa straight up for the night was a rough assignment, and it didn't go particularly well. But you know what? That's going to be his future in the league, is doing stuff just along those lines.
And A.J. is going to...
You know who loved like that? Sly.
Like that?
Okay. Oh, loved it.
I'm excited for Football Friday.
He loved it.
Okay. I played it, and I threw him off his train of thought, and I felt really bad. Yeah. But then once we explained it to him, he was saying it on purpose to get me to play it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good.
We played the whole play-by-play for him.
Well, it's almost football season, and he'll be here.
And it was funny because he going into the clip playing the whole play-by-play thing, he thought I was being serious when I said the greatest play-by-play clip. So he was expecting like Howard Cosell or something, and to get a call like that.
Like that?
Was pretty funny. Yes, yes, he endorsed it or embraced it. All right, now I've totally derailed us. Should we just move on? We can come back to Summer League later.
Yep, we got time.
All right, next.
Number 2, last week at Big 12 Media Days, it was announced these teams were going to be wearing monster patches on the jersey. Today, BYU announces another jersey sponsor.
Entrada, Ben. Tech company, which you probably could have seen that coming. Until Tim Lacombe explained it, I had no idea they were in the property management space.
Okay.
And I have no idea how much money BYU is making off this thing, but I'm sure it's not coming cheap.
It's both not cheap and also not enough because nobody has enough. And I guess I don't have a huge problem with jersey patches. They were inevitable. I didn't care about the, change to NBA jerseys. Every soccer kit is just an advertisement on the front. It's all NASCAR has been my entire life. So that's never bothered me all that much. It seems inevitable. The problem, though, is when there is no salary cap and everyone always wants more money, it's just like, that's where I do have a problem with it. It's like, what does this solve anything? Or is this just inflationary? And it just seems inflationary to me.
Well, I think that everybody's trying to scrape up every nickel.
Every penny you can get.
That's not nailed down. This is coming for everybody. If money were no object or the bids were all equal, if you could hand select a jersey sponsor for BYU, what would it be? Or Utah. By the way, we could throw this open to voicemails.
This is a good idea for a voicemail.
Because I have definitely what I would go with.
For BYU or Utah?
Yeah, BYU. This could apply to Utah too, I suppose. JELLO. Come on. Okay. That seems like a layup, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Jello?
Yeah.
That would be perfect. And I get it that, the Entrada probably outbids everybody, but that's what I'm saying. If the money
Do you think
were all
Entrada
equal,
has more money than Jello today?
Probably.
You think so?
I don't know.
Jello it's been around.
It has been around. Well, Jello is probably owned by it's a subsidiary of some like Betty Crocker or something, some giant corporation. So
had a lot of Jello in the hospital, by the way.
Oh, how Kraft.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. How was the food?
Horrendous. Yeah, it's so bad. But people brought food. It was really nice. So, but yeah, hospital food. It's as bad as advertised. And then when you can't keep anything down that first day.
Yeah, then it's even
really
worse.
Bad.
Yeah, then it's even worse. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Glad people took
but you
care
know
of
what?
you.
People were feeding me. Everybody was great. So I don't blame them for not having great food at the hospital. That's not it's not a restaurant.
Yeah.
They're just trying to keep you alive.
What would be a good one for Utah?
What's up there now? Corner Bakery? Is that still right there on Wakara and Foothill Boulevard?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
The pie?
The pie. Yeah.
Chop Suey Louie?
Is that a thing still?
I have no idea.
They had a Panda Express at the Student Union building for a while, but that's kind of a national brand.
It does. You don't really associate that with Utah. Pixar.
Yeah.
The Pixar should get on board.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
The Colorado Rockies.
Yeah.
Just have a different sports team.
In a different state.
Yeah.
I like that. Next.
Like that?
Number 3, the World Cup, down to 4 teams remaining: France, Spain, England, and Argentina.
I was telling you off the air, as far as week-long hospital stays, being in the hospital on a week when there is Wimbledon, World Cup, Summer League, not bad.
No,
There's kind of always something nonsensical you don't have to pay that close attention to. Soccer, you don't have to be glued in every second.
I was rooting for the pointy-faced guy for Norway over England.
Holland.
So Maggie, my 5-year-old, her little BFF had a birthday party. And so we went over to the birthday party on Saturday. 5 years old, the parents still usually hang out.
Have to be there.
So the father of the birthday girl, his name was Dan.
Mm-hmm.
They have a younger son who's like 2.
Okay.
And mom is pregnant again with their 4th. And wonderful family, by the way. Shout out to them. But Dan, huge soccer fan. And so with all the parents, they had the game going. But Dan's kind of one job was keeping an eye on Stewie, the 2-year-old.
Okay.
So watching Dan go through the cycle of wrangling Stewie, coming back to where we were watching the game, Stewie being lost track of until mom sees Stewie doing something he shouldn't be doing.
And then Dan's in
followed by the Dan.
Yeah.
Come get Stewie. It happened like 4 times.
Yeah.
But you know what? Every parent who got to the party was like, "Oh, I was hoping you'd have the game.
Have the game on." Yeah.
You know what I did the whole party? Pandemonium all around, bounce houses, water, everything. Focused right on that game.
Focused right on the game.
Focused right on that game. Turned out to be a thriller.
Yeah, there were good games.
Are you rooting for or against the English?
Oh, against. Yeah, it's July.
Because I got to tell you,
U.S. territory. Yeah, man.
I'm rooting for Argentina for only one reason, and one reason only. That's for our bit. Lionel.
So we can keep using it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I want to keep using the bit. I want to keep saying Lionel.
I mean,
There he is, Lionel.
The expiration date is Saturday. One way or another.
Probably.
I guess we can talk about it Monday.
Yeah. Oh, and then he plays for Miami.
That's true.
He's
He is
around.
still local.
Yeah, I cut this thing up in April, so.
Yeah.
Okay. You got some run out of it.
He's the world's most famous athlete right now.
Yeah, he is.
So we can keep that bit rolling.
Yeah, I'm not in on
There
Harry.
he is, Lionel.
I'm not in on Harry Kane. Just
No?
not quite. He's performed magnificently. Doesn't do anything for me.
Not good looking enough or what?
Definitely not good looking enough.
No?
But yeah, just something about the way he plays
Doesn't do it for you?
doesn't do it for me.
All right. Well, on the other side, France versus Spain, that's the combating styles, right? Spain is all defense and slow and ugly, and France is let's score.
If I call him ugly. But...
No, they like the game ugly. Not them ugly personally. But
No, that's England.
what's the matter with the English? Are they ugly?
Dental
That's just a-
Why? What lens are you
just a
guys?
joke.
What lens are you guys watching this game from?
Hey,
like
it's
these
just a
games
joke.
through?
Who plays tomorrow? This is
Oh.
where I need a little help.
Oh, hold on.
France and Spain tomorrow
France and
at 1.
Spain tomorrow. Argentina, England Wednesday. Final Saturday.
I love it during the show.
Great.
That's nice.
I'll save a hot take. I'll put it in my phone right now. Hot take.
You can save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll save it for tomorrow.
All right. It's easy to get distracted when you're watching sport. It's hard to keep track of a 2-year-old when you're also trying to pay attention to the game.
Dan! Stewie's in the pool.
All right, more next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
David Pagnotta joins us, NHL insider, for the fourth period.
Perception-wise, what is the rep of the Mammoth as an organization in the league to players?
With respect to the rep of the Mammoth, it is on an incline and has been since the end of last season when players talk, families talk, wives talk, girlfriends talk. That has spread over the course of the last 12 to 18 months here. And the reputation of the organization is immaculate based on a number of players and other hockey personalities that I've talked to. So I think without question, it's becoming, and I say becoming because it's just in its second season here, but becoming a very desirable destination for a lot of players. That's certainly going to be impactful come free agency, but at the same time, when players are putting together their no-trade lists, I can't imagine that too many are going to be looking negatively with respect to the Mammoth.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offer. See dealer for complete details.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, everybody wants a deal. Everybody wants to save some money. Guess what? It's time for a sale at J. Brooks Jewelers, isn't it?
Thanks, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, our annual sample sale means everything in stock is 15 to 60% off. From engagement rings and wedding bands to diamond earrings, necklaces, bracelets, estate treasures, and more, you'll find incredible savings throughout our entire in-stock collection. So whether you're celebrating a special occasion or shopping for an upcoming proposal, or simply treating yourself, we'll help you find a piece that you'll love at exceptional value. With one-of-a-kind styles, timeless classics, and limited inventory, this is the best opportunity of the year to shop before your favorite pieces are gone. So visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh starting Saturday, July 11th for the annual sample sale and discover your next favorite piece while savings last.
J. Brooks Jewelers in Lehigh, Murray, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax, it only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The British Open is this week, and it's the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. One lucky winner will receive a Copper Rock branded polo. outwear piece, a hat, and a $100 gas gift card. The KSL Sports Zone will pair the top 25 players with a qualifier. One will get the remaining field. If that player wins, you win all of the good stuff, courtesy of our friends at Copper Rock, where the pros play. Do you want to get a qualifier right now, Christian? 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you're going to get that. We've got JP Chunga coming up next at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk to JP about what's going on with the Jazz in the Summer League. Ben, you were out, so I didn't even get your take on the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce wedding, because Christian and I talked about it, and we both are not happy.
Okay.
We're not happy.
What was it? They had a castle built inside MSG? What did I miss?
I don't know. It was super tacky.
Yeah.
I
heard people were complaining that there wasn't anywhere to sit down and eat.
Some of these stupid celebrities have nothing to do with Travis or Taylor.
I did see some people say, we just got a text. I didn't think it was real.
Like George.
I don't know these people.
What's the clown from?
Stephanopoulos?
Yeah, Snuffleupagus was there.
Yeah.
It's like, what does that guy have to
why
do
is George
with anything? And she tiered out the guests. So, like, if you were an A guest, you got to show up right before the wedding. If you were a D guest, you had to get there like 4 hours early and stand around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
kind of tacky. But anyway, Christian and I being fans, we were a little bit turned off by the whole affair. Apparently, she had a film crew that they're going to sell the movie. It just didn't feel right.
I was impressed that there weren't more leaks. I didn't see a lot of photos posted online. Now, again, I was laid up.
They had to sign an NDA.
I heard that. I saw that there was some, protections put in place to make sure that somebody wasn't live streaming it on Twitch or whatever. Jaylen Brown wasn't there talking to Chad about everything. But I was surprised that we didn't get a little bit more out of it, other than some people after the fact that said, yeah, it was pretty tacky. But that, I think, is a little bit my issue with Taylor, is I think some of her lyrics sound sincere. I don't know how much it is sincere.
So she's the brand.
Yeah, it's just all a little topical.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, since you have a similar opinion to Christian and myself on the event itself. Does this change or alter your opinion on it? Because you know who's weighing in on the whole affair?
Whomst?
Your guy Armpit.
Pat McAfee.
Pitt McAfee is weighing in. He said this, quote, "That was the most spectacular evening I've ever been a part of. The football world coming together with Hollywood and Nashville. It was the greatest night of all time."
I was thrilled that Vrabel was there and that he brought his wife, because while hip and humble at the Salt Lake City International Airport might not be enough to rekindle your marriage, getting your wife to the Taylor-Travis Kelce wedding that's actually some legwork.
That's what you trade your dignity for?
I've traded for so much less. But if you had to pull some strings, that's the most exclusive ticket. Well, at least I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I guess George Stephanopoulos was there. It can't be that hard.
Could be that. Seriously.
Do you think your wife was really excited? You think Vrabel's wife was like texting the group chat, like, we're going to the Taylor wedding. I'm going to be there. Mike pulled some strings for us. I think he's really serious about it. And then she walked in and she's like, George Stephanopoulos.
It's like, everybody's here.
Everyone's here.
Everyone's here.
Your hero. Not hard to get in.
Your hero, Adam Sandler, performed the nuptials. Which in and of itself is super tacky.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, like, let me give you an example. If you see a movie and say it's good, I know it's terrible.
Uh-huh.
Pitt saying it was the greatest night of all time, I kind of have a similar reaction.
Yeah.
Like, if you really liked it, that tells me all I need to know.
Correct. There's an episode of The Simpsons where the world is ending. It's one of their Halloween episodes. The world is ending, and Marge and Lisa get put on one spaceship that is going to a new planet that is going to preserve humanity, and it's the best of the best. And Homer and Bart get put on another spaceship, and they're like, wow, we made it off. And they're looking around, and like Tom Arnold and I think Urkel and all these people, Rosie O'Donnell is on board, and they realize, oh, we're on the wrong. There's a reason they put us on this spaceship.
Oh no, we didn't make the cut.
We didn't make the good cut.
No.
When you walk in there and George Stephanopoulos is in your like waiting room, your boarding area.
It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Mike Vrabel's wife. When she realized they were in, boarding area 7, was a little rough.
How do you approach Mike and Jen? Like, you don't walk up to them and say, hey, how have you guys been?
First of all, I love it that Christian knows her name.
Yeah, I've forgotten that was her name.
Me too.
But you can't say, how have you guys been?
Sure you can. You'll probably get a superficial answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How's your summer?
How have the last 6 months been for you guys?
Say, did I see you in Sedona?
See, I don't know why Jen would sign up for that. For the rest of her life, every time she's seen in public with her husband, everybody's mind immediately goes to,
in fact,
wow, you weren't as good as Diana.
Good for her. She's not shallow. I'm very shallow.
Still with him, huh?
Still.
The ultimate shallow move would be to make him go to this wedding by himself. Because everyone sees that he's there without you and is reminded of his sins. So if you're shallow and you're trying to embarrass your husband after he embarrassed you, you send him to the wedding alone because everyone will note that he went to that wedding by himself. Now you have to hope that he leaves by himself.
If I were there, I'd say, hey, Mike, you've been any good boat rides lately? I hear you're quite the sailor.
I should introduce you to some of my friends. They're pregnant.
I love that story so much. Can Mike honestly keep his job?
He's done it so far.
Oh, no, I think he can, but I mean, that's all anybody thinks about now. You're going to see him roaming the sidelines. You're like, oh, he had an interesting offseason. If you were a player, could you take him seriously?
Nope.
Probably not?
When he sets a curfew? When he says, be careful what you say to the media?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Would you, in the locker room, start playing the Gilligan's Island theme song?
Love Boat?
Or Love Boat, even better. Even better. Every time he walks in, the Love Boat.
Is that the song? I don't even know what the Love Boat song is.
We should get it. Line it up, Christian. I'm sure you could find it. Yes, you do know what the Love Boat. I bet you $1 zillion you've heard it before.
I'm sure
it has a very iconic. I know we drafted theme songs once. I'm surprised that maybe we didn't. Okay, well, we can maybe play Come Back. It'd be appropriate for JP. He seems like a Love Boat kind of guy.
Big boat guy.
Is he?
I don't know.
He doesn't strike me as a big boat guy, honestly.
He looks like somebody who's worked on a boat. He kind of looks like, he dresses like, excuse me, he looks like yacht crew. He's always got like the board shorts on and a collared shirt.
I knew a dude who was a first mate for one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
He
kind of looks yachts. Like a first mate sometimes.
It sounded like a pretty sweet gig, I got to be honest. Talking to him about he just sailed around the world on this boat all the time.
And JP's charming.
But boat guys, are they charming?
I think you have to be. You've got needy customers.
Oh, okay. JP Chunga going to join the show coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. It's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. I've talked for a long time about how Trajan really can simplify your life, especially when it comes to your financial priorities. You know, I talk about all the time, sit down with them, let them get to know you. You can talk to them about those priorities, your goals, your risk tolerance. It's really simple. They're really, really good at it. But now they've added a couple of aspects to Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. The idea being they're going to bring all of your financial needs under one roof. A true team of great folks on your side to help you make the right decisions to accomplish your goals and have you best streamlined and organized to do so. So give them a call today, 855-TRAJAN-1. You can sit down with them for free. I've been through it. I've done it. I've gone through the process, and it's easy and simple, and they're very clear. They're obviously pros. 855-TRAJAN-1, or you can also go online to Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey Doug.
Doug Smith Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram has been serving Utah County at 2 locations for years. Explore our wide selection of beautiful new vehicles in Spanish or American Fork.
Hey Doug.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, so carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love, exciting and new. Come aboard, we're expecting you. And love, life's sweetest reward. Let it flow, it floats back to you.
Hold on, let it get to the chorus.
So, I do know the song. Can you describe to me Love Boat?
I honestly don't think I've ever seen the show.
It's not a game show.
No.
Correct?
It's
a scripted sitcom.
It's a drama.
It's a drama.
It's a drama. No, it's not a sitcom. It's like I don't know if Aaron Spelling produced it, but like an Aaron Spelling kind of drama. And the all about the drama that goes on a luxury
yacht.
yacht, cruise, whatever.
Okay.
But I would be lying if I'd said I'd seen an episode.
But you know
But you got to know the love. I mean, I know the song,
yes.
in itself was a pop culture thing. Okay. So that song would be playing in the locker room if I were on the Patriots every time Mike Vrabel came in.
Until Mike is no longer coming.
Until he's no longer the coach. What a ridiculous part of that story.
It's all good. Every piece of it was more enjoyable than the last.
It's still ongoing. Diana was seen with her husband last week.
Okay. Shout out to those two.
Who are piecing it back together. Just like Mike and his wife. What was her name? Jen? All right. We're waiting for JP Chunga. He's going to hop on the Airlink with us. So I've got it up here to see exactly when JP's handsome mug pops up, and we'll talk to him about Summer League and what's going on. And JP, of course, the voice of the Salt Lake Stars, in addition to his podcast, the Round Ball Roundup. In fact, JP's ready to go.
That's too bad.
Joining us now, as I was just mentioning, the voice of the Stars.
JP loves Vegas.
Round
He's
Ball
not in
Roundup.
Vegas.
Voice of the Utah Royals. You can hear him right here on this very station. In fact, I was listening to him last weekend, doing a phenomenal job. Our friend JP Chunga. What's going on, JP?
How's it going?
You feel like you know how to do Vegas well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful place.
It's not.
It is. It is. It's the happiest
That might
place
be the
on
thing
earth.
that you two have in common the best.
We
that
both
I
love
don't share
Vegas.
with either of you. That I despise Vegas. But JP has taken care of my wife when she got stuck down in Vegas for a little while and showed her around and took her out to dinner and stuff.
See, you say I hate fun, and then you hate Vegas.
Yeah.
There are a few places on the planet more fun than Vegas. How are you, JP? How's your off season? You doing all right?
I'm great. It's an active off season. You know how important this off season is. Getting Darren Peterson in the fold, the number 2 overall pick, having Salt Lake Summer League. It's all happening. And, you know, as much as I love Vegas, it's okay to watch from afar and see how this team performs.
I, like you, I'm sure, and we all remember last year and the drama with Ace Bailey and was he going to show up? And then once he showed up, was he going to follow the team on Instagram? And just kind of all the noise. Seemingly the second he got drafted by the Jazz, it all disappeared. Speaking of Darren Peterson, it seemed like his buy-in was through the roof, and he's appeared in every game until the final game of the Salt Lake City Summer League and is not playing tonight. But it doesn't seem like there's been any question about the fit with Darren, the person, and the organization and kind of his role going forward.
No, and when I talked to Austin Ainge on draft night, I had the privilege of talking to him on the draft show. He said it was a perfect fit. He fits in so many plays in the playbook, the way that he's able to be on the ball and off the ball, watching him in these games, seeing the way that he's able to be on and off the ball. The scoring ability is obvious. The drawing fouls is going to be huge in his NBA career. And how easy it looks. The thing that stood out last season with how easy Ace was able to score during Summer League, how the shot looked fluid. Similar things with Darren. And that's what you want to see when you're drafting in these high positions, are players that make the game look easy. And there are points where Darren Peterson makes it look like that.
How much have you talked to him behind the scenes, JP? What's he like?
Yeah, he is the type of person who's about the work. And when you're drafting players at this young of an age, you want to be drafting players who are about the work, who are young, who want to get better, who know that the best years are in front of him. And as a player, I mean, it's very similar to what you see in the press conferences, how he's very much committed to improving himself at every single angle. That was the thing that Austin highlighted again when I talked to him, was that how big of a worker he is. His work ethic was huge in determining who you're drafting at number 2. And that stood out about Darren in their meeting and talking to him at the combine, how much he's willing to work.
Don't let me put words in your mouth. I felt like they were ecstatic with that, with how draft night played out, that Darren was the guy on the board for them at 2.
Yeah.
Did you get that same impression?
I do think that was something. I mean, you could see it on Austin's face that night. you could feel it in the energy that he was giving off. And he walks into the room and he's super pumped that it's Darren Peterson who is the player. And it makes sense because I had people on Round Ball Roundup, Jay Billis, I had all sorts of draft nicks talking about this draft, and they were talking about him being the most talented in the class. And you can see the reasons why during the tape that he put up at Kansas, even though it was very limited at times, and with what he was able to do preceding college, going back, which these guys track when we talk about NBA front offices. It doesn't start with the 6 months that they go to Kansas, Duke, wherever. It starts with tracking them at AAU, tracking them at the high school level, and Darren has always been a very high achiever in that fact, going to prolific prep and all the places that he's gone.
JP, I'm curious how much weight you put in Summer League. And I ask this because you do the G League and you see the nuance that goes into player development that isn't necessarily the box score or who wins or who loses. So I'm curious, how do you evaluate Summer League and what weight do you put on what? I told Ben about how bananas it was, the AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson overreaction across the board, to that one particular game. And so I'm curious, how much weight do you put in Summer League when you're evaluating?
Yeah, it's a piece, but it's not the entire piece. I think it's something to see because, in the G League, from my perspective, sometimes these guys get there the morning of and play in a game, and I'm supposed to have these big expectations of these players. That's not realistic because they don't have chemistry. They don't know exactly how to function in a team environment along somebody. So when Orlando Robinson arrives in Vegas Summer League, it disrupts how the natural order of things. He got used to Kyler Kelly in Salt Lake City Summer League, and things change that way. But I think you're looking for flashes. You're looking for instances where you can see it scaling up, and there is a value to this point to Summer League because you're also trying to project who buys into roles, who realizes this isn't just an exhibition where you can just launch shots. You're still looking for winning traits that can go on a G League program or who could be a two-way player. The jobs are always going to be up for grabs when it comes to Summer League. All these G League general managers are trying to fill out their rosters. So everything's up for grabs, but it's definitely a data point. I don't think it's a pivotal one.
You have a pretty intimate knowledge of the Salt Lake City Stars as the voice of the Stars, how they've used that program over the last few years. As you know Austin, as you know Ryan Smith, as you know Justin Zanuck, Shane Fensky now, Katie Benson, who's run these things before, where do you feel like they think they are in this rebuild? I mean, it's easy to say it's done. We're not going to see the losing like we have the last few seasons. But as far as, now the idea that this is an attempt to build a playoff team, how ambitious do you think they are? How optimistic do you get a sense that they are? And does it feel different than it did maybe a year ago or 2 years ago at this time?
I'm sure it does feel different with the trade at the trade deadline with Jaren Jackson Jr. But I lean on what Austin Ainge told me on draft night, that they're putting the foot on the gas. They're all gas, no brakes at this point in trying to see what they have going forward, because the ultimate goal isn't just making the playoffs, it's doing bigger things, and they know that there are steps along the way. It does feel different because as you're picking higher in the draft, you're looking for different caliber of players than it is at 10, at 11, at 12. You don't have to be a data scientist to know that picking earlier has a bigger chance at finding a superstar than at the other parts of the draft. Not saying that there aren't superstars at the end of first rounds, second round picks. You could be picked during a Taco Bell commercial and become one of the best players in the NBA. But there is more of a chance of getting that once you're in the lottery in the top four. And especially in this deep of a draft, when you talk to everybody who has monitored the draft, this is the time when you want to be in the top four. and they ended up in that situation and were able to pick a pretty good player in Darren Peterson.
How do you think Ace has played so far?
Defensively is the thing that everybody brings up when they talk about Ace, and shown really good defensive instincts. I thought last night was a very good indicator, even though he wasn't able to go the distance with the back spasms, but his defensive instincts are awesome. And for somebody who, if you're looking to scale what he can be like at the NBA level, that defensive instinct of wanting to put him on one of the bigger wings in the conference, he is so smart defensively. And then the offensive piece is obvious with how smooth he gets into his shot. The fact that he can still see more growth handling the basketball. I don't think that he's completely evolved there, but he's shown really good things defensively. And that's where they bring up Ace the most when you talk to anybody around this team.
JP, I've really bought the evolution of Keontae George as a person and the maturity that he's shown. And I know he didn't end up he wasn't able to coach the team earlier this week or last week, but his involvement, his buy-in, it all feels very real to me, but I could certainly be wrong on that. And I will tell you, I know for sure some people don't believe it. Where are you on Keontae, how he's handled kind of everything that's happened in his career to this point, and now that there is a player who will share the backcourt or maybe even take some reps from him in Darren Peterson, and how he's embraced him?
I think it's been really pivotal to see how Keontae's been around the group, because this is their first professional experience for many of these players, even beyond Darren Peterson and Ace Bailey and the flashy names who are on the Jazz roster. Keontae's been around everybody, whether it's Max Asmus, who is with the Salt Lake City Stars. He knows these guys who are on this Summer League roster, and for him to be invested has been such a huge thing for him in professional growth, but just as a person. And ultimately, you drafted him when he was super young, and he's still in the evolving stages as a young adult. That how fully formed are you when you first come into this league and you're put into a game with all these adults? You're starting to learn on the fly. And for Keontae George, that he's been so connected has been good for the group. And I know that there are a lot of people who appreciate it, Darren being one of them, in how appreciative of him being around and just showing him the ropes of what this organization is all about, because he's been in it. But Keontae knows he's a part of this backcourt. This is a combination that was perfectly built for him. It's the reason why Austin brings up that it's a perfect fit and a good combination, and he can play in every play in the playbook, because they have Keontae and he showed something in year 3.
What did you think about how all the Walker Kessler stuff played out?
Restricted free agency is, restricted free agency. It is what it is. But ultimately, everybody got what they wanted at the end of the day. Walker Kessler got the contract. The Lakers were desperate. They needed somebody for Luka. This was something that I brought up with Tim McMahon when he came on the pod. They need to get somebody. And when Rob Pelinka and Austin Ainge are negotiating, what's it going to take? Austin Ainge gets 2 first-round picks, unprotected, and then 2 pick swaps. That's a pretty good return for a player who absolutely was appreciated for his time with the Jazz, but at the contract and for what he wanted, everybody ends out working for everybody.
France, Spain, England, Argentina. Who are we going to see matched up in the final?
I want to know what you guys think as football heads, I'm sure, right?
I saw you last Saturday, a week ago Saturday, and you were kind of pulling for Ghana and kind of pulling for Colombia. They were going head-to-head. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
And they're both out. So I was going to go with whoever you were going with, and none of those teams are around anymore. I think I get to like France for no real reason, but I feel like they're the front runner, and maybe that's too easy of a choice.
France, at this point, it being the Final Four, I mean, this is a titanic matchup at Spain with all the talent, especially having Lamine Yamal. one of the best young players in all of world soccer. But like France, their second team could win the World Cup. I mean, it's a front runner pick, sure, but it's because they're really, really talented.
I've heard Argentina has talent.
I was trying to backpack Argentina, and I was rooting for them against the minnows that they were going against with Cape Verde, but it felt like rooting for Duke in the NCAA tournament. So I didn't want to be around people saying, "Oh yeah, I'm proudly rooting for Argentina," but they have the best player of all time. So, in that respect, I'm pulling for Argentina. I think they can get it done because for some reason in this tournament, everybody around Lionel Messi knows what it means to his legacy and elevate their game. So Argentina for me.
I'm sorry to correct you, JP, but the pretentious elitist soccer people say it's Cape Verde, and I'm basically offended that you would mess that up. So not to go out on a negative note, but that's not appropriate.
You're right. As somebody that prides himself on pronunciation, I should have done better, and I will do better next time.
For the record, I'm rooting for Lionel over the balding guy, and I'm rooting for the Mbappe, the handsome guy.
There he is, Lionel.
Mbappe over, I don't know. I just know the Spaniards play a boring style, so I don't want to see them do anything. So there's my thoughts for you, JP. Hey, wake me up when it's the Women's World Cup, will you? When the U.S. has a chance.
Yes, next year is the Women's World Cup, and it's going to be on Netflix, which will be even interesting to see how they cover that. But look, if you want to watch the U.S. in a sport of soccer where they actually have a chance, the women's team is absolutely the one that you have to look at.
Hear, hear, buddy. Hear, hear. JP, you are the best. Thank you for coming on with us today. It's great to see you. I'm looking right at you, which is he's looking fantastic. He's got a snappy looking hat on. What is that, like a yellow Red Sox hat or something?
No, this is a
that's an R.
Roan. Athleisure.
I bet you got that for free. JP, thank you very much. I didn't take a shot at anybody. I just said I bet he got that for free. That's
Thanks,
all.
John Paul.
Thank you, JP.
I'm just glad to see Ben on the screen, okay, after all he's been through.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Here, here. You and me both, pal.
Tried to call him from the hospital. They wouldn't let me jump on.
Thank you, JP. Good to see you. Yeah, keep up the good work. All right, that's the one and only JP Chunga, of course, voice of the Stars, voice of the Royals, and does a little thing called the Round Ball Roundup. Does a great job.
John Paul's the best.
Yeah, see? I'm going for Lionel and Mbappe.
Okay.
Dop-ba-doo-wop.
There he is, Lionel.
The Stars have showed up. This is going to be, these ratings are going to have been great and are going to continue to be great because everybody knows who's still playing.
Lionel.
Like JP said, though, this is Duke playing North Carolina, playing Kentucky, playing UCLA in the Final Four here.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. Shout out to JP Chunga. Thanks to... Oh, we forgot to ask him if he was a boat guy. Dang it.
Okay, we'll get him back on.
Next time. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson.
The Utah Jazz have found their future face of the franchise as Darren Peterson is on his way to Salt Lake City.
The BYU at Kansas game. He had 18 points in the first half. He was 6 of 8, had 3 steals. There was no question who the best player on the floor was.
Winning basketball is back in Utah, and the KSL Sports Zone will be with the new look Jazz every step of the way. Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson.
So, I told you I was in the hospital last week, and one of the drugs I have to take now is called Keppra, and it's an anti-seizure medication. And the side effects, so I'm telling you, just so if something happens, I can blame it on the drugs. There's a thing called Keppra rage, which is unprovoked anger, hostility, delusions, or hallucinations. So I apologize if any of this does seem, if you experience any of that from me. However, I will say I have felt a little less patience for some things. And I'm trying to not be negative, and I don't know if it's me being negative. I don't know if it's the medication I'm taking or if I'm colder after a near-death experience. I felt very Jake Scott-like when I saw Walker Kessler get engaged right after he signed his huge contract and wondering what happened there.
What changed?
What was the motivation And who decided it was time to get married?
You mean going to a market like LA where there might be a little more?
You sign a $140 million contract.
And
You go to
there's
Los Angeles.
Some lifestyle temptation there.
What was the impetus for getting married? Because we have talked about a person who played for the Jazz in the past who got married right after signing a huge contract. And then some people get divorced right after signing huge contracts. Eric Spoelstra, head coach of the Miami Heat, signed his huge contract the day after his divorce was finalized. It just, my radar went up.
That's where it went. I'm proud of you.
And I thought, this is Jake wearing off on me.
Yeah, I'm proud of you.
But that was my first thought. And I'm trying to not be a negative guy. I'm trying to believe in true love. I'm trying to believe that these young kids are just out there doing what's best for themselves. But I bet
you there's no prenup there, too. Oh, did you see Travis? Speaking of stuff, Travis Kelce, did you see his unfaithful clause in the prenup?
No,
you know
I
how
did
much
not.
it cost him per affair?
Per
20 million bones.
Whoa. It's
rough.
It's a good prenup. She must have a good lawyer.
Oh yeah. Well, back to your point where she's all about the brand or whatever. Yeah. I'm sure her attorneys are
$20 million.
quite skilled. Yeah, $20 million.
That'll make you think twice.
But yeah, I'm sure. She was like, well, hey, it's time. it's time. I've heard about that Laker club.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I've heard about what's going on there.
Yeah.
We're gonna make this
late
thing
80s locker rooms.
We're gonna make this thing official.
Yeah.
I miss America.
Okay.
So, all right. Yeah. I like where your mind went.
I thought they
on
were probably related.
So the LeBron is still in the wind. We're seeing more. By the way,
Speaking of the Lakers.
The Lakers signed Zaire Williamson today to a deal.
Williams.
What did I say? Williamson. Williams. You're right.
Yeah.
They're giving anybody but LeBron money. And meanwhile,
by the way, same agent as Walker.
Oh, strange how that sort of
Weird.
stuff happens. Meanwhile, LeBron's camp is all over telling basically how LeBron is the most in-demand player on the planet. And yet he hasn't signed anywhere yet. So, first of all, can I say that I love it that the podcast world has absolutely infiltrated the NBA? Like, all these old geezer players are going on podcasts and saying whatever. Byron Scott, the former Lakers coach, Lakers legend. Who else did he coach? He coached Minnesota? No, Denver. And he wasn't particularly good.
No, he was the hottest coaching candidate in the league for 18 months, got the job, was out.
It was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. But he's going on a podcast. He's talking about what's going on with LeBron James, and I'm curious to hear your reaction to what he had to say.
10 years ago, yes, every team was calling.
Yeah.
To get LeBron James on their team.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago. Now, Rich Paul and company, they making all the calls to see who's interested in having LeBron on their team. Again, guys, we got to understand that the guy's 41 years old.
Yep.
Been in the league 21, 22, 23 years.
Incredible career.
You know, it's an unbelievable career. Still playing at a high level.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's saying that he can't play, another year or two in this league. But as far as teams that are looking at him right now, the teams are also saying, all right, we're going to take him for 1 year, maybe two, and do we want to take all the other that goes along with it?
What's the other?
All the other antics, the people that's working with, Rich Paul and all those guys and all the other stuff that goes along with it.
Bronny James?
Bronny James. You have to get Bronny James out of his Laker deal. So there's a lot of layers to it when you're talking about bringing LeBron along. We all know this for a fact. He ain't going to go to another team and say, well, I'll come off the bench. I'll be a role player, come off the bench. He can still probably be your third best player or your second best player on the team. You can be successful. But the teams that we're talking about that really are looking at LeBron right now, so that, let's say what Rich Paul said, that are looking at LeBron right now, are teams that maybe can get to the next level. And that next level ain't a championship team.
Well, you better have an extra first because you're going to have to trade that to get Bronny.
That'd be steep for Bronny.
It's going to cost you a first.
Steep. You don't think you could get Bronny for a second? I guarantee you could.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that you could just have Bronny. Just take him.
Go
whatever
for
it's
it.
going to whatever you want. Just have Bronny.
Do you think teams maybe the reason we're in a hold is because teams are thinking, do I really want to put up with that?
Well,
is it worth it?
LeBron has entered the Colin Kaepernick, Tim Tebow noise versus production ratio conversation, which is Colin Kaepernick was obviously an NFL player, and Tim Tebow probably obviously could have found a role on an NFL team if he wanted to, but the circus that came with them, whatever you think of either of the circuses of Tim Tebow being, a great media personality or just an easy storyline, and Colin Kaepernick and his motivations, at some point teams decided they weren't worth it. All the attention they brought with them. And I am sure that LeBron has entered the red for a couple of these teams out there of how much do we have to take and put up with LeBron, and is it actually going to get us to where we're going? Because if I were guaranteed to win a title by bringing in LeBron, great. I'll deal with whatever I have to deal with. Is there any team out there right now that if they bring on LeBron, any team, they're guaranteed to win a title next year?
No.
Like anybody. Like Golden State is good. LeBron coming on does not make him a title contender. OKC is great. Bringing LeBron on doesn't make them a title contender. The Knicks just won a title. They won't guarantee to repeat by bringing LeBron in. Or the Spurs can't guarantee that they get over the hill because they bring LeBron in. And in fact, it might be so disruptive to have him in the locker room that you actually get worse, even if your talent level gets higher.
Seems like the Cavs locker room's already probably going to be kind of a circus. Do you really want to throw, the big top into the mix?
Correct.
I don't know.
Apparently Miami's locker room is a little more volatile than I had thought.
Well, not really, because Tyler Hero's not on the team
if
anymore.
you think it was Tyler Hero's fault, which
it was
he's certainly
Tyler.
taking on all the blame.
Oh, okay. So I'm not going to excuse Bam's behavior is ridiculous. Grow up, for crying out loud. You shouldn't be hauling off and punching anybody. But Tyler Hero did provoke matters by saying some unkind things.
And by being Tyler Hero. I mean, as soon as we all saw that story, as strange as it was, we all thought, wow, Tyler's as annoying as we all thought he was.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was my takeaway.
I don't know what I thought about Tyler Hero, but you probably shouldn't be clowning somebody out there. Although, wasn't this a Kevin Durant situation where somebody leaked the DM or whatever?
Yeah.
Because all he did was talk about how they couldn't shoot.
Yeah. Regardless.
I don't know if that warrants a punching in the face, but why don't you just move on?
But I'm not sure any locker room is truly LeBron proof.
Oh, I don't think it is.
Yeah. And
No.
I think that's a lot. That's a big task.
The Jazz could never have signed, or never wanted to. I shouldn't say could never wanted to sign Jimmer because his return was not going to be worth the circus.
Correct.
And I don't think AJ, if the Jazz were to have drafted AJ DiBonsa, I don't think it would have been the same circus because he wasn't the same circus at BYU. I don't think maybe people don't remember what phenomenon Jimmer was and spent a lot more time at BYU. But Jimmer was closer to the Tim Tebow category than AJ DiBonsa ever was. AJ was never the biggest celebrity in college basketball.
Correct.
Jimmer was the biggest celebrity in basketball.
Yeah, in sports.
For a hot minute. Yeah. And even though Orrin Hatch really wanted them to sign Jimmer, I love that story.
Made it known.
They were never going to sign up for that headache because he was never going to produce. Even AJ probably had a higher chance to produce, even though he would have come with a little more of the circus. I don't think he would have come with the circus Jimmer would have.
No, not even close. And today, LeBron is a better player than AJ DiBonsa. There might be a legitimate question by the end of the year if that's accurate. Still, AJ's going to get really good really quickly.
I don't think LeBron's that great.
I know you've never been been a huge LeBron guy, but today, where I say LeBron is a top 25 player, and you can fight back on that, or Tony, you can fight Tony Jones on that, whatever. Clearly, that conversation is being had because, as we just played from Byron Scott, every team in the league is wondering that.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he on the ratio of production to circus? And it's at the very least close, if not outright negative for enough teams. If he was worth a max, people would have carved out a max spot for him. The Lakers waived him.
Oh, yeah, basically. The Lakers. Well, the Lakers parted ways with the circus.
Yeah.
The Lakers put up with all the stuff Byron Scott was talking about for 8 years, and then they decided the juice is not worth the squeeze. So we're moving on.
But nobody saved a max slot for LeBron because
he's not a max player.
Correct.
Yeah.
But today, if you were a reasonably talented team, any of these ones I just mentioned, Cleveland, obviously OKC, San Antonio, Miami, the Knicks, but you could throw in other borderline contenders, Houston into this conversation, Golden State. If they wanted to reserve $50 million and put that in front of LeBron, LeBron would have signed there. Nobody saved that for him.
Well, what LeBron should be doing is going to Oklahoma City and coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
To Byron Scott's point,
yeah.
you signed a vet minimum deal with Oklahoma City and come off the bench. Signed with the Spurs and come off the bench. And he'd be great at that. And he'd make the team way better in that role. But he's not going to do it.
No, he's not going to do it.
No, he's going to go to Cleveland and dribble. And then Donovan's going to complain why LeBron has the ball the whole time. And then James Harden's going to go, yeah, why does LeBron have the ball the whole time? And it's not going to go well.
I don't want
Even coming off the bench in Cleveland, he'd be good.
I'm not going to let LeBron off the hook because LeBron, there's never been a more powerful athlete over an individual league, I don't think, than LeBron in this NBA. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Wayne Gretzky was more powerful in the NHL in his era, whatever.
He didn't flex it like LeBron has.
Babe Ruth, I don't know.
No, they didn't flex it either.
They didn't flex it.
LeBron has flexed his
through
authority, his leverage.
Agencies, through advertising, through media, etc.
What roster he's going to be on.
What roster he's going to be on, what that roster is going to look like, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not going to alleviate LeBron from the fact that this is his fault. But I do recognize that regardless of where he goes, you're dropping a nuclear bomb. You're dropping an atomic bomb there because whatever happens over the next year, it's kind of going to be left in ruin, assuming he only spends 12 months there. You're just not going to bounce back from it okay. LeBron goes into Cleveland and plays with Donovan and James Harden for a season and then bounces or retires or goes to his next stop. Those teams are going to just kind of be left looking around at the pieces like, okay, where do we go from here? Because as you mentioned, LeBron's going to come in and dribble. LeBron's not going to come in and be David West coming off the bench and say, like, how do I give you a tight 15? How do I give you a really good 15 minutes and just fit in and play a role, though there's maybe never been anyone more equipped to just fill a great role because he's so versatile, but that's just not how he is.
I just had this thought. So LeBron wants to bring a film crew with him. That's going to be a thing,
Correct.
a last dance kind of thing. Did you see the story out there that Rusty Westbrook said he would be happy to sign in Miami unless LeBron signs there?
I saw that he would be the alternate, but I didn't understand that those two
So, I mean, and then if you read the rumors or whatever out there, Rusty got thrown under the bus by LeBron when it didn't work. When the Lakers traded for Rusty and it made him worse, not better, and then they got rid of him, and LeBron said, wow, Rusty was really the problem. So Rusty does not want to go play for LeBron again because Rusty learned the hard way that LeBron is never the reason the team falls short.
Correct.
The team is the reason the team falls short. Well, they've got to surround LeBron with more talent. That was the narrative throughout his entire career. If I'm Donovan Mitchell, when Cleveland, if LeBron signed with Cleveland, I don't want to be on film as the problem when the Cavaliers eventually don't win a title.
Correct.
So when LeBron puts out his last dance and the narrative around why Cleveland didn't win the title like MJ did with his last dance, who do you think is going to get the blame for that? It's not going to be LeBron.
No, you become the Isaiah Thomas.
You become the villain in that.
Yeah.
You ruined LeBron's retirement tour. It would have ended with a championship except for Donovan Mitchell came up short.
Correct. There's a chance that 15 years from now or 4 years from now or 10 years from now, whenever the last LeBron dance comes out, you have an episode or two dedicated to how you ruined LeBron's final year.
How you came up short.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you're Scottie Pippen complaining about your role in a movie because that's not how it happened.
If I'm Donovan, I'm already starting the anti-PR campaign against James Harden or against insert random Cavaliers person to take the blame. But I'm looking for a patsy now that I can pin it on.
Oh, if I'm Donovan, I don't play any role in it. I wouldn't even let him show my face.
It was Sam Merrill.
Yeah.
It was Merrill's fault.
All Sam. Don't leave me out of it. I want to be like Miguel Tejada in Moneyball. Don't
even use my name.
Don't even use anything. Yeah. I don't even exist. Tim Hudson didn't even exist in Moneyball.
Didn't know he was out there.
Barry Zito. Nope, not a guy. That's what I'd want to be if I were Donovan Mitchell in that Last Dance documentary.
Because LeBron's making himself the Hatterberg.
Oh, he's going to be the star. Yeah. I mean, yes, he's paying for it.
Yeah, he is.
So who do you think is going to come out looking good in that thing?
Yeah, no kidding.
Not Donovan Mitchell.
Correct.
Not Jared Allen. Not Evan Mobley.
The Jared Allen doc, the episode.
Now, James Harden might get a pass because he's a clutch guy. Donovan's a CAA guy.
That's right.
Guess who's going right under the bus?
That's right. Well, good luck with all that.
If he ends up in Cleveland.
And that's why there are teams seemingly not lining up to get him.
Apparently not. All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Doug Smith Chevy has earned the GM Mark of Excellence Award. Great service, great vehicles. Together, let's drive. Visit us in Spanish Fork today.
Hey, Doug.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now they're bringing that same convenience and flavor to summer with their flat top meals. Perfect for barbecue season. Heading to the pool, the park, or the lake? Before you go, put a slow cooker meal like Bang Bang chicken or barbecue pork in before you leave. And come home to dinner done. Or fire up the griddle with favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, and pineapple barbecue chicken. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Hey, this is Aaron, owner of Greenify Energy Savers. Most, if not all of you, probably thought that your chance to go solar was gone, or that it just didn't feel worth it anymore because the residential solar tax credit expired in 2025. But I'm here to tell you hope is not lost. In fact, homeowners can still receive an upfront credit equal to 25% of the cost of a qualifying solar and or battery system. How is that possible? Well, Greenify Energy Savers has partnered with a large national investment group to make it happen. While the federal tax credit expired for residentially owned systems, it did not expire for commercially owned systems. The investment group co-owns the system with you for the first 6 years, allowing them to receive the commercial tax benefits. After that, ownership automatically transfers 100% back to you. To find out how this program can work for your home, call Greenify Energy Savers at 801-948-4464 or online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Call Greenify today at 801-948-4464 and see how you can still save 25% on solar for your home.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You wired me awake and hit me with a hand of broken nails. You tied my lead and pulled my chain to watch my blood begin to boil. But I'm gonna break
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get another qualifier for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. Be caller 12 right now, 801-575 zone, and we're going to assign you a golfer in the field at this week's Open Championship. If your golfer wins, you're going to win a Copper Rock branded polo, an outwear piece, hat, and a $100 gas gift card. We'll pair you up with a member of the top 25. One listener gets the rest of the field, and if your winner or your golfer wins, you get all that good stuff. It's courtesy of our friends at Copper Rock, where the pros play. 801-575 zone.
That might be our best package yet.
I like it.
That's a lot.
I'd take a new golf outfit.
Who do we think stole my polo for Big 12 Media Day?
Well,
Christian's wearing one that looks exactly like the one I ordered.
First of all, they didn't come before Big 12 Media Day, so
They came after.
They came after.
That doesn't make any sense.
Second of all, mine
Do we
came,
know what happened there?
Mine came in the wrong size.
Okay.
So I did not get one. Mine came in a medium, and
Okay.
that is too small
Too
for
small
me.
for you. Okay. All right. All right.
So,
So I
what
didn't miss
are
out on
you
anything.
jealous?
No, we were just talking about golf gear. It's a golf shirt.
It is a
So-
golf shirt.
So
No, I had to wear outdated zone gear down to Big 12 Media Days. It's all right.
Yeah.
Worked out okay.
Yeah, we're good.
But no, I have no idea what happened.
What
what
or-
happened to your shirt? Or,
Did they
or
have a
what?
gift bag for you at Big 12 Media Day?
Oh yeah, and it sucked.
What was it?
Like a scarf.
Oh, okay. I like scarves. It's like in my
Are
thing.
you gonna wear a Big 12 Media Day scarf?
No, but I use my Big 12 Media Day coffee cup a lot.
I do too. Hey,
I
hook
was
me
trying to
up with a
figure
coffee
out. I
cup.
Googled how do you get Texas Tech's logo off the coffee cup, but I couldn't figure out how to get it off the porcelain.
Oh, I still
Just gonna
use
scratch it out.
I use that coffee cup all the time. Yeah, that is a useful thing. No, this year the gift bag was like some jerky and a scarf. Oh, and a monster hat. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? You and I both agree the greatest charger either of us have ever gotten. I don't mean
like a phone.
I don't mean
charger.
football player. I mean phone charger. Came at Pac-12 Media Day like 12 years ago.
Oh, they used to give out nice water bottles and
Yeah,
stuff?
it had like every charger, USB, USB-C, micro USB, the old iPod charger. It was all on this one like dongle, and they still work to this day. They're amazing.
Listen, nobody cares about the media freebies at media days. I understand, so we should just say, "Oh, great, a scarf." But listen, just don't even do it. Like, don't even do it. Don't even go to the effort of the scarf and the jerky, and the monster hat. I'm not gonna sign up for that.
No, I'm not trying to complain about
Bert,
it. I understand. I understand.
Bert is getting barbecued for this monster deal. Did you follow that at all?
I saw the monster deal. I saw that some people thought it was weird that BYU was having to be a part of it, but obviously people have real confusion about caffeine and drinks and BYU, etc.
I don't think BYU cares about that
Yeah, I don't
anymore.
think so either.
Not Monster anyway. No, I don't know if it could say Folgers on there.
Correct.
I have no idea. But no, everybody wasn't complaining. That I didn't see so much of that as everybody was complaining that the price tag was so low. It's like $1.25 million per school per year or something like that. And they're like that. Everybody was saying a jersey patch alone is worth more than that, which is true. And by the way, that's news today that BYU has a jersey patch sponsor for football because it's going to say Monster Big 12. You know where the Big 12 logo is on everybody's jersey? It's going to have Monster Big 12 on there. So everybody was saying, well, Monster is basically the title sponsor of the league and getting that jersey space. Why would you only get $1.25 million? And my response was, who cares? Because it doesn't interrupt you from getting another jersey patch, so it's not costing you anything. So what do you care?
You like the Monster Energy logo?
I don't care.
It is recognizable,
It's an
but I'm
M.
with you. It's the green M. Looks like a Velociraptor did it or something.
Knock yourself out. And they're inventing something to sell. They're selling something that didn't exist before. So how do you know? Like, why would you gripe about the price tag?
This is a serious question. Are they allowing teams to adjust the color to match the team's colors for the uniform?
I have no idea.
Because the green is ugly.
Yeah.
The green will look great for Baylor. The green might look okay for TCU or Central Florida that have some green in their colors. It's going to look absolutely awful for Utah and for BYU and for Arizona. I wonder if it'll work with Colorado's black and gold. But if it's just that ugly kind of neonish green, it's going to look insane and horrendous. So I don't know. I'm going to reserve judgment for it being terrible.
You would go right to the looks. Who cares how
Style
it looks? Just gonna have
it's the only thing that affects me. I'm not seeing the money.
But that's my point.
I didn't even get the Monster Energy.
It
hat.
actually doesn't affect you in the slightest.
I have to look at it a little bit.
Oh no!
But yeah, I don't care about jerseys either. No, that doesn't bug me in the slightest. So it could look bad. It could look very bad if it's the bright green. It could look tacky, but it's going to look tacky regardless. It's an advertisement on a jersey.
It's all tacky.
Imagine wearing those pants. Oh my goodness.
It's now not the Big 12 anymore. It's the Monster Big 12.
The Monster 12. I like that.
Like that? Incredibly tacky. But that's the way of the world. I've got no problem with it. I like NASCAR. Get on board. Ben, you were always a fan of the Skull car, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was always, you don't even know the driver. You just like the car.
Yeah, I'm loyal to the brand.
To the Skull car. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How many Dale Earnhardt fans drink exclusively Budweiser? Not Bud Light, but Bud Heavy. Yeah.
Yeah. Big Bud.
Get on board.
Are there good logos? What's a cool logo that would look good on a jersey?
Well, the skull logo, obviously, start right there. Do you think BYU could do the
line?
Skull? Now that would be funny.
Yeah.
BYU's announced a jersey patch sponsor, Skull.
Could say no to the money.
I mean, that would be compromising something for BYU, I think. The lighter Zin. No, I don't think that's going to work.
No, they don't. They aren't quite willing to go there for the money. Which good for them. Monster feels a little too on brand for the Big 12.
What do you mean?
It's just a little tacky. And I think the Big 12 is a little tacky. In the landscape of college athletics, where there are the real deal SEC, Big Ten, seeming drivers of the sport that seem to have some authenticity, when it comes to college athletics, everyone, or at least college football, seems to be on the outside looking in. If you're not the Big Ten or the SEC, Monster fits a little bit too well for that.
Well, it's not going to be Dolce & Gabbana. You have to find a brand that wants to advertise to football fans. Ben, what are you talking about?
I do like the idea of Louis Vuitton. Yeah.
They're not going to buy the jersey pad. They don't care about the Big 12.
Chanel?
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay.
I don't even think you're going to get...
Well, we'll see what the Big Ten does. Maybe they'll prove us wrong.
No, the Big Ten will do something stupid like Monster, too.
Yeah, probably will.
All right. It's going to be, I mean, yeah, one of the big average. It's going to be the McDonald's Big Ten.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what...
It is.
Because that's who they're advertising to.
Yeah.
Chanel, Big 12. I don't think that's their demo. All right. We've got more coming. Top of the 4 o'clock hour. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Man, do we love Beehive Meals. In fact, we're so super excited about their rollout of their brand new product, Flat Top Meals. Ben, I pulled one out of the freezer just last night. I am going home to a Flat Top Beehive meal today. I'm trying to remember exactly. We're doing some chicken. I'm trying to remember which one we pulled out. But the truth is, they're all good, and they're all so easy to do. You just thaw and cook and go.
I am not kidding. I was very excited for Beehive Meals when I was in the hospital last week because I thought, I don't want to be doing a lot of knife work right now. Things are a little hazy. And I want to have some easy answers and some really tasty food. And I can go out and I can turn on the Blackstone griddle and I can throw the food on there. And within 10, 15 minutes, absolute max, it's going to be ready to go like a normal home cooked meal. Get those flavors, get those smells, and the delicious, delicious flavors that Beehive always delivers.
Fits right into the busy lifestyle. And Ben said right there, the food is delicious. You can check out the menu at beehivemeals.com. And, of course, you can order. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-0RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go. Ho! Ho! You are not ready. Unstoppable Dynasty. Young Hova. I'm a hustler, baby. Ho! I just want you to know. Ho! Let you know. It ain't where I've been. But where I'm about to go. Top of the world. Now, I just wanna love you. Just wanna love you. Be who I am. Know you love me. And with all this cash. More money, more problems. Don't forget your man. Now give it to me. Give me that funk, that sweet, that nasty.
Jacob at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up this week, you can win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see Zach Bryan at Rice-Eccles Stadium on August 7th. Tickets on sale now, Ticketmaster.com, or you can get your free tickets on Wednesday with Win Ticket Wednesday. Of course, your chance to win. Ben,
do you have a different relationship quickly with soccer after this World Cup?
No. Okay. It seemed like I do this every World Cup where I'll watch the games. Honestly, I'm not a soccer hater. I am just not soccer guy.
Mm-hmm. But like Sunday morning, you're not getting up to go and watch EPL
absolutely not.
Okay.
I'd gladly go to an RSL game. We follow RSL, the home here, station, RSL. I'm all on board, far from a hater. But will I be like our guy JP Chunga and be all over soccer 24/7 because I somehow had a magical experience with this tournament? No. You?
No. Sports ever do that for you? Do you have an origin story?
For sports in general?
Our friend Will Smith. R.I.P. Late Will Smith. His grandpa was a big BYU fan, and it was, what was the Cotton Bowl year?
Oh,
And I think he
96?
bonded with his grandfather
Over
during
that?
the Cotton Bowl year and became a lifelong college football fan as a result. That was his thing. It was like his origin story as a sports fan. And I'm sure there are people who are having this origin story with the Utah Mammoth over the last 2 years,
Mhm.
or now having it with the World Cup. I didn't know if you had an origin story anywhere.
No. Both my parents are sports fans, so
Yeah.
I just kind of grew up with it.
It's
I
hard to
guess.
grow up in Utah and not have a sense of basketball. A, because there was a really good basketball team in town, and B, every church has a basketball court in it. So generally, it's something people are doing.
So no, I don't have
Okay.
a
All right.
a sports origin story. You know what's funny is my brother, not a sports fan, grew
Mm-hmm.
up in the same family, and both my parents are both into sports, and he does
Didn't
not
get the
like
bug.
it. But I mean, I'm like anybody else who I spent my stupid summers watching SportsCenter over and over again, even though it was
Mm-hmm.
the same episode every time because there's nothing else to do in the hot summer.
Mhm.
But no, not really. I don't know. Do you?
I don't know. So I have a nurse that has to come over and help me every morning, which is debilitating. But
Sponge bath?
sponge bath. That was by request only. No, they have to come in, and they just had to make sure that my little PICC line thing that goes in my arm is working correctly. So they came over today and asked me what I was doing, and I said I cover basketball and talk sports, and kind of said, you grow up in Utah, you're just around it, you're just around sports. But not everyone is. Not everyone does love it.
But no, I'm not going to be watching La Liga games all of a sudden. That's not.
You're not going home with the team.
No, that's
All right.
not going to be a thing
Okay.
for me. But I mean, I have enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, it's been nice to have one.
It's been fun. It's fun to watch different characters and that sort of thing, like our pointy face guy from Norway, who was disappointing against England. He kind of sucked.
Pulled him.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna? He's only their best player ever.
Yeah.
Norway's only that far. Did they pull him? I don't know. We left before the end of the game.
Yeah, they pulled him for the last 15 minutes, the second half of overtime.
Oh, he was tired, probably.
Beat. It's kind of when you need to step up.
That's when they need the Holland guy.
It's when you need the biggest, strongest, fastest player on
Yeah,
the
what
field.
are they doing? They should fire that coach immediately.
With you. Or get rid of Holland.
Cut him if he can't be there in the last. Did you see? And we can get back to basketball. But did you see all the former USA guys clowning Pulisic, and then it comes out that he has a broken leg or a fracture or whatever?
Wait. It was a micro fracture.
Okay, so you're siding with who called him out? Carly Lloyd and Landon Donovan.
Yes.
Said that they'd have to drag their corpse off the pitch, so to speak, and Pulisic left.
Yeah, get out there and represent your country, dude.
So you don't have any more sympathy for Pulisic?
No.
I hadn't seen microfracture in a while. Now, I know it's different than the microfracture we grew up with in basketball. Christian, when you were just starting your Facebook page when you were 4.5 years old, there was a very common surgery in the NBA called microfracture surgery, where when you had a knee injury, was it ACLs and MCLs specifically, or was it something different?
I think it was different.
They would go in and they would re-break your bones in a bunch of little spots, microfractures, to generate a bunch of white blood cells to flow to that area to regenerate and regrow whatever the issue was. And then they realized, this is the worst idea ever, and it ruined a lot of people's careers.
Hearing Christian do that makes me think of my daughter, Sadie, because every time I had a fracture in my arm, so I got skiing this year, and every time I tell somebody, oh, yeah, I broke my arm skiing, she goes, it was a fracture.
It was a fracture.
Always correcting me, it was a fracture. Christian right there. Micro fracture. He's still extremely soft. No, I think Team USA was a roaring disappointment. Why would I get more on board?
I thought everyone was pretty on board with how well they played.
Oh, no, they sucked. They got as far as everybody expected to them and then got the pound.
The pants?
I
got pantsed.
I settled halfway between trounced and pantsed. And it came out pounced,
They got pounced.
which doesn't make really that much sense either.
Tranced.
But yeah, they got humiliated on
Yes,
their
they
way
did.
out.
Yeah,
And
they
they
did.
didn't make any historic run.
You're right. They no-showed.
They had a great first game, an okay second game. What, garbage third game?
Because they didn't need it.
and then beat the Beaks, but the Beaks weren't anything special.
Yeah.
And the first team that they played, they got hammered.
Yeah.
In the easiest group in the tournament, total failure.
Okay. Well, write a letter.
No, I don't know.
Send it off.
You're acting like it's a special thing. Team USA didn't do anything. They qualified for the tournament automatically.
Yes, they did. So did Canada.
Beat a bunch of crappy teams. And by the way, didn't go any further than Canada or Mexico.
Correct. Cape Verde made it as far, if not farther, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did they win a game in the knockout? I don't think
They played Argentina, and they played Argentina better than the U.S. played Belgium.
Yeah, but Team USA went to round 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Cape Verde did not.
Did not.
Yeah, that was round 1, I think.
Okay.
Failure. I kind of liked their coach and his crusty attitude.
Russell Crowe?
Until it didn't work.
The Russell Crowe guy?
What do you mean, Russell Crowe?
He looked exactly like Russell Crowe.
You think that guy looked like Russell Crowe?
Uh-huh.
I didn't see it.
By the way, did you see our guy Chandler yesterday? 2 questions. I meant to ask JP this. 2 questions. One, I put this on social media. Do you think Will Hardy knew he was taking a photo of Liam Gallagher from Oasis?
Wait, I missed this whole story.
Okay, so I think it was Liam. Will Hardy, it was Noel Gallagher, excuse me. Will Hardy went to the Conor McGregor fight in Vegas on Saturday.
He and Sophie Cunningham.
Whatever. Darren Peterson was there. They were all there to watch the horribly disappointing fight for the creep, Conor McGregor. And Will Hardy took a photo the way you or I, elder millennials, would take a photo, like a kind of a poorly cropped photo of just like, I'm at this event and I'm going to put it out on my social media. But halfway in the photo, and you can find it in Ben's Hoops on my social media because it's not on Will's story anymore, is Oasis frontman Noel Gallagher, who is notorious for not liking to be photographed.
Uh-huh.
But he's in this very funny photo that Will Hardy took.
Why did you take it down?
Well, it's so your story on Instagram expires after 24 hours.
Okay.
It's a little bit like Snapchat.
Uh-huh.
Do we think Will Hardy knows who Noel Gallagher is?
Why wouldn't he?
Do you know who Noel Gallagher is?
I'm aware of who it is.
Would you recognize him if you saw
Mm,
him?
probably not.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am. I don't know if I recognized him, and my wife recognized him and showed it to me that night. And I said, oh, I saw that. That's very funny. But I don't know if I believe Will would recognize it.
Why not? You don't think he's particularly with it from a pop culture standpoint?
Also, I think JP's still listening because he's texting me. I was going to ask JP if he thought, because he knows Will better than any of us, if he thinks Will would know who the lead singer of Oasis is, and if he saw him in person.
And?
I'm going to wait.
All right.
Wait for the response. Live
I
radio.
don't know why you would assume he wouldn't know.
He's got. First of all, Oasis is not the Rolling Stones. They act like they're the Rolling Stones, but
he went on a date with the gal from the hills.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's
no, he's not totally
unaware
pop culture
of,
blind.
I don't think he's just totally out of it.
But did you go to my social media and find it?
No.
It's like he's not taking a photo of this guy. This guy is just in the photo. He's getting photobombed by the lead singer of Oasis.
Okay.
Do we think Will knows that? Now, this got brought up because Chandler, my co-host on the Jazz Notes podcast, who you had on and has been in Vegas, shared a photo on his social media at yesterday's Jazz game of, it just says, I'll pull it up right now, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. And I'll pull it up for you, and you'll have to tell me if you recognize who else is in this photo with Adam Silver, because I thought this was a very funny thing for a millennial, or I guess not millennial, probably, what is he, Gen Z, to tweet out. Let me see if I can get this big enough. You don't have your glasses on. This is going to be tough for you. Can you recognize who else is in that photo with Adam Silver?
No, I can't see that.
Okay.
Who is it?
It's Detlef Schrempf.
Oh, nice.
And Benicio del Toro.
Okay, the traffic guy.
Yeah, the traffic guy. Now, again, I don't think Chandler was alive when Traffic came out.
Oh,
Well,
he'd know who Benicio del Toro
well,
is.
that's my question, because he tweeted out, and the title of his photo that is very clearly Adam Silver, Benicio del Toro, and longtime NBA legend Detlef Schrempf. His caption just says NBA Commissioner Adam Silver here at the Thomas and Mack for Summer League, when the real headline is Benicio del Toro and Detlef Schrempf talking to some basketball fan at the Thomas and Mack. But Chandler didn't know that. But that's the age gap, and it reminded me of the Will Hardy.
Christian, you know who Benicio del Toro is?
Yeah, I like him.
You're a
he was
movie
he
guy.
was just in One Battle After Another.
Correct.
Scene stealer.
Correct.
He was
So-
only in it for like maybe 10 total minutes. But
He's in
great.
Sicario. He steals every movie he's in.
Yeah, I mean, what's the Snatch he's good in?
Uh-huh.
So why wouldn't Chandler know who that is? And Chandler's covering basketball. Doesn't work for Access Hollywood.
But
the highlight is, or the headline is, the commissioner of basketball, not the.
I'm just saying there's an age gap. I'm just saying that's a generational gap between you and I and Chandler.
How old's Hardy?
Will is, I think, 2 years younger than I am. So he's 38.
And you know who Oasis is. Why wouldn't he know? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to ask him. We're going to go to, assuming I'm still employed, we're going to go to Jazz Summer League, or not Jazz Summer League, Jazz Media Day coming up in, 2 months? I'm going to have to write it on my hand right now so I don't forget. I'm going to have to ask Will Hardy if he knows who that was.
Do you feel bad for Sophie Cunningham that now she's going to have to point at everybody that she comes in contact with? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
There was a viral moment when the Fever were playing the Mercury, and there was a heated moment.
She's
and
having
then,
a total thing right now.
And
She
then
was the ring girl.
she just did the finger pointing
Yeah.
thing. No, this is why I bring out, and it went a huge meme and it went everywhere. But like she's doing the ring girl thing, and I didn't watch this event, by the way. I have no idea. I just saw the videos, and one of the fighters made her do the point when she was walking around, and I was thinking like, all right, this woman can now never go anywhere else without somebody be like, give me the point, give me the point. She kind of has the wagging thing.
It's one of our first bits, and it's stay true. Don't get famous wearing makeup.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, I feel really bad for her.
It's the lead singer of Kiss.
It's not like, hey, you're a really tough WNBA player, or I don't even know if she's an all-star or not. I have no clue. But is she known for that? No, she's known for wagging her finger around, which, by the way, was hilarious.
That was great.
But now she's stuck doing it for the rest of her life, I think.
That might be a good What You Got Wednesday.
Stuff not to get famous
Stuff
for?
not to get famous for. People who are famous for the wrong things. Now, not horrible things, but Gene Simmons is our go-to example.
I can't remember why I came up, but I talked to Sly Sylvester about Johnny Harleen and how he can't go anywhere in Provo without somebody being like, Johnny's still open.
Yeah.
Still open.
It's like, I'm just trying to get my car, man.
I think he lives in like Vegas now, but
Okay.
he can't go around the BYU fans without somebody.
But you'd rather that
talking
than
about
Kalen Clay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, certainly.
Would you rather Kalen Clay or Brian Russell?
Russell, because because Russell's wasn't him acting foolishly. He just
Kalen's was unforced.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Unforced. Thank you. Kalen's was unforced, was a silly kind of backfire. Like Leon Lett was an unbelievable defensive end for the Cowboys, like all pro defensive end.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 plays in that guy's whole career that anybody remembers. Him getting the ball knocked out in the Super Bowl by Don Beebe, and then in the freak snowstorm in Dallas, him jumping on the fumble to lose the game. He just didn't need to touch it. Remember Chris Berman and his obnoxious Leon Let It Be?
Yeah.
It's the only thing anybody knows about that guy. One of the best defensive ends in the league for a long time. So, yeah, the boneheaded nature of it, I would pick Brian Russell over Kalen Clay. All Brian did was get beat.
By the greatest of all time.
And even has kind of a built-in excuse where he can say he pushed off. That wasn't really his fault. I mean, if anything, it was Jerry's who should have ran a double team at him.
Leon let, no pun intended, let off the hook because they win that game.
Did they win? The Super Bowl one they did. The field goal one they did.
No, but the Super Bowl.
They were up by like 40 points.
But it hurts that Kalen Clay's team lost that game.
I wonder if anybody
Utah
even remembers.
beats Oregon in that game.
Well, Utah was never going to beat Oregon in that game.
Well, that's what everyone thought going into the game. And then Kalen Clay is streaking down the field, catching a pass across the middle, and you think, is Utah going to win this game? And then immediately reminded, no, Utah's not going to win this game.
Do you remember what quarter it was in?
Second?
I think it was the first.
Was it the first?
Honestly.
But Utah kind of got off to a hot start.
They got trounced for the rest of the game. Utah was that could have counted, and they were not going to win.
Okay.
That was the Marcus Mariota Oregon team that was so
Friday
good.
night game. Yeah, I remember that.
So I don't know if the win-loss really. It doesn't matter in my perspective because they got smoked in that game.
Okay.
But yeah, don't if you celebrate and it goes wrong, that will be you will like the Grammatica guy who hurt himself as the kicker. He's celebrating a made field goal and he tore his ACL.
Mm-hmm.
Never get hurt celebrating. You're going to be remembered for that. Or celebrating or doing household things like Vladimir Guerrero got a back injury on I want to say a treadmill.
Was it?
Or Sammy Sosa threw out his back sneezing.
Sneezing, yeah.
But
Greg Ostertag said he fell washing his car, I think.
Robert Whaley got knifed by his kid.
Apparently.
Well, that was the explanation initially.
My son stabbed me. Huh.
Who knew that would be a better story than what actually happened?
Yeah.
A fight at Harrio's, which I think is no longer called Harrio's.
Yeah, it's not around anymore.
What's it called now? The building is still there. That's a cool building. You ever been in there?
Main Street's right, yeah.
Yeah. But Harrio's was such a great name.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got on to all that. But anyway, yeah, don't get famous. Don't get a meme because then you're going to be stuck doing the meme for the rest of your life. And she has to point at everybody everywhere she goes, including, did you watch the UFC fight? I am not a UFC person.
Nobody watched it.
Christian
He got
did.
hurt before it started. It lasted 40 seconds.
That was not the only event.
Not
No,
even.
it wasn't. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was hurt before the fight. Or as he was like running out to start the fight.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. Well done.
Oh, I bet he was hurt before. What do you bet me?
Yeah, absolutely. And just didn't tell him because he
No, and got into
wanted to
the
get
ring.
paid.
Yeah, got his paycheck and,
Yeah.
and went down. What do you bet me he was
No
hurt
question.
before?
Yeah, of course. Allegedly. But yeah, of course.
What do you mean allegedly?
Well, I don't know what I'm liable for.
Conor McGregor sitting streaming the zone, being like, "How dare you?"
Maybe he has a layover.
I'm hurt. I wasn't hurt before. Perfect bill of sale.
Yeah.
Although they do have to go through medical examination before the fight, right? Bribe that guy though.
Correct.
Easy as that. All right, we'll have more Jake and Ben. Hey, I've got a random Jaylen Brown story out there. We can get to that. We can talk more Summer League. Ben's dying to break down the attack of Spain, so maybe we'll give him a few minutes to see how they get by the French. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heading north out of downtown, I-15 is at reduced speeds now up to the north interchange. Similar slowing on northbound I-15 from Roy into Riverdale and exiting at 12th Street in Ogden. You've got a power outage that's causing backups to the freeway off-ramp. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them at American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or go to heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. Fire Sense is the first response.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wasn't her fault. It was my buddy Steve's fault. That's who I'm blaming. Okay. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday to this show. Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, we talked about how we love that all these geezer former NBA guys do. Everybody's got a podcast and everybody's saying stuff. Tracy McGrady, who apparently has a podcast with his cousin, Vince Carter, was talking about Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid. And apparently, Ben, they haven't talked.
Jaylen and Joel.
Now they are teammates and they still have not had a conversation. Tracy said that Jaylen Brown has reached out to VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey, but has not had a conversation with Joel Embiid. I would read into it, well, these guys probably don't have a great relationship being playing so many times, but Jaylen is stepping into that locker room thinking that it's his team. I'm sure Joel Embiid thinks, hey, dude, this has been my team for a while now. I don't know.
This is a little bit the Luka-LeBron deal of Luka showing up and everyone, except for LeBron, realizing that this is now Luka's team.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, Joel is probably fighting, understanding that, oh, they're moving past me. Now, you and I and most basketball fans probably started to realize that this momentum changed as soon as it looked like Tyrese Maxey was a dude. Tyrese Maxey is a very good basketball player. He's awesome. He's going to be a many-time All-Star, probably an All-NBA player, and was already becoming the face of the Philadelphia 76ers. And then they hit a home run in VJ Edgecombe, a player I love watching play, plays both sides of the floor, very exciting brand of basketball. And then they go and they officially throw the final pile of dirt on Joel's career by trading for Jaylen Brown. Like, they have fully turned the page on Joel Embiid, outside of the fact that he technically still plays for the 76ers, but clearly he's just ancillary. When he's healthy and on the floor, fine, great, but they're not going to wait for him to be the key piece on them winning a title.
He's not the dude.
And to that point, he probably is not all that thrilled about Jaylen showing up into town. And at the same time, Jaylen, the way Luka likely did as well, when Luka started making arrangements of how do I get LeBron's DJ out of there and my DJ in there, how do I get control of the aux cord, Jaylen is probably already starting to arrange some of those same things. Like saying, hey, I actually like when the team bus leaves at this time. I like this type of stuff on the flight. And Joel is saying, oh, I thought I got to make all those decisions, and that will no longer be the case.
I was trying to remember, do they have a history, like playoff stuff? Is there anything, was there bad blood between those
Boston.
two?
Other than Philly-Boston is a great rivalry historically. I don't remember a ton recently other than didn't Philly just eliminate Boston despite the fact that Philly was up 3-1? And Joel was the guy.
And
Joel came in and was awesome. So that's the most like face-to-face blood that I could think of them having, potentially bad blood.
I guess, and I'm looking here through the report, Brown said in a press conference and on live stream that Embiid was flopping.
Correct. That's right.
Yeah, so called him out for flopping around to get calls.
I bet it has more to do with these guys' ability to Google Philadelphia 76ers salary cap and realizing only so many of those contracts can start with a 4.
Yep. But they can't trade Embiid.
They probably can't trade Embiid. Now, they did get off Paul George somehow for Jaylen Brown.
What a bananas
Very
thing.
bizarre thing. So maybe you can sucker somebody into taking Joel. Maybe somebody gets desperate a la Phoenix or something. Miami. I wouldn't think now that they've got Giannis that they're going to feel all that desperate. They may feel like, ooh, this window's only going to be open for so long. We should go try and win now.
Yeah, but they've got Bam. They're not going to move off
correct.
him.
I don't think so.
They're not going to do that.
Maybe Houston and KD or something wonky. But again, it's the same. I don't want to say losers because they're not. It's the same guys who make too much money that you can't win with that are all getting swapped for one another. Now, the weird part is somehow Jaylen Brown fell into this conversation. Now, clearly Boston felt like this was a guy you can't win with at that price tag, which is why they traded him. We know Paul George is there. We know James Harden is there. Before that, it was Chris Paul and it was Russell Westbrook, some of these guys who have swapped teams because they were the only guys who made the same amount of money as one another, and you couldn't win with them, so you might as well just flip them. Who cares? You're going to get the same outcome, but at least some of the bad blood will be put behind you for the moment. I guess Jaylen Brown has found himself into that conversation, but that seemed accelerated to me.
I don't think the money is the reason they traded Jaylen Brown. Not now. Because they didn't save any money.
No, they did not.
They brought
got
back
2 more years of, well, not extra years, but they still have 2 years of Paul George.
Yeah, I remember when we were on the air, right, when the trade was announced.
Mm-hmm.
And we said, oh, this is obviously a cost-saving thing. And then you saw that Paul George was part of it. And then you look into it and you're like, oh, they didn't really save any money.
12 months, but
yeah.
like, you'll be happy to have 12 months of Jaylen Brown. Jaylen will still be good at
or
that point.
You could move him 12 months from now.
Correct.
and
probably get more than
get
Paul
more.
George.
Yeah, it's a lot like there was a reason for it to be immediately, other than they obviously hate Jaylen Brown.
Correct.
They obviously wanted to get Jaylen Brown off the team. And who was it? Who did we have on the air when the news broke? I think it was Thurl. Maybe you weren't here.
It was Thurl. Yeah, it was Thurl.
Were you? Maybe
Live
you were at the
when it
draft,
broke.
or maybe you were here.
No, we were here. I was here.
Thurl talked about how that's the job of the front office. Maybe it was Locke.
It was Locke.
It was Locke.
Yeah, that's the organization's job.
The organization's job is
to organize,
to deal with unhappy malcontents in order to get the best outcome possible. That's Brad Stevens' fault. That you sell Jaylen Brown for pennies on the dollar because it's not sustainable anymore for some reason other than basketball. That's his fault. And now I don't even know who is the new GM for the Sixers.
It's the guy that was in Cleveland.
Well, the assistant GM who was in Cleveland. That's right. I'm putting a lid on this story as fast as I can. I'm getting Joel and Jaylen Brown in the same room immediately. I don't care how.
Quinn Snyder, Rudy and Donovan have lunch sometimes.
Oh, no, at some point you actually have to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Brad Stevens apparently wasn't willing to deal with it anymore in Boston.
I get the sense, and we will get more of this, that I would bet Luka and LeBron never dealt with it.
Oh, you're 100% right. No, I think the Lakers, and to revisit some of our conversations months ago about where LeBron was going to end up, Christian, Office Space was a movie in the mid-'90s.
I think it was the Utes, but...
Was it? No. It was before that, wasn't it?
You think so? Mike Judge?
Yeah, we should look it up. But starring, what was that guy's name? Livingston.
Ron.
Is that his name?
I don't know.
That's the character from...
yeah, Ron Livingston, the actor.
Is
in
that
Office Space.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Who was also in the Tom Hanks World War II thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, have you heard of Office Space?
Yeah, I've seen it.
99.
I have seen that one.
So you know how they fire Stephen Root? Why they just say, we fixed the problem, and then they don't tell him, and they just keep moving his desk, and then they just keep not paying him. That's what the Lakers did to LeBron. They brought in Luka, and then they didn't tell LeBron that they were moving off him as soon as they possibly could. Until LeBron had to break his own news.
LeBron, your
that he was
pregame
leaving.
availability to warm up is now 3.5 hours before the game starts. You got the early window.
The early slot.
No, I like to come in about 90 minutes before. That way I'm still warm.
Not what we're doing anymore.
I need to move you to the basement, LeBron.
Sorry about that. That's what they did.
That's exactly what they did.
I don't think they, to your point, I don't think they dealt with it. No. I think they just brought in Luka and they said, this is your team. We've got your DJ. We've shown your DJ where to go. And we're not going to tell LeBron about it. We're just going to let him.
It'll be fine.
Figure it out for himself.
It'll be fine.
And then LeBron saying, hey, I want to see your plans for the offseason. Then maybe I'll take less money. And then, LeBron is parting ways with the team.
LeBron gets that dossier of the top priorities. Like, why is Walker Kessler at the top of this?
Kessler, what?
He doesn't really fit with me that well.
That might cost a lot of money to get him out of Utah. Are they going to have...
Is he going to take a pay cut so I can stick around? Oh, he's not.
Apparently, I'm not in the plan at all. They're signing all these guys?
I didn't sign off on Zaire Williams.
Come on. No, that's exactly what they did to him. Yeah. What they did to Stephen Root in Office Space. But in all honesty, a lot of people think that the 76ers have a ton of potential. I don't know how it's going to work. I know Jaylen Brown is a heck of a player. But I know this, if you don't have two high-profile players, whether one's, not worth his max contract or not, you got to get them on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if Jaylen Brown now is saddling up to all the young guys, and you don't want to divide a locker room.
Correct.
And Joel Embiid will be more than happy to talk about it and not be a part of the solution, but be a part of the problem. So, I don't know. I'm curious to where the 76ers go. I do think they're going to have a basketball problem, meaning that there aren't multiple basketballs on the floor at the same time. Who's going to be the leading scorer?
Joel, for the 32 games he plays, that he's healthy. But it is weird. They have three.
Oh, I think it'll be Jaylen Brown.
They have three legitimate guys who could be number one scorers. Yeah.
I feel bad for VJ Edgecombe. He's never going to shoot again.
No, VJ Edgecombe he just lost $40 million off of his second
He
contract.
really did.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're not kidding.
Because he was going to be the number 2 scorer on that team because they were going to move off of Joel, and it was going to be Tyrese and VJ, and that was going to be the backcourt. and now it's Tyrese and Jalen, and we'll see where VJ and Joel land.
Sucks to be the rookie in this scenario, or
Not
second-year
ideal.
player,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yep.
Not great.
Yeah. This stuff is all real.
Wow. And all up to management to figure out. And that's where I still think Boston's gotten a big F this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
They could have run everything back. They were the second-place team in the East last year without Jason Tatum. So if you could just get those guys to get along on the floor, no reason you can't duplicate that. And then all of a sudden you're a piece away, right? And now you take a step back just to get off a guy you don't like for pennies on the dollar?
You and I both like
Silly.
Zubats a lot, but I'm not sure the way Indiana got him, giving up the number 5 overall pick. Keaton Wagner looked very good last night. Was the right way to get Zubats. Their idea was to get Zubats and Keaton Wagner.
But that's not fair.
But that wasn't well executed.
Yeah,
and then
it
Boston
wasn't.
really failed what should have been their gap year, or when they realized it wasn't a gap year, how they responded. Turning the 5th overall pick into Zubats, at least you have a center in his prime who's going to man the paint for you on a very good team for the next 3 years.
And there was a high chance that was not going to cost them
Correct.
the 5th pick.
Correct. But at least you have something to show for it. Like, you turn Jaylen Brown coming off of a top 5 season in the NBA into Paul George, who was, a contract cancer, if not a player cancer. Somebody you don't want to have around.
Do we know what substance he got banned for last year?
I have my guesses, but I know it never came out.
Bath salts?
No,
Meth?
I don't think so.
But it was not weed.
No, they don't care anymore about
No,
weed.
I know they don't.
Yeah.
So it was something else.
Yeah.
Remember when the Birdman got popped and they called it party drugs?
Yes.
What was John Collins? He got a ban too.
His was also party drugs.
Was his party drugs too? People don't know this, but it's like you have to repeat offend too to get those kind of bans.
I don't think they want to suspend you.
Not if they can help it.
Yeah.
So yeah, get Paul George off the bath salts and see if he can put a full season out there. But what, PCP?
Playoff PCP. Yeah. PG-13.
That's
CP.
funny. Playoff PCP. I kind of like that.
Like that?
Skip Bayless called him playoff PPEE.
Oh.
It's a lot of letters.
Yeah. Skip, it's either hit or miss.
Yeah.
What was the one he came up with a couple of weeks ago that we loved?
Victim.
Oh, Victim Wembanyama.
Every once in a while, he still pulls out his fastball.
Honestly, but Stinkin' Riley was the best ever,
Yep.
right? We can all agree.
Yeah.
And that he was on top. He had real foresight.
He did. He was
with
early
that
on
nickname.
that.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
All right. We'll have Audio Vault coming up next. At the top of the 5 o'clock hour for Live at 5, we're going to chat with Justin Spears, who covers Arizona for the Arizona Daily Star. We're going to talk to some other, people that cover other relevant teams around the Big 12. So we'll talk some Arizona Wildcats.
Curious to see who doesn't get called up, who's not relevant.
Oh,
Per Christian's booking.
No, how long you got? If Christian books a Central Florida guy, we'll put that podcast only.
Record this one out.
Who else?
Half the league, honestly.
Half the league. Colorado's not relevant. Everybody was talking about how they're going to be in the battle for the bottom.
Baylor?
Baylor's going to suck?
Okay.
Do you think Baylor's going to be good?
No.
No, I don't either. Kansas, back to the bottom. Kansas State might be okay.
Iowa State?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Everybody's picking them to go 0-12.
Over.
They lost their whole team.
They did.
Did you see that Wingnut athletic director is retiring?
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he announced that.
Probably pushed him out.
Oh, I'm sure they pushed him out.
Yeah.
All right, Audio Vault's next. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heading north out of downtown, I-15 is at reduced speeds, now up to the north interchange. We've got similar slowing on northbound I-15 from Roy into Riverdale and exiting at 12th Street in Ogden. You've got a power outage that's causing backups to the freeway off-ramp. Hey, at UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Summer is all about making memories. Backyard barbecues, pool days, family vacations. But by July, all that summer fun has probably found its way onto your carpets. Zero Res is here to clean it up. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $139. Zero Res's patented cleaning technology removes dirt and grime without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals. So carpets stay cleaner longer and are safe for kids and pets. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for $1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get a qualifier, 801-575-ZONE. Caller number 12 right now. You're going to qualify for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. We will assign a player in the top 25 of this week's field at the Open Championship to you. One listener will get the remainder of the field, and if your golfer wins, you're going to get hooked up. You're going to win a Copper Rock branded polo, an outerwear piece, a hat, and a $100 gas gift card. So caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE, and we'll assign you a golfer, and it's all brought to you by Copper Rock, where the pros play. All right, time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. Ben, I don't know if you had a chance to follow. Have you followed the Spurs play-by-play guy drama that unfolded over the last week?
Yes, this did happen early last week when I was at my least capable, but I know what's going on.
So, just to catch people up if they don't, the Spurs television play-by-play voice, Jacob Toby. So this is the Spurs version of Bowler, although this guy's in his 30s.
He's a young hotshot. He looks like a young hotshot. If you've ever watched a game on League Pass or whatever, you can tell he's like very excited that the Spurs are good because he has something to do with it.
So this happened on his talk snap. I'll just read from the post, Ben. It says, "This is my girlfriend of 6 years, but I cheated on her with Lauren Waiters. So feel free to continue following me if you really think I'm a good guy, because I'm not." So that's what the tweet was. Mm-hmm. Now, you may ask yourself, Ben, who is Lauren Waiters? Well, she is the sister of San Antonio Spurs player Lindy Waiters. Mm-hmm. And then put out some pictures of them kissing. Then the Spurs turned around and fired this guy for fraternizing with
players' sisters.
A player's sister. So he now is old Jacob Toby's out there looking for another job. Now, there have been Colin Cowherd stepped up and kind of defended this guy. And now here's a defense from former Spurs player Danny Green. And I'm curious now if this, what you think, if you agree. Here you go.
First and foremost, I want to say I love everything the Spurs do and how they operate as an organization. They run a tight ship. They don't deal with no BS, and they don't like drama. So I understand certain issues. They're going to be like, no, we can't allow this. To me, this was not one of those issues. And I know Jacob Toby, he said he got my first opportunity to call a game with him. He's actually done some live podcasts with me. Wow. He showed up, he showed love. He's always been a really good dude in that sense. This is not a domestic violence case. This is, right. And again, this is, I don't know if they did an investigation or not. A lot of it's hearsay. You saw some pictures. We don't know what the timetable of it was, if he was with this girl or not, or if he was even dating his girl at the time while he was with this girl. His girl could have made it up. And she hacked his, social media, and she wanted to ruin his life. And you allowed that to happen. He's a really good dude, great person. I thought this was a foul. I was not happy about it. Really disappointed in this decision. And I hope he lands on his feet because he was great for them. His play-by-play, like his energy, how he talked the game, called the game, even during the playoffs final, like he was around for a while and he had some really great calls. And he's a young kid, man. People make mistakes, but again, this was something that was not breaking the law. He didn't beat anybody up. He wasn't loitering or DUI or anything crazy. He has a relationship. This is behind closed doors. His personal life should leave that person. But he had he couldn't control how it came out. This woman did, and now you kind of gave her power by allowing this fallout to happen.
Did he say loitering? Do you get fired for loitering?
I had the same thought. Ask Christian when we were listening to this earlier. I said, I don't think Danny Green knows what loitering actually means.
Most of them lost their jobs.
This isn't a DUI. It's not loitering.
It wasn't loitering. What? God forbid.
The 7-Eleven manager asked him to leave, and, and he was hanging out in the parking lot. I'm so glad you noticed that. That was the first thing I noticed, too.
Well, again, a couple of things here. When you work for a public-facing company, like a professional sports team, and you are a face of that organization, especially if you're not a player, you're, and I mean this with all due respect, just the play-by-play voice, you better keep your nose clean. Because you don't matter that much. I promise you don't. The image of the organization matters way more than you, the individual, for the organization. Second of all, don't spit where you eat. Mm-hmm. This wasn't, I cheated on my girlfriend on the road in Philadelphia with some random person I met at a bar. This is a player's sister?
Uh-huh.
Are you insane? Are you stupid? The answer is yes. You're stupid. This is a stupid thing to do. That's why they fired you. They didn't fire you because you cheated on your girlfriend. They fired you because you cheated on your girlfriend with a player's sister. So you've crossed the line.
I kind of think, and I would have a stronger argument if it were a better player. But I wonder if the player had it done. I'd be so mad if the play-by-play guy was fooling around with my sister. I'd be
100%.
I'd be so angry.
How do you think the girlfriend found out?
You get this, I don't know. And what about that part of it? Her hacking his TalkSnap.
Uncouth. Sure, not ideal. But again, you did put yourself in that situation. You did make this decision to go after this girl who you realize her last name looks exactly like Lindy Waiters. He's
or Waters, maybe.
It's spelled Waters, but I think it might be pronounced Waiters. You might be right. You made that decision. You knew who that was. You recognize that.
Uh-huh.
That's 100% on you. I don't have sympathy for you. Again, like, the Jazz treat me extraordinarily well. They really do. They've been very good to me. They're nice to us. I know there are fans of you in the organization. The second you start messing with Darren Peterson's real life, you're gone.
They're not going to have a whole lot
relationship
of love for me.
doesn't matter anymore.
No.
You know? Because Darren Peterson or anybody matters way more. It could have been Oscar Tshiebwe last year.
Mm-hmm.
The second Oscar Tshiebwe has an issue with Jake Scott, they're siding with Oscar Tshiebwe. As nice of a person as you are.
The player is more important.
You know what? You could have been loitering for all I care. They're still going to be taking Oscar Tshiebwe's side over Jake Scott. And guess what? You have to be a real brain-dead moron to not realize that as a media member. If you don't get a sense of the power imbalance between you, the media member, and them, the player, or them, the coach, or them, the front office, you have an inflated and misunderstood sense of your own value because you don't matter at all.
Well, you were a ne'er-do-well in high school. Where was your loitering spot?
Places where you could skateboard, where you weren't supposed to be.
Like the library?
How did you know? Literally the library right outside of the skate shop in Sugar House, where I got a skateboarding ticket, which I thought, that's weird. It was outside of a skateboarding shop. Shout out Blindside. No longer with us. But yeah, right by Sprague Library. And I think I did get a loitering ticket. I don't think it was a skateboarding ticket.
It was
you still have your job.
Loitering. Yeah.
Probably shouldn't, obviously. I mean, loitering's a pretty serious offense.
I hid that from
offense.
HR when I applied here.
You want to hear something funny? I was reading we have this book that I read to my girls. It's called Good Night Stories for Rebel Girls, and it talks about famous women throughout history and throughout the world. And there's a graffiti artist from Afghanistan that's in there that I read her last night. Mm-hmm. And so that led to a conversation this morning about graffiti because she was confused by graffiti. And I told her, I said, it can be used for expression, and in her case, it was used for protest, and, what she did was technically illegal. And then I had to tell her most of the time it's just ne'er-do-well idiots causing damage. But it can be considered art.
There's good trouble.
It was more difficult to explain than I would have thought.
There's nuance there. There's real nuance there.
I was like, she was technically vandalizing something, but she was doing it for the greater good of herself and her people. But most of the time, it's just idiots who have too much time on their hands.
On the flip side, there's no good excuse ever for loitering. Can never be excused.
It'll get you fired from the play-by-play job of the Spurs.
According to Danny Green.
Dude, I'm serious. I bet the player was like, get this clown out of here.
No. I heard Colin Cowherd, go off on it. And I actually like Colin Cowherd most of the time. But he said, I didn't know it's illegal to cheat on your wife. It's not illegal to cheat on your wife or your girlfriend. No one's accusing him of doing anything illegal.
Well, you don't have to do something illegal to get fired.
But you don't you sign a contract. Do you know what's in your contract? The answer is no, because you don't matter that much as that media member. There is so much in your contract that they can basically fire you for whatever they want. And that's what they did. And they're not going to pay him another penny. And he's going to be lucky to turn up at MLB.TV doing, the Rising Stars game for them 5 years from now, if he's lucky. But he made that choice. He had a really good job, and he blew it.
Kind of an own goal.
Major own goal.
Just say hello and keep moving.
You can get on the apps, my guy. You can't get on the apps with the sister of the player on the team you cover.
And manage your passwords a little better.
Be a little better. Be a little sharper.
A little more diligent.
Or don't cheat.
That's probably
That's probably the place to start. There are a lot of backstops here that you had to blow past. A lot of third base coaches telling you to stop that you had to ignore to get to this point. And I don't feel bad for you.
Nope. Coming up next, we'll talk to Justin Spears. He covers the Wildcats for the Arizona Daily Star. We'll get his thoughts on what he learned from Big 12 Media Day and Media Days and what to expect. The Utes and the Cougars both have Arizona, both going to be probably one of their tougher games. So we'll get to that.
Top 3 games for both those teams.
Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing. Hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's do it.
Week, 9 to 5 for my money. So when the weekend comes, I go get live with the honey. Rolling down the street, I saw this girl when she was pumping. I winked my eyes, got into the ride, went to a club, was jumping. Introduced myself as low, she said, you're
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is live at 5. Brought to you, as always, by our friends at Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com.
Probably more pick lines on babies.
Yeah, there's quite a bit. Can be.
It's harder to get them to take pills.
We were talking about Ben's how Ben takes his medication. That was.
And my wife is a NICU nurse, is very skilled in inserting pick lines.
Boy, was Angie surprised when so many suppositories came home.
These were all optional.
I felt it was
check this box.
I felt it was the best way.
Easiest for me.
We don't need to dive into it, but it is a reminder of like the best South Park episode ever, the Awesome-O episode, where he pretends to be a robot for Butters.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta take my medicine. All right, we're going to talk some Big 12 football. Continues to be a huge story, the big stories today. Of course, Jazz Summer League. No Ace tonight, no Cody tonight, no Darren Peterson tonight. That is a huge story. And then, with Big 12 Media Days, that marks the, the official ramp up to college football.
It always feels like we turn the page to college football at this point.
And so we're going to talk a little college football right now. Joining us, he covers the Arizona Wildcats for the Arizona Daily Star. He's Justin Spears with us here on Jake and Ben. Justin, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
What did you make of the footprint of Arizona at Big 12 Media Day, where maybe they surprised some people last year, bouncing back? A couple of years ago were a little bit disappointing. What did you feel their reputation was going into this season?
Yeah, I think that Arizona definitely earned the respect from a lot of teams around the conference. And, I think a big reason why is, one, Brent Brennan. He's just an overall a good dude. He's a good coach, number one. I thought he did a really nice job of, really rearranging his coaching staff and getting the right coordinators in place, getting Danny Gonzalez to be their defensive coordinator. They had one of the best passing defenses in college football a year ago. I think Seth Dagey, the job that he has done with Noah Fafita in the last year, they've done a really good job of cleaning up the offense from the 2024 season to 25 season. It's pretty much night and day. And so Seth Dagey and Noah Fafita is, one of the best offensive coordinator quarterback tandems you'll see in college football. And so I think that Arizona has earned a lot of respect from people around the conference. And, it was really kind of telling, just how popular he is, or just how much respect he's getting as a quarterback in the league. Noah Fafita at Big 12 Media Day, it was so funny. They have the player breakout sessions along the edges of the Ford Center at the Star. And Noah Fafita session, there were a lot of people. I mean, I could probably count maybe, anywhere from 15 to 20 people, reporters around Noah Fafita. There was a pretty big media scrum. So he was a very popular guy, Big 12 Media Day. Nobody had any questions for right tackle Tristan Bounds, who was sitting right next to him. All the questions were for QB1. And then as soon as the offense ended and the defensive guys came in, all the reporters scattered and nobody wanted to talk to Arizona's defensive guys. So I think Arizona has learned, they've gotten that respect, but definitely Noah Fafita, he's the guy that leads the way.
So when Arizona hired Brent Brennan, radio hot take guys, I said, home run. I mean, we've got Utah State here too, so we follow the Mountain West Conference and had a chance to see what he did at San Jose State. And to win any game at San Jose State, you've got to know what you were doing. And I thought it was great. And then that year one wasn't maybe what we all expected. And then obviously we saw what we did last year. So I got a chance at Big 12 Media Days to sit down with him and do a one-on-one. And I guess until I asked him about it, I didn't realize what a big lift year number one was. So I guess long story short, from your perspective, what is it that got turned around last year and can that be sustained?
Well, when Brent was first hired in 2024, it was really at a bad time because Arizona had already passed the transfer portal window. So he missed that. And then, when he got to Arizona, he was playing a lot of defense. He was trying to keep the guys on the roster and sustain what Jed Fish had built in that 2023 season. So he tried to keep a lot of the players, in which he did, right? He kept Noah Fafita and Tetairoa McMillan and Jonas Avianai and a lot of really good players. But man, that 2024 season was very rocky. And I think a big part of it too was the staff that he assembled. He had to quickly do it so he can, try to keep the guys in place and also try to, recruit players to their roster. But I think that it was just a bad match with Dino Babers and Noah Fafita, and having Dwayne Aquina, who while is considered the greatest defensive backs coach of all time, or one of them, right? Maybe he's better off as a DB's coach rather than a defensive coordinator. And so I think that Brent Brennan, he put the right people at the right spot at the table. And I also think getting Joe Salavea, a defensive line coach from Miami, who is renowned as, one of the top defensive line coaches in the game right now. And then for him to come back home to Arizona, a place where he really, established his name, I think was a really good hire. So they made a lot of really good changes on the coaching staff. And then, I think they also had a high hit rate too in the transfer portal, getting guys from FCS and Group of Five, right? Because, they know they can't outbid some of these other schools for some of these other players. So they do a really good job of evaluating guys from those middle tier conferences, guys that have played a lot of snaps. And those guys translated nicely to the next level. And so Arizona had a high hit rate in the transfer portal. They got some really key additions. They're able to keep Noah Fafita. And the one thing that Brent Brennan will tell you is that the culture that he has at Arizona, it's about Arizona football and red line and what they are building under Brent Brennan. Brent Brennan said he is no longer kissing ass anymore, which he did when he first got to Arizona. And so now that, the players that are here, they have chosen to be here, the guys that they've gotten, they know what this coaching staff is about. And, going from year one to year two, quite the turnaround from a 4-8 season to 9-4.
Is Noah Fafita the best quarterback in the conference?
I believe so. Yes. And there are some really good quarterbacks in the league, man. Like Mestamaker's really good. I mean, Devin Dampier is definitely, one hell of a quarterback, a dual threat guy. Connor Wegman, I think, is a handful. Shoot, Bear Bachmeier, right? The guy at BYU who is, a fullback playing quarterback, but he's a guy that makes some really good decisions and is really good for what Kalani Sitake and what that system is doing. So there's a lot of good quarterbacks, but I just think overall, just talent-wise, production, and also just kind of storylines too of what they mean to their program. I think in my personal opinion, Noah Fafita is the greatest quarterback in Arizona history, and that's saying something because they have produced Nick Foles, who has won a Super Bowl MVP. But Noah Fafita, when it's all said and done, he just needs 800 yards to pass Nick Foles for most career passing yards as a quarterback at Arizona. He already has the touchdowns record, and I think if he can stack up another season, we'll be talking about him probably being a first-team All-Big 12 guy.
So what kind of shot do you give the Wildcats at winning the league this year?
I give them a legitimate shot just because I think having BYU early is definitely helpful, right? You're going on the road and playing against the BYU team in Provo, which is going to have a rowdy crowd. I've been to BYU. I went there a couple years ago, and it's one of the most impressive college football environments I've ever been a part of. So if you can somehow sneak up on BYU in week 2, and Arizona, they took the Cougars into double overtime a year ago down in Tucson. So they're going to come back and want to get revenge, and they're going to play with a chip on their shoulder. And a week prior, they're playing against Northern Arizona. So Arizona's not going to really show their full hand. So I think Arizona, they're going to pull out all the tricks. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at BYU. And week 2, that's going to be one of the best games of the week in college football. And so if Arizona, if they can sneak up on BYU and somehow upset the Cougars, then we could be looking at Arizona really getting on a roll. Texas Tech on Halloween, that's another big game circled on the calendar. I think another game that is, really a trap game for Arizona, going on the road and playing against West Virginia in Morgantown. Who knows what the Mountaineers are going to look like in year 2 under Rich Rodriguez. And that's the first time Arizona has played against Rich Rod since he was fired by Arizona after the 2017 season. So there's a lot of interesting games on the schedule. But, one thing I know is that Danny Gonzalez is a really good defensive coordinator. I think Seth Dagey going into year 2 under Noah Fafita, if they can protect him, that's the thing. Offensive line, if they can protect Noah Fafita, I think the Wildcats will be in really good shape. They still have some question marks, but, I think Arizona, if you were to do a poll as to where they fit in the Big 12 race, I'd put them right around 3rd or 4th.
What is the temperature on Brent Brennan from Arizona fans? He's universally well-liked. There's question marks. He's yet to be proven. How do you think he's viewed?
Yeah, he's viewed as a really nice guy. And he was always viewed as a nice guy. But, down here in Tucson, like anywhere else in college sports, it's a bottom line business. And bottom line is Brent Brennan went 4-8 in his first season. So that kind of left a sour taste in people's mouths down here in Tucson, because after a 10-win season, winning the Alamo Bowl, you have probably the greatest offensive player in program history in Tetairoa McMillan back for another season before he goes to the NFL. It was just such a disappointing season. But I think the job that he did, and I'm sorry, by the way, in the background, we got monsoon down in Tucson, so it's storming like hell outside of my house. But I think that he has really done a good job of getting back in the good graces of Arizona fans, because going 9 wins after going 4-8, you go into the Holiday Bowl, you give yourself a chance to win a bowl game. Who knows if those 3 guys that opted out of the bowl game, Traydon Stukes, Genesis Smith, and Dalton Johnson, if those guys play in that Holiday Bowl, who knows how Arizona ends that season. So Arizona fans are not really pinning that loss on Brent Brennan. So Brent Brennan is viewed as a great guy. And obviously he shows that he showed that he can turn around this program. And the thing about Brent Brennan that's a little bit different than maybe some of the other guys in the past, like his predecessor, Jed Fish, he's not looking for the next step. Brent Brennan wants to be at Arizona for the long haul. This is his destination job. He wants to be here and build something special at Arizona. So I think Arizona fans, they can appreciate that. And if all goes well, Brent Brennan is going to be here for a long, long time.
We remember, of course, when the Pac-12 was falling apart, and Arizona had a little bit
what happened?
Was a little bit of the energy to go to the Big 12, right? Colorado and Arizona felt like kind of that juice. That's where they wanted to be. How is Arizona, the university, and the fans feeling about the Big 12 so far?
Well, speaking personally, it's a little different flying into Kansas City and driving to Manhattan for games, or going to Ames, Iowa, and going to all these like real college towns. But it's also like an absolute pleasure. Like, I love experiencing these different college towns and seeing the support that these people have for their Big 12 teams, which is it's a little bit different in Pac-12 country. So Arizona fans, they were initially kind of upset by, no longer getting that Arizona-UCLA rivalry, but good job on both sides for, keeping that rivalry series going as non-conference games for basketball. And then I think that, with Arizona being such a prominent basketball brand going into the Big 12 that has other prominent basketball brands, I think that, introducing in Arizona into the Big 12, I think has only elevated Arizona's basketball program. So, Tucson, Arizona is a basketball town, always will be. They love the Wildcats basketball team, and joining the Big 12 has just been awesome for Arizona. And then, for U of A football, yeah, it's a little bit different playing against these other Big 12 schools, but, it's really fun going to these environments where people show up to games. Like I remember going to Ames, Iowa and Manhattan, Kansas, and going to, some of these other schools around the Big 12, and to see people actually show up to football games and support their team has been really cool. So Arizona fans, they love the Big 12. I think, while it sucks what happened to the Pac-12, RIP to the Conference of Champions, I think Arizona's got a really good thing going on in the Big 12.
What's the swing position group for Arizona that if it clicks in, Arizona can win the conference, and if it doesn't, it could be disappointing?
Ooh. See, I definitely want to go offensive line just because, you have Tristan Bounds, who's coming back from his injury at right tackle. I think he's one of the top tackles in the conference, and if he's healthy, he's going to be really good, and he's going to do a good job of protecting Noah Fafita. Matthew Lotto on the left side, he's going to settle in as that starter, and there were some times where he struggled last year. So is he ready for that next step? The coaches speak highly of him, so they think he's going to do a good job. But those are the tackles, and if they can stay healthy too. Because injuries happen. We saw it in the 2024 season where Arizona was playing musical chairs with the offensive line. So if that unit can stay healthy, I'm going to be very encouraged by what the offense can do. And then on the defensive end, I really think that the defensive backs, right? That's the big question, because those guys that I just mentioned who opted out of the bowl game, Traydon Stukes, Dalton Johnson, Genesis Smith, those are all Big 12 caliber defensive backs and guys who played a combined 6,700 defensive snaps at Arizona. That is a lot of production that you're losing in the secondary. And so, the guys that are stepping in from the transfer portal and also new additions, guys that are returning, guys like Gavin Hunter and Javion Cole at cornerback, if those guys can elevate their games, Arizona's defense should be in good shape. But, after losing those three guys, that's definitely the position group that everyone's most concerned about.
Well, Justin, this was great. Thank you very much for jumping on with us, giving us a little preview of the Wildcats. I'm sure we will be bothering you again as the season gets a little closer.
Great stuff.
Anytime, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Justin. Great stuff. Justin Spears from the Arizona Daily Star giving us a little look into the Wildcats. And I'm with him. I think, right there around third or fourth in the league, maybe fifth, depending on who you're talking to. I think Arizona will very much be part of the conversation, especially since they play Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech.
Yeah, they play all the swing games. So you get a couple of those. I mean, what did they go to double OT with BYU last year? So you get a couple of those, and you get yourself a chance to make some noise.
I feel bad for Arizona in a weird way. Here's what's dumb about these giant Super League huge teams is like, you get so either benefited or have a huge disadvantage just based on where you're at in the rotation with the schedule. I mean, you look at Texas Tech's schedule, it's garbage. Mm-hmm. I mean, Arizona might be their toughest game. I'd have to look at it. But Arizona or Houston probably. They have Houston in their first league game. Other than that, they play the dregs of the league. Whereas Arizona's got to play, all three of those teams. I'd have to look and see if Arizona has Houston. But, they got the short end of the stick for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the argument that the SEC always makes against the Big 12 or some of these conferences where you look and you say, oh, well, you avoided every tough opponent. We were doing it with the Big 10 last year.
But the SEC doesn't.
They do. They absolutely do it.
They do
it. These conferences are so big. Who are we looking at last year? Somebody from the Big 10 that played absolutely nobody. And it was so easy to poke holes in their resume because, they had avoided, I don't think it was Indiana. And obviously, Indiana proved to be historically good. But it might have been Ohio State or Oregon. They had just avoided everybody difficult. Wisconsin, something bizarre, and it avoided everybody. So I'm with you. You've got to be talented still, but you can absolutely be scheduled towards a conference title contender.
Arizona does not have Houston.
Okay.
But they have everybody else.
Yeah.
So, and they finished the year with, here's their last game in October and November. At Texas Tech, TCU at home, Utah at home, at Kansas State, Arizona State at home.
Only one bye week?
I think everybody's only got one this year.
Is that what it is?
I could be wrong,
You're right.
But I think so.
You're right.
But, I mean, it depends on the randomness of the schedule. I mean, that's That's silly in a world where the difference between making a playoffs is either having 2 losses or 3 losses. I mean, that's brutal, right? I should see who Houston is playing, see how tough their schedule
Houston
is.
goes Oregon State, Southern, Texas Tech, at Georgia Southern, Central Florida, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, Utah, bye week, Cincinnati, Colorado, West Virginia, Baylor. Pretty
So
soft
they
close.
only play Texas Tech and Utah, and then they don't play anybody
Man,
else.
you get past Utah. If you can, it probably doesn't matter what happens with Texas Tech. You can afford a loss. I think everybody in the conference loses a game. If you lose to Texas Tech, but you beat Utah, that schedule's cake. Yeah, Houston absolutely could compete.
Don't sleep on my Mountaineers. I think West Virginia is the team that climbs the league this year. But to your point, they don't really play anybody else. They play West Virginia second to last game of the year, and you know what? They could stink.
Yep.
There's a chance that they could stink. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the old Mountain West used to kind of suck because TCU, Utah, and BYU were the only 3 teams. But at least they played each other.
They did.
At least they played each other.
But
every
whoever
year.
won 2 of the 3 won.
Right.
Won the league.
But now we're not even going to see some of these teams play. I mean, it's
Yeah, what are we going to know
it's
about
obnoxious.
Texas Tech?
And Texas Tech is going to win the league because they don't play anybody.
Right. Yeah, we're not going to know how good Texas Tech is other than they're going to be, they're going to enter the season probably 12th ranked in the country, 15th ranked in the country. They'll take a little bit of a hit because of Sorsby.
Oh, they might not lose in league because Houston's so early. They if they get past Houston, they might not lose.
Yeah, and then it's cake the rest of the way, and then they could be. What were they going into the playoff last year? 4?
They had lost one to Arizona State.
They were the 5th ranked team, and then they ended up number 2 overall. I can't remember exactly what they were going into the college football playoff, but yeah, they could find themselves in an identical situation.
Whereas if this Texas Tech team, if the Raiders played the Utes, the Cougars, Arizona, and Houston, the odds of them going 4-0 through those stretch of games, I think would be super low.
Agreed.
But the odds of them going 2-0 against Houston and Arizona, I actually think is relatively high. And then they don't play anybody else.
Correct.
That stinks.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's terrible.
I wish they do divisions. I really do. I know they've got this wacky thing, but at least with divisions too, then you get histories with certain schools. I mean, think of Utah in the South Division. They developed fun relationships with every single one of those universities.
I liked when the Big 12 had to do a round robin a couple of years ago because they didn't have enough teams.
And now it's just scattershot. Who knows?
Yep.
I don't like it.
I'm totally with you.
Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Action-packed 5 o'clock hour on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
You got your usual slowdown spots in place for the Wasatch Front, like southbound I-15 from Murray down to Sandy and northbound 15 working your way from South Salt Lake up past the downtown area. Meanwhile, we do have a vehicle fire on eastbound I-80 just past the quarry that has stopped traffic heading toward the East Canyon exit and beyond. Attention, property managers. Customers, see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. They've got seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Call or visit right now at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Brendan Haywood joins us, 14-year NBA veteran. You see him on NBA TV. He's college basketball TV analyst as well.
So the Jazz did take Peterson, and there was that cramping issues, knowing the grind that is involved in the NBA and how difficult it is. What's your level of concern regarding the fact of the issues that he had in college?
I just think the sky's the limit for this kid. When I look at Darren Peterson averaging over 20 points per game with the cramping issues, playing against older players in college basketball, and then doing it with a roster that's probably not that good, no one on that Kansas team was getting drafted. That tells you how good he is. This kid worked on his game so much, everybody thinks he's a natural shooter. Shooting was actually the part of his game that people were worried about the most coming into college. Utah has a great one. He is going to transcend that franchise.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, celebrate the values that make our communities strong by shopping local at Mountain Land Supply. They're proud to be a local employee-owned company that celebrates their customers every day. Whether you're building, remodeling, or tackling your next project, Mountain Land moves mountains for you with their expert service and trusted products. Visit your locally owned and operated Mountain Land Supply store and experience the difference shopping close to home makes. Learn more at mountainland.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
It's Lagoon's Deal of the Decade in July. Single-day tickets are $59.95 plus tax with purchase of 2 or more. Online only. Promo code not required. Visit lagoonpark.com. lagoonpark.com.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone's joint Scotty G and the coach coming up on Wednesday in Nephi at the Bar Dub Grill off exit 222. They'll be doing their show live on location from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The Open Championship is going on this week. Let's get another qualifier. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to qualify you for the Copper Rock Open Championship giveaway. What we're going to do is assign you a golfer. If your golfer wins, you win. And the prize for the Open Championship, Copper Rock branded polo, an outerwear piece, a hat, and a $100 gas gift card. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. Copper Rock, where the pros play. Ben, and Christian might have to help us on this one, and want to lead to some sound we want to play. But apparently online, and I almost hate to give it any attention, there's a meme coin starting for Utah, Christian.
Listen, I don't know the detail. I'm not a finance.
How's your
bro.
blockchain looking?
I couldn't tell you what that is.
Trajan
But I
Wealth.
have
TRAJA and Trajan Wealth. Anyway.
On social media, there seems to be a contingent of Ute fans that are sharing this Ute coin. And it, I guess, is going to pay for NIL somehow, some way, I think is the goal. I haven't looked into it a ton, but that's kind of surface level my understanding. I mean, if we have any listeners, feel free to send in a voicemail.
Now, I don't know a whole lot about crypto, and I know that there aren't a ton of guardrails for NIL. Is there any guarantee that whoever created this thing isn't just stealing from people?
Not that I know of, no.
So could be NIL, could be lining some dude's pockets?
Why wouldn't you just give the money to the program if you want to give the money to the program?
I said this about collectives. I mean, who knows who these people in collectives are? I mean, it's a problem. And we talk a lot, too much, unfortunately, about how much money means. And we were talking about Entrada is now BYU's jersey sponsor and how it's all just about sucking up every nickel that's not nailed down.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I have both talked about how the coaching position in college sports has got to be way less desirable for talented coaches because all they do is beg for money.
Yeah.
That's
You're
how
a fundraiser.
What percentage of the job is now fundraising as opposed to recruiting or X's and O's or camps or any of that stuff. It's all about begging for money. One person who's now become famous for begging for money, Kenny Dillingham, and I have not heard these comments. Kenny was on with us
Kenny Coin
at Big 12 Media Days.
Yeah.
Scotty got a really interesting nugget out of Kenny, by the way. And Kenny said he'd never been asked about it, but he was almost Utah State's coach in 2021, and Kenny thought he had the job. And Scotty had heard a rumor about it and asked Kenny about it, and he said, yeah, we thought we had it. Like it was all negotiated and all buttoned up, all but done. And so he thought he was going to be Utah State's coach in 2021, which would have been a really good hire, in retrospect. But here's Kenny Dillingham with On 3 talking about that aspect of the job now.
You know, the race that we're running, we started a little bit behind and we're catching up. But everybody else is still running. So, you know, Brian Sweetie, unbelievable gift. I mean, we give $10 million of your own money to a football program, and you endow the head football coach's position. That's pretty powerful. So, and he's a dear friend of mine too. So that's even better. Is it's somebody that, you know, I appreciate and that I ask advice from. He's been very successful running companies. So, I mean, it's pretty cool that people, I would say, answered the bell, but people are still answering the bell. I think, you know, you have two choices in today's landscape. Some jobs, you just, you know, you wake up and you're going to have advantages. Mm-hmm. Other jobs, you got to work for it. Like, you got to ask for it. You got to be out there. And if you're not, you can either be booed by what you say to the media or be booed when you lose games. Like, let me be booed by people not liking what I say.
I don't even know what he's trying to get at there.
Yeah, I'm with you. He kind of starts in one spot and ends in a different, and I'm not sure he really addresses an issue because I'm not sure it's an issue he wants to address. And again, the one qualm I have here, and again, it's like the jersey patch thing today or meme coin or whatever, is he calls this a race. It's like, problem with calling it a race is a race ideally has an end. There's a finish line. There's no finish to any of this. There's no enough is enough. There's no, wow, now you belong, or wow, now you have enough, or now you're competing. I mean, the team that makes the most would love to double it, so they have twice as much as anybody else does. I mean, that's what I hate about all of this. It's why it's become so unfamiliar to me. It's why it's hard to care about some of the outcomes for a lot of teams, because it's not exactly what you're saying, driven by what's happening on the field. You're not being judged on wins and losses. So much of it's being judged on how much money you're raising. And it's obnoxious to me. It's alienating. And I'm in the business of sports. You know, it's not that foreign to what I do. As a fan, I can't imagine that this is enjoyable.
To your point on the it's never enough, because I'm with you. That guy who gave him $10 million, and by the way, endowed the coaching position, so Kenny took care of Kenny.
Absolutely.
He's just going to be asking that guy for another $10 million next year.
Right.
Like it never ends. Brian Santiago sat down with us at Big 12 Media Days, and he led with, I don't think there's an athletic director or president in the country that thinks this is sustainable and what is happening is sustainable going forward. So I followed up with the question. I said, if all the presidents and ADs are on board, and there's bipartisan legislation that is being, at least debated, both sides of the aisle. And all the fans want some sort of guardrails or some sort of rules. I said, so it's what is standing in the way?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't retract that all the ADs and presidents are on the same page or at least want something to be done. But he said teams or universities don't want to lose their edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, we were talking about the SEC and the Big Ten and these big-time schools. Like Michigan doesn't want a finish line. Ohio State doesn't want a finish line.
Correct.
This is sustainable for Michigan.
Right.
This is sustainable for Ohio State. This is sustainable for LSU. They don't want guardrails. And so here with Kenny, good for him for having a positive attitude about it. I'd be pulling my hair out because I'm begging for money 24/7, and that quite literally will never be enough because I quite literally cannot keep up with the edge that these other schools have, and these other schools are not going to give up their edge. I came away from that conversation with Brian Santiago way more defeated about the possibility of having a solution than I did going in. And his intent was not that. He was not trying to be pessimistic or any of that. He was actually being really honest, which I 100% appreciate. But his comment that all the ADs and presidents are under the understanding that this is not sustainable, incorrect. Arizona State's president thinks that way.
Correct.
Arizona State's athletic director thinks that way. Utah's president thinks that way. Utah's athletic director thinks that way. BYU's obviously does. We were literally talking to Brian Santiago. Guarantee Michigan's doesn't.
No, of course not. The weakest link has too much power. The weak link is the team that can make as much money as they want, generate as much money as they want, fundraise as much as they want, and that's the weak link. So as long as they're okay with there not being restrictions, they're not going to allow restrictions to get pushed through. And very rarely, Sorsby being with the lone exception, it feels like in the last 5 years in college football, has anyone banded together to do something for the betterment of the sport entirely? Where it actually seems like people collectively did get together to make a good decision. But otherwise, yeah, as long as somebody's willing to pay Sorsby, if he's cheating or not, or betting on his team, great, he'll be in college football. I can't believe he's not playing, in all honesty. I'm very happy he's not. But nothing else in college football has gone that way. So yes, to this point of we'd love to regulate how much your roster can cost or how much you can fundraise or how much you can spend or what NIL actually is supposed to look like, as long as a Michigan or an Ohio State or a whoever, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, is willing to be the, most willing dirty pool player, that's going to set the bar. And that's really crappy.
Well, and the hard part is Michigan senators aren't going to vote for it if the University of Michigan is not on board.
Correct.
And you think, well, why not? It's because these institutions lobby like freaking crazy.
Yep.
These senators or Congress people are never going to go against the will of the university because it would be, first of all, a guaranteed ticket to not be a senator next time that your election comes up. And so I just came away to my hopes of a more structured college sports environment. I came away totally feeling dashed about that. That these presidents and athletic directors that at one point were altruistic about the betterment of the sport are not any longer and are not going to be. And maybe I'm picking on Michigan too much because they're about to fire their athletic director, and maybe they get a new AD that has a different attitude, but I doubt it. Why would they give up their edge?
Why would they hire an athletic director who doesn't view that as an edge?
They won't, is the answer. No. The short answer is I won't. And even the lesser Big Ten schools that aren't printing money like Michigan or Ohio State, why would they give up their edge? Because they still have a significant edge over every ACC team and every Big 12 team because they're bringing in $100 million a year in media rights, even though Purdue doesn't deserve any of that. But why would they lobby their Indiana senators and legislators to vote away their edge? Indiana's never had an edge. Correct. And all of a sudden they've got a huge edge. Yeah.
BYU.
And so, I don't know. I was pretty defeated on it. So I would say to Kenny Dillingham, get used to it, dude. You're going to be begging for money forever.
Yep.
Or go take a quarterback coaching job in the NFL, which is what I would do if I were him.
And I think you're going to get more coaches who want that.
Look at Dusty May, or whatever his name is,
exactly
who just left Michigan for the Dallas Mavericks job.
Michael Malone.
No, he went the other way. Yeah.
No, that was a huge mistake, Michael.
Your guy, Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Did you hear Caleb Wilson kind of clowning North Carolina?
I didn't.
Not clowning, but he was like, they didn't ask me to shoot. We ran this Carolina offense, and that wasn't I wasn't shooting. And if you believe Darren Peterson himself hasn't complained about it, but you've seen around the periphery that he did not.
When he says, I felt like myself again.
Yeah, because he was on the
He's
ball.
like, I had the ball.
Yeah.
It's not really an endorsement on Bill Self.
Because the toupee took the ball out of his hands.
Correct.
And he probably didn't like it all that much.
Right.
Anyway, Caleb Wilson was really interesting. And by the way, I view this as a positive for him. You know, if your coach is asking you to do something, fall in line
and you do it,
and do it for the betterment of the team, even though it's not better for you.
Yep.
And he probably didn't go number one or wasn't considered it because of that. And it's funny to see him come out and prove it. What did he go, 7 for 11 from 3? Mm-hmm. Where he's just hoisting them?
Yep.
Because everybody probably listened to the whole pre-draft process where the Ben Andersons of the world were like, this guy can't shoot a lick.
Can't shoot. He says, okay.
Well, here you go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Darren Peterson was grumpy. Moving me off the ball? It's not my position.
Right.
But I have to listen to Bill Self.
Of course.
In all honesty, if I'm the Darren Peterson coming out of high school, and A.J. DeBonsa didn't pick a blue blood with a geezer coach that's stuck in his ways. Picked an NBA guy who wasn't going to take him off the ball.
Correct.
Who was going to put him in a better position to play NBA basketball. Wonder if we see that more going forward.
Agreed.
I'm not going to go to Kansas. Bill Self not going to treat me like a star.
Yeah, player empowerment.
And if you're that good, is that D'Antoni?
It is.
We've got Summer League basketball going up in the background. He looks old.
He is. Getting up there.
You think he
Gotta
just
be in his mid-70s.
Stopped dyeing his hair?
He's been gray for a while.
Anyway. All right. There you go. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It is July, and it is getting hot. For years, I've always called July the patriotic month. Not only do we have national celebrations, but we have the state celebration as well, and it's time to get the perfect steak going on the grill, but not your grill. The grill that is waiting for you at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I know we like to think that we're pretty good, as a backyard barbecuer, and some no, but Ruth's Chris will always present the perfect steak in a wonderful environment where it's air conditioned. They do all the work. You don't have to worry about anything other than sitting back with friends, neighbors, and family and enjoying the best meal you have ever had. 275 Southwest Temple. That's Ruth's Chris right here in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. If you're heading up into the mountains, Hotel Park City. It's the perfect meal for July waiting for you at Ruth's Chris.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Nobody cares about the score. Washington did beat the Jazz 92-88. A.J. DeBonsa, his first game in Summer League, had some moments. Darren Peterson still put up the points, but not quite at the level and quite the efficiency that we saw in the 2 games in Salt Lake City. So everybody out there is like, oh, A.J. won that head-to-head battle.
You've got to remove loyalty, which is hard to do. And I think in this case, there's a lot of people that are torn in this valley because, one guy, AJ, played here locally and then obviously Darren being picked. So I just actually sat back like a coach would sit back and I watched it. And I think what AJ showed is what AJ can do. Basically, on one end, AJ was kind of being AJ. And on the other end, Washington was hell-bent on not even letting him get a catch.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, including 2026 Mazda CX-50s, Mazda 3 hatchbacks, and even our PHEV models. That's right, as low as 0% on your favorite new Mazda during the More to Move You sales event, happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month for 1,000 financed with 0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made jokes and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball court.
This is for Jake and Ben. When you guys are explaining the like that bit and you play the full clip, you need to clarify that Lucy is a dog. Because if you don't explain that, it can get kind of dark. I know Ben likes it dark, but come on.
Like that? Oh, that's a good point. Does he not say dog in the clip?
He says Lucy, our whatever.
Beloved or something.
Beagle or poodle or whatever.
Well, I think we need to play it and get to the bottom of it. That's a good point. Who just sent that in, Christian? Ryan. Yes, we don't want to imply that Lucy is a human. That changes a little bit. But I thought it was identified as a dog. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh, like that? Was she run over like that?
Great point,
You're
Ryan.
right. If that's a 12-year-old girl.
That's a different story.
No one's happy about the dog dying either, but as somebody who is, has kids and has a dog or had a dog, I'll keep the kids.
I don't know if we're making a bit if it were a human.
That would be really dark.
I think that was Ryan's point.
Yeah.
So, okay, Ryan, thank you. Yeah. All right. We will make sure and reset that it's talking about a dog and not their daughter,
Human
Lucy.
being dying in the... In the driveway.
Yeah, Ben does like dark stuff, but not
quite at that level.
Not quite at that level. No.
That would be a lot.
I told you Sly really liked the like that bit.
Hey, can I thank a couple people who kept me alive last week?
Uh-huh.
Dr. Fawad Tanvir of Infectious Diseases, cardiologist Dr. Bahunan, neurosurgeon Dr. Pingree, tech Cece and Tommy, nurses Sarah, Kathy, Kim, Isaiah, Tyler, Catherine, and then all the food staff, housekeeping, et cetera, et cetera.
I bet you put the nurses through it.
Oh, yeah. They could not wait to get rid of me.
I'm sure.
They were finally, this guy's gone.
Just a terrible patient.
Sarah, Kathy, Kim, Isaiah, Tyler, Catherine. I don't know if I said all their names. Everyone was extremely, extremely competent and capable, and it made me realize how little my job matters, and how nice they are to have sacrificed a lot to get those jobs.
Yeah, saving lives.
Saving lives really matters.
Oh yeah, I live right across the street from a neurologist who's a miracle worker, and I just feel like such an inferior idiot whenever I have hot takes on the radio.
Hard day at work.
It's tough.
And a hard Christian. Played a drop slow. It's tough.
You know what I would think would be hard about that industry is whenever you encounter somebody at work, they're going through. Well, let me put it this way. I once talked to somebody that did a lot of family law.
Mm-hmm.
He said the hard part about doing family law is every time you talk to somebody, it's the worst day of their life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time you encounter people, if you're in the life-saving business, they're all going through like the roughest patch of their life. I mean, Christian's wife is in the NICU.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us something else about family law with Christian. I was like, what did I miss last week?
No. But my daughter spent 10 days in the NICU. Watching what some of the people are going through with their kids in the NICU, that would be hard interacting with people who are at like the low moment of their existence.
Live two very different lives. Like you said, her job actually matters. I can never, ever go home and be like, man, I had a really stressful Big 12 media days really took a lot out of me. Yeah. She's like, yeah, I just worked a 12-hour shift and had to keep this 24-week-old baby alive.
Can I ask you if you would like this or not like this, Ben? I have my buddy Justin. His wife doesn't work there anymore, worked at the Pentagon.
Okay.
And so she literally could not talk about her day at all. Like not even my mundane details.
No.
So she could come home and have a hard day, and my buddy Justin would be like, hey, everything okay? You know, what happened at work? And she'd be like, I can't tell you. And he'd be like, all right, well, I'm here for you.
You can talk around it.
Okay.
Let me know.
Meanwhile, I'll be watching the game.
That's tough. That's not for me. No, I want to get to know my wife.
You'd rather know what hardship she was encountering
Correct.
at work.
By the way, biggest MVP, nurses, doctors, everybody, wife, taking care of me.
Very nice to be loved.
Nice to be loved.
Yep.
Nice to have a big group of people, including everyone here at work and KSL for employing me and having insurance. I feel very blessed for everything that's happened.